The story begins with a cute girl looking out the window and excitedly asking Yang Ming what he was doing. The young man replied with a smile that he was looking for a toilet. It was 18-year-old Yang Ming, who had 3 months left before his exam. The blue-eyed boy turned his back, saying that it was time for him to go. The girl shouted from the window for him to stop. She asked how he was going to go to university. Min replied that he didn't need it, because even pigs could go there. The guy sadly asked Chen Mengyan not to waste his energy, since he is not that kind of guy, and there is no need to worry about him anymore. The pink-haired girl shouted to Yang Ming from the window that he should not give up under any circumstances. But the young man ran away again. A guy in a neat suit told a girl that she was too naive. The girl turned her attention to the headman standing behind her. The headman told the girl that if Yang Ming wanted to study, he would have taken it up long ago. The girl did not know how to challenge his words. She looked into the headman's eyes with excitement in her eyes, saying that she felt that Min was not that kind of person at all. Meanwhile, a search was underway for the young man in the courtyard of the educational institution. The man said the youth climbed over the fence again, but Yang Ming was in a prominent place. He covered himself with tree branches and squatted. The security guard said wearily that his job was hard. As he was leaving, the young man decided to joke with the man. He threw a small branch to get his attention. Walking down the street, the guy stretched, telling himself that walking was fun. He wondered if he should go to billiards first. The young man told himself that in fact, it was not that he did not want to study. In high school he was at the top of his class, but something changed him. He remembered a cute girl with blue hair and violet eyes, whose name was Suya. Her smile made him happy every time. Sitting at her desk, the girl asked Yang Ming for the solution to the problem. The young man kindly invited her to solve the problem together. She was his first love, the girl with eyes sparkling like diamonds. But all this is gradual. Suya's mustachioed father nervously told his beloved daughter to come to him. Yang Ming's father was angry because his son had done something wrong again. He hit his little son, but the teacher asked him not to do this, because he was a child. Everything was destroyed by teacher Wu Qizhen, but Yang Ming's furious father did not listen to the words of the humane teacher. He immediately gave his son another slap. The boy held his cheek, telling his father that he didn't do anything. The angry father said that the teacher had already told him about all his son's tricks. Suya's father told his crying daughter that even if she wants to find a boyfriend, she shouldn't associate with someone like Yang Ming, because his family is poor. Teacher Qiren asked how could she be friends with someone like Ming. He said this because he was bribed by Suya's father, but not by the young man's father. After that, she changed schools, and Qiren, having lost his benefits, began to take out his anger on him. So he stopped wanting to study. But the most unpleasant thing happened after this situation, namely at dinner. The father asked his son to eat and wished him good luck on Gakeo. Ian debated whether he should at least return for the afternoon classes. The bandits told the old man that he should pay Liang Ji's gang. 2 bandits were rude to the old man, saying that if he wants to trade on their territory, he must pay. The helpless old man just looked at them silently. At one point, with pain in his soul, he said that he had not done anything bad to them, so why were they trying to complicate his life? The bandit asked if he really thought he could get away with a few words. He said that he gave him a chance, but the old man wanted it himself. The old man collected the things that the young man had scattered. The bandit said that he would give him a chance if he bowed to them and begged for their forgiveness. Yang Ming, standing on the side, became furious and angry after such behavior of the young bandits. He clenched his teeth, intending to intercede for the old man. He approached the scene of the showdown. The 2 boys turned to look at him. One of them wondered if this was Yang Ji. The long-haired bandit asked the guy if he really thought they still respected him by calling him Yang Ji. The young man told them to get out of sight, but the persistent and too daring boy was not going to leave. Blue-eyed Yang Ming looked into his eyes sternly. The second bandit asked him if he really didn't hear what Liang Ji told him. He asked if he was deaf and if he wanted to leave in one piece. Yang Ji suddenly grabbed the daring long-haired young man by the neck. The guy screamed in surprise and pain. Min said that even though he's not the boss anymore, he can still kick his ass. He asked the cheeky boy if he wanted it. With tears in his eyes, the almost strangled boy begged to let go of his neck. The second bandit grabbed a brick to save his comrade. While all Yang Ji's attention was on the almost strangled boy, he decided to take the chance and hit him on the head with a brick. But a completely unexpected embarrassment occurred. The brick broke in two from a blow to the head. Yang Ming looked at the frightened guy intimidatingly. He decided to finish with these two idiots scared to death as soon as possible. He immediately kicked one of them in the solar plexus. He punched the long-haired, impudent boy right in the jaw, so much so that his face turned red with pain. Ming told the old man that it was better for him not to trade near schools. The old man asked if he was a disciple of Shaolin Temple, otherwise how could he be intact after being hit? The young man reached into his jacket pocket and exclaimed that his glasses were in his pocket, and now they were completely broken. He was excited, saying that his father worked hard to buy them for him. The old man adjusted his glasses, telling him not to worry so much. An elderly gray-bearded man told the young man that if it was just glasses, then he had a pair. He handed the box to the guy. The young man asked if the old man would pay him for the glasses. He replied that he had glasses ready, they used advanced technology. He confidently declared that he wanted to give them to this good young man. Yang Ming was surprised, saying to himself that he was a bungler and might lose them. The guy opened the box. He said to himself that he would take the glasses, which he praised so much as if they were an advertisement on the back of a magazine. But when he opened the box to the end, he was pleasantly surprised. He wondered if these were contact lenses. The young man did not receive an answer to this question from the old man. He looked around and wondered where the old man had gone. Yang Ming wondered, maybe this man is a legendary master from another world, otherwise how could he disappear so quickly? The guy put the box with contact lenses in his jacket pocket. He said it was time for him to go back to school. The weather was warm outside. The young man was in class. There were tasks and schedules on the board that he did not understand. From fatigue and anger, he tore the piece of paper on which he wrote down the material from the board. He complained that he didn't understand anything. The young man laid his head on the desk, wearily telling himself that he was sitting in class, but did not understand anything. It looks like you can put an end to it. But suddenly, a piece of crumpled paper flew into his face. He heard her bounce on his desk. He picked up the crumpled paper, looked at it and thought, perhaps it was some kind of note? Min unfolded the note. On it, Chen Mengyan wrote that he should study hard, because there was very little left until the end of the year. The young man turned his gaze to Chen, who smiled sweetly at him while sitting at her desk. She looked great and neat. He thanked the girl. Yang Ming told himself that there were still 100 days until Gaokao, so he had 5 days to study one book, and he had missed a lot. He diligently read the book's material, telling himself that for the sake of his father, Chen could not give up. The teacher asked everyone to put down their textbooks. Zhao Ying told the students that they had 40 minutes to study for the test. A classmate told Yang Ji that he could rely on him. Yang Ming told himself that he still didn't understand anything, so he would have to copy from Zhang Bin. He remembered lenses that could help in this matter. He took the old man's lenses out of the box, deciding to try to write off with their help. At that very moment he carefully put on his contact lenses. The young man succeeded in getting the lenses the first time. His eyes turned a bright blue after he put them on. Zhang Bin showed him the answers, telling him to copy faster. But the young man saw nothing and wondered why these non-working lenses were needed. The young man was very tense as the situation was getting to his head. He wondered if it could be that he was so unlucky. The guy didn't see anything, but suddenly, his contact lenses seemed to be activated. He began to look at the smallest symbols. They were all green. Yang Ming was pleasantly surprised by this, because everything was visible like on a camera with autofocus function, and even the smallest words were enlarged. At one point, the young man's eyes began to ripple. He stopped seeing anything. But the persistent guy told himself that he needed to try again. His attempt was crowned with success. A moment later he was already rejoicing at his small victory, because he again saw everything down to the smallest detail. But it was not without side effects. The guy felt tears running down his cheeks. Taking one of them on his finger, he wondered if it was because of the lenses. The math teacher admonished the tense young Ming, asking him to focus on the test. The guy was scared. He asked the teacher, who was not standing behind him, not to scare him like that. The young man said that he had just received new lenses and wanted to fix them. Red-haired teacher Zhao giggled. She asked him to hurry up, because 20 minutes had already passed and he still hadn't written anything. The blue-eyed student told the teacher that he would write everything down now. Zhao asked if he needed help. Yang Ming replied that it would be nice. The charming teacher gently touched his face, carefully placing a contact lens on his eyeball. Yang Ming at that moment doubled greatly because the teacher touched him. She snapped her fingers at his forehead. With a red face, she asked why he froze. She also asked him to write faster, but the young man was in seventh heaven, and did not pay attention to her dissatisfaction. He thanked her for her help with a smile. Yang Ming said to himself that he was right, because as soon as he took off the lenses, he could see normally again. He looked at the teardrop, saying that the lenses are a treasure. Due to missions blocking his view, he cannot check his visibility range, but he sees that there is a small hole in the fence in the distance. The guy said to himself that this is the hole that no one will notice. He clearly saw a hole in the fence. With a smile, he told himself that although no one could see her, he could see her perfectly. Ming understood that the lenses opened up many possibilities for him. Yang Ming told himself that he would not be able to use the lenses on Gakeo, because it would be unknown whether the answers were correct or not. He saw the note from Meng Yan. Late at night, going to bed, a young man listens to the rain blown by the wind, and when he falls asleep, he sees the beautiful Meng Yan in a bikini lying on the sand. While drooling, he said that, unfortunately, everything was vague. He really wanted to see the real Chen naked. Suddenly, an angelic female voice spoke to Yang Ming, saying that teacher Zhao wanted to see him in the staff room. The young man was at a loss. He realized that it was Beauty Chen's voice. Turning around, he was extremely stunned as she stood in front of him in pink lingerie. The young man covered his stunned eyes. With a cry, he asked the girl why she didn't wear anything. The beautiful Chen Mengyan stood in front of him. In surprise, she asked the young man what he was talking about. She asked excitedly and screaming if he was really sick and couldn't see her clothes. Looking at Yang Ming, he told her that she was not wearing anything. He told Meng Yan that he really saw her black and pink underwear. These words put the girl in an extremely uncomfortable position. She didn't know what to answer. She slapped him with tears in her eyes, calling him shameless. The young man didn't understand why she called him shameless, since she herself walks around like that. But at one point, Yang Ming called all this suspicious, because Meng Yan would not come to class in her underwear. He wondered if it was because of the lenses. He closed his eyes and holding his head decided to look at her again. Opening his eyes, he saw the girl already in clothes. The young man approached the girl who was offended by him, asking for forgiveness. He said that he hadn't fully woken up yet, so it seemed to him too. Clothes were visible from under the short skirt. She adjusted her plaid skirt. She was wary and wondered how he knew what color her clothes were. Are his dreams really that true? Walking down the corridor, the young man scratched the back of his head. He said that these lenses allow you to see through clothes. He told himself that right before Meng Yan called him, he was thinking about seeing her naked, and he could probably control the power of thought. Many attractive girls with slender figures walked around him in the corridor. Yang Ming decided to try the lenses again. The young man told himself that even surrounded by girls, he, Yang Ming, would under no circumstances look at them. He also said that for the sake of seeing obscenities, he would go to the end. If he wants to see a girl naked, he must force her to undress. On the horizon, he saw a young man sitting on the phone on the porch. Yang Ming told himself that the target had been found. The young man's target was a man with an athletic build. He looked at his phone and at the same time did exercises with dumbbells. Yang Ming's contact lenses were activated. He said to himself that it was time to look at what the man had under his clothes. In this situation, the young man's contact lenses acted as an X-ray. Their clothes became transparent. The young man decided to look lower, in order to inspect the clothes of the athletic man. But suddenly, he saw a picture disgusting for himself. The man's underwear was patterned on women's underwear. Yang slammed into him and the man yelled at him. The young man asked if this was for him. The man recognized Yang Ji and asked for forgiveness. He felt extremely awkward. Ming told the worried guy that guys shouldn't wear underwear like that. He quickly began to leave, and the guy was sweating from stupor. The streets were still lit by the warm rays of the sun, and the sky was clear and bright blue. Yang Ming was thoughtful. He wondered what Zhao Ying wanted from him. Maybe she wanted him and it would be a date. Vulgar fantasies took over his mind. He told himself that her body was more mature than Meng Yan's. The young man stopped thinking about it and walked through the door. The sounds of playing cards could be heard from the office. The red-haired teacher turned out to be playing a card game on the computer. She began to cover the monitor with her hand, angrily asking the young man if he could knock. Min said that whoever does not do wrong is not afraid of a knock on the door. The blue-eyed young man smiled at teacher Zhang, asking if she was hiding something. She asked if he really thought she had something to hide. The young man said that she would not be so afraid. The teacher could not find the words to answer. Min asked to get down to business, asking why she called him. He tried not to look at her. Zhang Ying was silent because he stole her line. She told herself not to despair and asked if he wanted to tell her anything. The young man asked what she meant. Yang Ming smiled and thanked her for her help with the lenses, and said that he was going to come and thank her, but thought that she was busy with work. Teacher Zhang Ying said that what he said was true. She handed over the paper with the test, asking how he could copy it without lenses. The young man pretended that he didn't know what he was talking about. He asked the teacher what kind of cheating she was talking about. Zhang Ying angrily showed him the test papers, asking if he really meant to say that it was just a coincidence. Yang Ming looked at the sheets and said to himself that he forgot to change some answers when he copied. The mistakes were exactly the same with Zhang Bin. But by chance, the young man glanced at Zhang Ying's teachers. This made him stop thinking about the test. The young man said that the world is big, so it could be a coincidence. Zhang said he did everything bad except harass female students. The phrase about harassing students seemed tempting to the young man. The teacher told the young man that she had made a bold decision. She told him with a smile that from today he would come to the teacher's room after classes, and she would study with him. Hearing this statement, the young disciple was stunned. The teacher's decision shocked him, and he called it a tragedy. A few hours later, the young man was scratching the back of his head and complaining of a headache. A man in a business jacket approached him. The man told Yang Ming that they needed to talk in private. It was Wang Jitao. He was known for protecting the school's top beauty. Zhen Mengyan intervened, asking if all this was because of her. Jitao said that this is a man's conversation and she does not need to interfere. The defender of the first beauty was very nervous, because her persistence sometimes almost tore down the tower. He clenched his fist. He sternly told Yang Ming that he would retreat this time, but he should be careful and watch his tongue. He shouldn't talk casually to her. But the young man was not afraid of the threats of the first beauty's defender. He looked at him sternly, asking him not to shout at him. In his mind, he said that he just wanted to stand up for Meng Yan, but in the end he looks guilty. When leaving, Jitao said displeasedly that the toad wanted to taste swan meat. Yang Ming threatened to beat him if he heard something like that again. But the provocateur Wang Jitao was not afraid of his threats. He confidently said that they would look again. His words angered Yang Ming, but he tried to control his anger. Both of them turned their backs to each other and began to disperse. The young man called Van stupid. Meng Yan asked Ming if he was going out again. She angrily said that self-study is coming soon. The guy asked why she couldn't keep up with him if the class was full of people. The young man's words made the girl think extremely deeply. She herself didn't understand what was going on. She said that she was the head of the class, and he was a truant. The young man asked if she would refuse to help him. Beauty Meng Yan blushed with embarrassment. She said with a smile that of course, he could always turn to her for help. Yang Ming said to himself that he didn't understand anything, so he could ask her to study with him, and use this opportunity to be with her. The young man weighed this decision and told the girls that he would go to self-education. The head woman asked him to try his best in this matter. The happy students were very happy that self-study was finally over. Everyone leaving school said goodbye to each other and went home. A stern man in a black business suit asked young Master Wang, which one of them made him angry. Sitting in the leather interior of a luxury car, Jitao responded displeasedly that it was a poor bastard who dared to go against him. The driver asked who was so brave and whether it was necessary to explain to him that he was wrong. The gentleman replied that it was not necessary yet, because they might think about him. Jitao said that they would give him a few more days and then see. Biao listened to him. Meanwhile, Yang Ming sneezed while driving his bicycle. The next day, the young man's classmate was shocked to find him reading a textbook. He asked if he was doing this for the sake of the first beauty. The young man was extremely surprised, because Yang Ming really decided to change. But the young man looked at him silently and was emotionless. He wondered if it was because of Zhaoying or Chen Mengyan. Or is it because he wants to give his father time to calm down? The guy is confused in his thoughts. He discovered a new function of lenses. A young man can see all their contents without flipping through books. He can even read upside-down pages. The young man was delighted by such an interesting function. He confidently said that it would be easier than ever for him on Gakeo. The young man shook his head several times, because he really wanted to drive away these thoughts, because he had made a promise to study. Today he didn't play truant and studied hard, so Meng Yan doesn't have to worry about him. Yang Ming wrote a note to the beauty, after which he crumpled the piece of paper and threw it with a pen towards the girl. At that very moment the girl opened the young man's note. In the note, he wrote that he would study hard for her sake. The girl was tense. She considered this a declaration of love and began to think about how to refuse him. She understood that he might become despondent. The girl's head was ready to explode. Another note flew to her back, in which Ian wrote that he hoped she would keep her promise. Satisfied with himself, Yang Ming walked down the corridor, saying to himself that she did not reject him. It's time to learn from another beauty. Standing in front of Zhao Ying's office, he heard some boyfriend trying to persuade her to have dinner at a restaurant, but the teacher kicked. Yang Ming told himself that beauties don't need flies flying around. He knocked on the door, saying that he was teacher Zhao's student. At that same moment, the confident young man opened the door to the office and entered. He saw the teacher's boyfriend handing her a bouquet of red roses. Yang Ming smiled and told the teacher that he had finally arrived. The dissatisfied man shouted and asked what was the matter and who allowed him to enter. The red-haired teacher sat on a chair, not at all understanding how to explain the situation to the student. The man with the flowers was very unhappy. The young man smiled at the teacher, asking if they could start classes. The evil suitor tried to get his attention, but was ignored. Teacher Zhao asked Teacher Jean to leave because she already had to study with a student. The extremely dissatisfied teacher threw the bouquet out of anger. Yang Ming said with a smile that he was very honored to be alone with Teacher Zhao. She angrily asked him to stop flattering her. Min asked if this man was also a teacher at their school. Zhao replied that this was a physical education teacher, and he would want to take revenge on the young man. The young man asked if he really wanted to lose his job. After all, if a teacher beats a student, this is already a gross violation. The teacher asked to leave this topic. Yang Ming realized that Jin Gang and the head teacher had the same surname. Zhao asked him to come every evening. The teacher reached out and offered to start teaching. After a while she said that the lesson was over, but Ian was shocked. They left the school. It was already night outside, the moon was brightly illuminating the ground, and a light breeze was blowing around. Zhao said the school is very quiet at night, but the teacher was a little upset. She said to herself that she felt awkward walking next to him at such a late hour. The red-haired beauty quickened her pace because she wanted to quickly get rid of the young man's company. Yang Ming was rolling a bicycle and was surprised by her behavior. Inside, the girl wanted to be rude to him, asking him not to catch up with her. The young man asked if she was in a hurry. Zhao replied that she was cold, so she was in a hurry. Unexpectedly, the young man showed concern. He took off his jacket and threw it over the teacher. The girl was pleasantly surprised by his action. The blue-eyed young man asked if the teacher was feeling better now. Teacher Zhaoying looked at him in surprise, saying to herself that she had come to work alone in an unfamiliar city. The girl no longer remembered the last time someone showed concern for her. She thanked the young man. Young people walked discussing personal topics. Yang Ming called her beautiful, but Zhao said that this was unnecessary. Suddenly they were met by two young men. They looked menacing. One of them loudly shouted to the young people that this was a robbery. Yang Ming held his bicycle while standing on the step. Two impudent robbers took sharpened knives from their pockets, threatening the young people. They repeated once again that this was a robbery. Teacher Zhao slightly pressed herself closer to the young man out of fear. Yang Ming took a closer look with the help of his lenses and found that someone was sitting behind the trash can. He saw the man's face behind the trash can. The picture came together, because it turned out that it was Jean Gang. The young man wondered if this pathetic fool really wanted to put on a show where the hero saved the beauty, and at the same time teach him a lesson. The young man showed no fear or timidity. He hugged Zhao, asking the bandits what they wanted to take. One of the idiots asked the other what did Gang Ji order to take. The second one asked not to carry his nonsense, loudly telling the couple to hand over all the money. The young man answered the robbers that they had nothing but their lives. The evil bandits asked them not to lie, and to give up their wallets, phones and everything valuable. Frightened, Zhao invited Yang Ming to give them everything they asked for. But the young man was not timid. He said that they should take it themselves if they want. One of the bandits suggested that they first remove the guy and then deal with the girl. He recalled that Gang Ji ordered them to beat him thoroughly. The big bald man rushed forward and swung his fist at Yang Ming. But the guy was not simple. He immediately kicked the bandit's torso. The faces of the idiots were painted with the fists of a clever boy. They failed to resist him. Yang Ming entertained himself by beating the bandits mercilessly. He raised one of them above himself. The beaten bandits called Gang Ji for help. The cowardly Jean Gang, sitting behind the trash can, told himself that if he came out now, he would be exposed. He told himself that this boy would pay for this. Both helpless robbers were beaten powerfully by one Yang Ming. They sat back to back and cried with black eyes. Yang told Ingxia that it was time for them to go. She asked shouldn't they call the police? The young man said that it would take a long time. Zhao said that she would come on her own, because it was time for him. But the young man insisted on his own, saying that there might be other robbers on her way. After some time they reached her house. The young man embarrassedly asked if Ingxia had a restroom at home. They entered her house and she said that the toilet was behind the nearest door. The young man ran headlong because he wanted to see the beauty's room. The restroom was big. The young man wondered why the light was on in the bathroom. But he stopped thinking about it, because he urgently needed to empty his bowels. The young man enjoyed the fact that he finally felt relief. Ingxia came into the room and asked if he was still defecating. The young man was shocked, because in front of him stood a pink-haired beauty with blue eyes. There was a loud sound. The girl, frightened by the young man, ran away, screaming and calling him a pervert. Yang Ming didn't understand, why was he a pervert if he didn't do anything? She interrupted his process, but he still needs to get home. Zhao Ying, standing in the corridor, did not understand why Xiao Yan was screaming. But at one point she thought that she could be in the shower. The young man's bowel movement was again interrupted. Ingxia burst into the restroom with a loud scream. Entering the room, she told the young man that he needed to leave here immediately. But she was surprised when she saw him. The young man asked to let him do his business, because he couldn't stand it. The girl slammed the door, calling him a pervert. The young man was at a loss. The young man finally finished defecating. After washing his hands, he left the restroom and asked the beauty to show herself. Red-haired Zhao Ying, seeing the young man, said to herself that she had finally come out. The guy looked condescendingly into her eyes. She began to push him into her room, saying that she was sharing this apartment, so he needed to hide in her room. The guy agreed to this adventure. The door slammed behind him. The young man was unhappy, because in one evening 2 girls saw him, but he saw nothing. And all because of the opaque door. At one moment, the pupils of the young man's eyes widened. He told himself that he had completely forgotten about the special power of the lenses. He also said that voyeurism is a shameless act, but they have already seen it, so it will be quite fair. The feeling of conscience calmed down and the young man said that these 2 situations do not count and do not bring anything bad. The red-haired beauty Zhao Ying felt a little awkward. She knocked on the door of the room, waiting for permission to enter. Yang Ming's gaze was dissatisfied. He said to himself that it was so close that he thought he had not been noticed. The young man, using the abilities of his contact lenses, watched what was happening behind the wall. He saw 2 girls standing next to each other. Xiao Yan was surprised when he saw them. She was wearing blue lace lingerie. The girl ran into Ying Tse with a hug. The girls hugged each other tightly and the young man with a bloody nose couldn't believe his eyes. Wang Jitao stood on the staircase. At one point his phone rang. On the phone, Mr. Wang was told that everything was ready. The bandit asked Biao Ji, who should they take care of? He replied that he had not met him, but he had a photograph. Biao ordered to wait for the signal. The bandit with long green hair threw away the cigarette butt and said with a smile and cracked his fingers. He said it wasn't a problem at all. Biao Ji was dressed in a brown business suit with a bow. He saw the young man and began to walk towards him, asking if his name was Yang Ming. The young man, suspecting nothing, replied that it was him. He asked the man who he was. The man radioed that this was definitely the young man. Biao Ji told Yang Ji that someone had ordered a message to be delivered to him. It was said that he should stop, otherwise he would think too much of himself. But the threatening words did not frighten the young man at all. He asked with a smile if he had any questions for him. Biao Ji called the bandit standing behind the tree, with whom the young man had already dealt. The green-haired boy shouted and said that he would grind him into powder, but he did not yet know that this was the same merciless guy. Yang Ming looked devilishly at the guys, and they fell into a stupor. The green-haired guy bowed to Yang Ji, saying that it was a misunderstanding. Ming said that the older brother with glasses said that they should teach him a lesson. Both boys, scared to death, said that it was time for them to go. At that very moment they rushed away with all their might. Biao Ji said that this is impossible, because they agreed. The frightened guy said that they didn't need that 1,000 yuan, and there was no need to insist either. The man in the jacket and glasses realized his loneliness in this situation and began to slowly leave. Yang Ming wondered, who wants to beat him? After thinking about it, he realized that it must be Wang Jitao. Yang became close to Meng Yan and this could anger him. The young man decided that it was worth asking him. The young man entered the school office. The headman was thoughtful. He wondered why Biao didn't call. Yang Ming patted him, asking why he didn't have lunch. The headman replied that he was not hungry. He also asked Ming why he doesn't have lunch at home. The young man replied that no one was home, so he didn't go. He said that they sell delicious baozi behind the school. The elder's behavior was suspicious. The headman was extremely excited and nervous, but did not show it, although sweat was running down his face. Yang Ming finally left the office. He said to himself that he had underestimated Ming, so he would have to come up with a new plan. He smiled insidiously and said that he wanted to deprive the guy of everything. At dinner, his father told Yang Ming that his grades had improved a lot. He and his mother talked about visiting Teacher Zhao with gifts. Yang replied that it was not worth it, because Teacher Zhao was no longer there. But he fell silent. He said to himself that she was his sworn sister, but he couldn't tell them that. The guy told his father that he could treat the teacher to lunch. His father asked him to find a good restaurant and handed him money. Sitting in class, the young man did not understand the task. He decided that he needed to ask Meng Yan. Someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. The young man drew attention to him, asking what he needed. Wang Jitao smirked, saying that he wanted to apologize to him. Blue-eyed Yang Ming asked warily, did he understand him correctly? He began to think to himself, what was this vile guy up to? Continuous chatter began. Jitao said that what happened in the morning was his fault, because he was jealous of Chen Mengyan and acted rashly. He said that he wanted not to be tormented by his conscience. He said that he had already reserved a table at the restaurant. Yang Ming said that he had classes with teacher Zhao. He said to himself that the rich eat at the Heaven and Earth restaurant, why not go there at Jitao's expense? He still agreed to go. The young people parted ways on a good note. Yang Ming continued to study. He asked Meng Yan to help him solve the problem, but the insidious Wang Jitao realized that the young man was on his hook. His insidious and vile soul rejoiced at that moment. Excited, Meng Yan asked Yang Ming what they were talking about. The guy replied that Van wanted to invite him to dinner. The wary girl called him a braggart, asking him to tell the truth. The guy replied that he asked him to stay away from her. The girl said that it is now correct. She asked him not to lie and asked what question he had. Ming told himself that it was difficult to be honest. The teacher said that his results were getting better. Yang said that he devotes all his time to Ying Chia. Dissatisfied, Ying asked if he was thinking about something vulgar just now. The young man tried to calm her down, saying that he was joking. The teacher said that looking at his progress, she wanted to treat him with delicious food. He said that she already teaches him for free, so he will refuse. Zhao said that then he could pay for their dinner. The young man agreed. After some time, the young people were already in the restaurant. It was already dark outside. There was a plate of delicious noodles with meat on the table. Zhao asked if it was clean here. Yang Ming replied that it was clean and cheap. One of the men said that the young man was right, and the young lady, it seemed, was not local. Red-haired teacher Zhao's eyes bulged and her face turned red in shock. The young man smiled, and the man said that he understood everything. Yang asked her not to be angry, because the owner said the first thing that came to mind. Zhao asked if he thought she was ashamed to be his girlfriend. The young people walked, talking about their own topics. Suddenly, a stern man with a scar on his face appeared from around the corner. At that very moment, he pulled out a knife with a shout, ordering the young people not to move and to give him everything valuable. He threatened to kill the couple. Yang Ming looked into his eyes sternly, showing no fear. He said to himself that he was 80% sure that he would have defeated him one-on-one. The young man realized that it was better not to get involved in a fight and to obey the robber. He took out several bills from his pocket. The robber watched with a smile as 200 yuan freely fell to the ground. Frightened, Zhao Ying squatted behind Yang Ming. The robber with the scar told the boy that he was free and could leave here. At the same time, he looked at the girl. The young couple began to leave. But the bandit said that he only allowed the guy to leave, but did not allow the girl to leave. Zhao froze in fear, but Yang Ming was not going to leave the girl in trouble. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he angrily asked the bandit what he wanted from her, but the bastard, holding a knife in his hand, asked, "Is it not clear to him?" He told the boy that he need not be afraid, because he would let her go as soon as he was finished. The young man stood confidently on his feet and angrily looked at his opponent. He asked Zhao to run away. The girl was very excited. Confident in his abilities, Yang Ming was angry. He began to run towards the enemy. The bastard swung a knife at him, but the bladed weapon did not frighten the boy at all. He did not allow the enemy to hit him, and delivered a powerful blow to his jaw. The enemy jumped back several steps from the blow. He shouted that he would kill the boy. But Yang Ming decided to finish him off and delivered a powerful kick, after which a spinning kick was thrown. The young man's stretch was excellent. The enemy began to spit blood. At that same moment, the impudent robber fell unconscious. No one can stand up after a Yang-style flying kick. The young man approached the unconscious bandit to examine him. He found money in his jacket that was obviously stolen. The young man wondered if Ingxia had run away. She was sitting behind a trash can. Yang Ming wondered if the bandit was tired after looting so much. Zhao Ying looked out from behind the trash can. She was extremely scared. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, saying that she scared him to death. At that same second, the girl threw herself into his arms with all her might. The guy did not miss the opportunity to look at her. The girl said with tears in her eyes that she was very scared. She asked Yang Ming if he was okay. The guy said it was nothing, but he had a cut on his face from the fight. He asked what if he couldn't get married because of this. Zhao Ying was angry with him. She said that he was bleeding, but he was still joking. She asked if he could be a little serious. The young man said that he was not joking, because he was worried about the future. Ingxia said that in the future she will be his wife, but now she needs to rush to the hospital. The guy abruptly suggested going to her house. Zhao wondered what she had just promised him, and what if he didn't want it and refused. Yang Ming said that there was no need to go to the hospital because of some scratch, she could just apply it at home. He asked if she was thinking something strange, but Zhao Ying exclaimed angrily that she was actually worried about him, and not thinking about something strange. The young man waved his hand and stopped a taxi. Within a minute, the young people sat in the back seat of the car in order to go home to the girl. The taxi driver asked Yang Ming what was wrong with his face and whether they had run into trouble. The young man smiled, saying that they had run into a robber. The driver told the young lady that the guy loved her very much, since he showed himself as a man in the face of danger. We still need to look for such men. Ying drove these thoughts away from herself, because he is her student, and when he graduates he will forget her. Ian told the taxi driver that they had been attacked twice already. The taxi driver said that she is a very beautiful girl, but you can't blame her for that. He advised us not to go out so late at night and gave us his business card. He told Yang Ming that he liked him. The man introduced himself as Kuan-ji and said that if they needed to go somewhere, they could call him. The taxi driver delivered the passengers to their desired location. The young man asked how much they owe. The driver asked them to go home and take care of the wound. Yang thanked him and said that his name was Yang Ming, a student at 4th Central High School. He suggested meeting in his free time. When leaving, the driver said that they would definitely meet, and that the young man was a very pleasant person. He suggested having a drink together another time. The young couple looked at the driver leaving with a smile. Yang Ming invited Zhao Ying to come home. The couple entered the room. Ingxia knocked on the door several times. She asked Xiao Yan to open the door for them. The young man stood next to her. The door opened slightly with a slight creak. Behind her stood the pink-haired beauty Xiao Yan, who behaved carefully. She wiped her sleepy eyes. Since she had just woken up, Xiao asked why Zhao didn't take the key. Extremely stunned, Yang Ming fell into a stupor and opened his mouth wide. Blood was gushing from his nose. Zhao Ying was surprised by his behavior. Blood was dripping from the young man's nose. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Xiao Yan also realized the awkwardness of the situation and fell into a stupor. The girl called the young man a pervert and quickly left. Zhao asked Yang to wash his face with soap, and then she applied ointment to the wound. After a while, Yang Ming went home, upset. He said to himself that she didn't even offer tea. He called the girls heartless. The young man thought about his own thoughts as he passed by the establishment. People on the street danced and talked about their own topics. Ian didn't pay attention to it. Suddenly a hand touched his jacket. The young man noticed this. The girl shyly asked him for forgiveness. The blue-eyed beauty continued to pull his jacket, and at the same time look into his eyes. Yang Ming asked her what is it. The girl's face turned red because she was very shy. Her bangs covered her eyes. The girl asked him, but didn't tell him until the end. The young man was surprised. He asked the girl if she wanted to tell him something. He didn't understand what was going on. The girl's heart was beating fast with excitement, and her face was still very red. She couldn't answer the guy, but at one moment she still gathered her strength. The beauty, clenching her fists, asked if he wanted to spend the night with her. These words shocked the young man, because the stranger he had just met invites him to spend the night together. Yang Ming tried to analyze her. He told himself that this couldn't be true. She looked innocent. The young man told himself that he was clearly lucky. The blue-eyed girl said with tears in her eyes that in that case, he would charge 3,000 yuan. She really asked to give her this money. She was very embarrassed, but she said that 3,000 would be enough for her. The young man was stunned. Continuing to cry, the girl said that this was her first time. Yang Ming was in a daze and just looked at her silently. He coughed slightly and asked the girl, "That is she still a girl?" The girl replied that it was so. Tears continued to flow from her eyes. Yang Ming asked why she was going through this if it was her first time. He asked if she needed money. The girl continued to sob. Looking the young man in the eye, she said that she really needed money. The young man tried to calm her down, asking her to stop crying. He promised to buy her only if she explained the situation. The girl said her father was hit by a car and the driver ran away. They don't have money for treatment, and the hospital said they don't provide free treatment. In tears, the girl grabbed the guy by the hands and raised his hand to her. She begged to buy it. In the young man's head, the angel opposed the demon. On the one hand, he is not a lustful animal. The young man made a quick decision. He took out a wad of money and handed it to the girl, asking her to take it. The girl wiped away her tears, being extremely surprised. She didn't expect the money to come to her so easily. Min asked to take this money for his father's treatment and never return to this place. The girl took the money and began to leave. Xiaoyun recalled being told that her cousin would be going to college soon, so there was no money for her. And the doctor shouted that without money her father would not be helped. With tears in her eyes, she quietly thanked the young benefactor who had helped her in this terrible situation. The young man yawned as he walked along the school corridor. Ingqia stood with 2 police officers. The young man asked her what was happening. Teacher Zhao said that the young man had finally arrived. She told the young man that the police wanted to talk to him. One of the police officers asked the young man if he was Yang Ming. The young man confirmed his identity, asking what he needed. The policeman introduced himself as an investigator from the Criminal Investigation Department. He showed his ID, asking the young man to follow them to the station. Chen Fei told Yang Ming that he was suspected of being involved in a murder case. The young man was stunned by this statement. Zhao stood up for the guy. She asked with a shout, "Weren't they just going to ask a couple of questions?" The girl said she wouldn't let them take him. At that very moment, Yang Ming came to his senses slightly. He shouted and asked if they had made a mistake and who had he killed. The policeman said that they would sort it all out at the station. He asked the teacher not to interfere with the performance of their duties. Yang Ming asked Ingqia not to worry and go home. He said he didn't do anything wrong, so he's sure the investigation will clear everything up. The weather was sunny outside. Yang Ming, meanwhile, was in the interrogation room. The policeman began the interrogation. A number of questions were addressed to the young man. During the investigation, his age, gender and occupation were determined. The young man said that he lives in a complex for factory workers. The investigator asked the guy what he did last night. Min said he studied with the teacher and then they went to eat noodles at a cafe. The red-haired station employee was stern. She exclaimed angrily, telling the young man to get to the point. The young man was silent, and she continued to look at him angrily, saying that she was addressing him. To himself, the guy called her an old maid. The investigator asked the guy to continue the story. The woman climbed onto the table, screaming and asking what happened to his memory and manners. The young man said that they ate beef and noodles. He asked the woman to watch how her boss behaved and learn from him. These words angered the red-haired assistant investigator even more. She tried to control herself. The chief said that the young man was right. He yelled at the girl, saying that when interrogating suspects it is unacceptable to get angry, otherwise nothing will come out. He told the guy he could continue. Yang Ming said that after eating beef noodles, they went home but met a robber. The investigator said the man had no signs of life. A forensic scientist confirmed that he suffocated from bleeding in his lungs. After hearing this, Yang Ming fell into a stupor. A revolution took place in his heart and head. He realized that he had killed a man. He excitedly asked the police officer if they had been able to identify the murdered man. The police officer replied that they have already started the investigation process, but at the moment there are no results. He asked Xia So to ask about it. She mockingly told Yang Ming that he now knew fear. She advised him to thoroughly enjoy his remaining time in freedom, but suddenly another employee burst through the door. She exclaimed that the murdered man was wanted for robbery and murder. The girl also exclaimed that perhaps Yang Ming's actions were legitimate self-defense. Xia So was hit by the door and flew towards the young man. She fell straight onto the young man and covered his face with her body. Ming tried to say that if she stood up from him, he would suffocate. The girl accidentally fell on him. The guy was holding on to her, and she was complaining of a headache because she had hit herself when she fell. The guy continued to lie on the floor. I asked her why she was so heavy. The red-haired policewoman came to realize the situation. She blushed with anger, but could not find the words. Tears flowed from her eyes. She immediately jumped to the side and shouted, calling the young man shameless. She also hit him in the face with her palm. The investigator asked for forgiveness for taking up his time. He said there was a reward for his action and he would discuss it with his boss. The boss told Xia Shui that she should take him back to school. The girl refused, but the boss reminded her of her attendance, and she immediately agreed. After a while, Yang Ming was sitting in the school office. He got very seasick because old woman Shui drives the car a lot. Meng Yan asked the young man what happened to his face. Did he really fight again? Min replied that he worked so hard on his studies that he caught a cold last night. The girl leaned her face towards him, saying that she could examine him. The young man replied that he was sick and only her kiss would heal him. Nine Chen Meng Yan immediately became very worried. Her face turned red and tears streamed down her cheeks. She didn't know what to answer, so she slapped the guy in the face. Running out of the office, she screamed and asked the young man, when will he stop joking like that? The young man silently held his injured cheek. Chen began to think, maybe she is demanding too much from him. She wondered if he joked like that with everyone. The girl decided to return and apologize. Yang Ming was rocking on his chair in the office. He said to himself that Meng Yan would definitely have to apologize, so he had better wait for her. Suddenly the young man felt someone's presence. It turned out that it was Wang Jitao. He scared the guy's chair and leaned back. At the last moment before falling to the floor, Yang Ming managed to grab Jitao's tie. They both fell anyway. With an angry cry, the young man asked Van why to appear so silently. He replied that he just wanted to remind him about dinner on Saturday. Suddenly, Meng Yan ran into the office and exclaimed that she had just realized how wrong she was. She found the guys sitting on the floor. The girl asked with particular surprise what they were doing. She understood everything completely differently from how it really was. The guys understood her thoughts and unanimously exclaimed that everything was not as she thought. Meng Yan apologized for disturbing her. She began to run away from the office, finally shouting that she regretted it. Her skirt was rising with speed. Teacher Zhao stood outside the door. Yang Ming attacked Jitao, asking if he really wanted to ruin his reputation. Van asked him not to get excited. Teacher Ing entered the office. Ming nervously exclaimed to Ing Chia that he didn't know exactly what she thought, but it was definitely not what she thought. Zhao was amazed by what she saw. The young people were in a restaurant. Yang Ming thanked the headman for the invitation. Jitao suggested drinking 1 glass each. He admitted that he was wrong last time and said that he would drink as an apology. Ming decided to support him, but to the young man, the elder's behavior seemed suspicious. The strong vodka made his head spin and his body burned. Jitao offered to drink and eat. Yang Ming told him to drink to the bottom. He said to himself that no one could outdrink him. Suddenly the young man stood up from the table. He opened a bottle of strong vodka and began to drink it without stopping. At that same moment, an empty bottle lay on the floor. The young man was not in good health. He was sitting on a chair unconscious because he had drunk too much. Wang Jitao patted him on the face, saying that the young man knew how to drink and if he had not added a few things, he would probably have collapsed before him. Holding the unconscious Yang Ming by the face, he said quietly that he was truly seeking death since he became his rival. The young man stretched tiredly, telling the bodyguard that he also drank too much. He ordered to act according to plan. The guards took Min in their arms. They followed their boss. After a while, Wang Jitao said that they were there. He showed them a place for the young man. He told the bodyguards to carry the young man, undress him and throw him into the bed. The young man was still unconscious. One of the guards said that it was a pity to give him such a girl. Wang asked what he thought the police would check first. Jitao said that it was time for them to go. He asked Biao if he had checked his medicine. Biao asked Wang what happened to his face. Yang Ming finally woke up. He was sweaty and wondered why he was so hot and dizzy. The guy smelled a delicious aroma. He stood up and became alert. A young man was lying on a bed with a girl. He wondered where he was. Min wondered where this girl came from and why was she blindfolded. The young man decided that it was just a dream. The young man stood up and tried to figure out where he was. The blindfolded girl suddenly felt pain. She couldn't understand why she was in pain, but Yang Ming said he would do everything possible to help the girl. The girl continued to scream. Jitao, standing outside the door, told Biao to call the police and report to him later. He also told me to take a good photo. Blue-eyed Yang Ming was trying to help the girl at this time. Xiao Shui poured milk for the cat, cursing Yang Ming. Because of him, the chief ordered her to be on duty, because the police car was speeding yesterday. The girl was distracted from feeding the animal when her work phone suddenly rang. The phone was ringing off the hook. She picked up the phone and said it was the police station. She was told by phone that an incident had happened. Xiao asked for more details. The girl on the phone said that she was a waitress at the Heaven and Earth restaurant, and when she passed by the room, she heard the girl's cries for help. She said that the guest from room 315, being drunk, probably raped the girl. The police immediately rushed to the scene. Within a short period of time, a police car was at the restaurant. The employees headed to the entrance to the building. The two employees walked in front, and Xiao Shui walked behind them. The clatter of shoes was loud and a little hard on the ears. Shui kicked down the door. At that very moment, she began to wring Yang Ming's hands, and another employee calmed the victim down. The young man was angry with this behavior of the police. He clenched his teeth and shouted, asking her to let go of his hands. Xiao Shui screamed and told him that he had committed a crime. She said that it would be interesting to see what he had to say in his defense. The young man did not understand what was happening around him. He wondered what was happening. Wasn't he sleeping? Xiao angrily told him that sleep was a bad excuse. She knew that he was a bad person, even though Chief Chen praised him. Yang Ming wondered excitedly, did he really harm this girl? The young man realized that this was the work of Wang Jitao. Within a short time, the suspect was taken to the interrogation room at the police station. He sat in front of Chief Chen again. The chief looked at him sternly. He asked Yang Ming what kind of antics this was. The young man tried to find words to justify himself. The guy began to prove that he ate and drank with a classmate, then passed out, and after that his body was on fire and everything was swimming in his eyes. He said he was set up. The boss asked if he really meant to say that something had been slipped on him. He said that first he would send the young man for analysis. He asked the guy to defecate in a cup, saying that after that he would send Shui to take it for analysis. The girl said the victim has been interviewed. When I entered the office, I was extremely surprised, because the young man was holding a glass with his own urine. She called him shameless. But Chief Chen stood up for the guys, saying that they had to knock when entering. He ordered a sample to be taken from the guy's hands. At that very moment the girl angrily said that she did not want to do this. The guy was disgusting to her. Chen ordered to put aside emotions at work. He said she better do her job duties well. Xiao Shui looked at the young man with contempt as she took the sample from his hands for analysis. The young man wondered why this fierce look on her part. Yang Ming told Officer Xiao that her hand was shaking too much. The sample may spill. He pushed her hand lightly and the contents dripped onto her. The policewoman could hardly restrain her outbursts of anger. She stated that she would not trifle with a man like him. As she left, she said that in a few days they would see who would laugh. Yang Ming wondered why this scene was so familiar to him. Suddenly, Xiao Shui slipped. The glass with the sample for analysis flew out of her hands, and the girl herself fell to the floor. The boss and Yang Ming were shocked. The girl was still sitting on the floor, complaining of pain. The young man shouted at the girl, because this was proof of his innocence. Xiao said to herself that if his life was ruined, it would be her fault. The boss reminded the guy that he had filled 2 glasses and sent the girl home. The guy was stunned, because he had completely forgotten about the second glass. When Xiao Shui heard about the second sample cup, her anger towards Yang Ming was indescribable. She jumped up and swung her fist at the young man with all her might, shouting that he would now die from her blow. But the young man was completely calm. He quite calmly grabbed her hand during the blow. Xiao was at a loss. The young man acted according to his own knowledge. He pressed the area near the shoulder and sharply pulled the girl's arm. Xiao Shui screamed in pain. She suddenly bent down in front of the young man. Yang Ming said that he learned this from her. The girl still had her but turned towards the young man. She screamed for him to let her go immediately. From pain, she burst into 3 streams of tears, calling the young man a moron. She kept telling him to let go of her hand. Chief Chen slammed his palm on the table, angrily shouting for Yang Ming to let the girl go immediately. Xiao Shui squatted down and continued to sob. Her hand went limp from pain. Ian tried to justify himself to her, but the girl looked at him fiercely. The girl didn't answer him. She got up in tears and began to leave the room, holding her sore hand. Yang Ming began to apologize to Chief Chen, saying that he had miscalculated his strength. The chief said he would talk her down and then take over his case. He said that he would take his data for analysis. But he needs to be mentally prepared for the fact that even if he is clean, the fact of the crime remains. Blue-eyed Yang Ming looked into Investigator Chen's eyes, saying that he had everything figured out. The young man's soul felt lousy. The young man stayed overnight at the station. It's morning. Chief Chen woke up Yang Ming, who was sleeping on the chair. He said that the test results confirmed that he had taken a certain drug, but this was not enough to blame Wang Jitao. He expressed sympathy, saying that all that remains is to wait for the court's decision. Yang Ming asked if he could meet that girl to apologize. The boss replied that this was impossible, but promised to tell her about the situation and ask for forgiveness. He told the guy that life is long. After just a short time, the young man was locked behind prison bars. He looked at the floor, trying to comprehend everything that was happening. Around the newly minted prisoner sitting on the bed, stood 4 already experienced prisoners. One of them asked the cold-blooded guy why he was imprisoned. He understood that the young man was apparently here for the first time, but Yang Ming did not give any answer to his question. The second prisoner shouted and told him that he had to answer when Brother Bao spoke to him, but the guy wasn't scared at all. He got up from the bed, telling the bristly Bao that he was not in the mood, and asked not to interfere with him. The bristly prisoner became angry after such an impudent answer. He said that this guy has character. Angrily, he swung his huge fist at the fragile-looking young man, angrily saying that now he would show him. But appearances can often be deceiving. The deft boy managed to dodge the blow and struck the man in the rib with his elbow. It hit Brother Bao right in the solar plexus. The bristly prisoner immediately fell to his knees, trying to get air into his mouth. The young man asked if he still wanted a fight. The prisoner called him brother, saying that he did not immediately understand who he was dealing with. He called the guys strong. He asked for forgiveness and introduced himself as Bao Sanli. He asked the guy's name. Yang Ming introduced himself, asking next time without any misunderstandings. The guy lay down on the bed, telling Brother Bao that he was here for the first time and still didn't understand much. Sanli replied that he could rely on him. The weather was sunny outside. Yang Ming was lying on the grass wearing a white shirt, and was awakened by the ringing of church bells. He heard a familiar voice. The young man realized that it was the voice of his beloved Chen Mengyan. He saw her happy in a white wedding dress. The young man was extremely tense. He didn't understand why he lost his voice, and his body didn't move at all. The beloved man of Mengyan told his beloved that it was time for them to go to the next place for photo shoots. Yang Ming tried to figure out who it was. He realized that it was Wang Jitao. He asked his beloved if she was not ashamed of the person looking at her from behind. The girl continued to kiss her beloved. She looked at Yang Ming, saying that he was a beggar. She asked her beloved to give him money. Jitao called her his blessing. The young man's face turned blue from shock. The pain in his soul and heart was indescribable. He looked at all this with particular surprise. The guy desperately looked at the floor, telling himself that all this is impossible. Meng Yan cannot be with Wang Jitao. He considered it a dream. Behind him appeared an innocent girl whom he had ruined her life. She told him that she hated him and he should die. But Yang Ming, concerned about this, turned around and told the girl that it was not his fault. He tried to prove his innocence. Suddenly Ingxia appeared and asked if he had not promised that she would be his wife in the future. She said she was disappointed in him. Xiao Shui put a gun to his head. She called him a real scum of society. The young man began to cry, but still could not speak. With tears in his eyes, he heard strange singing. It sounded disgusting. Min told himself that it was impossible to listen to him. The young man jumped up screaming in fear. It turned out that, fortunately, it was all a dream. The bearded old man held his leg. The guy told the gray-haired old man that he was holding his leg. But the man continued to sing, not paying attention. Yang Ming asked Brother Bao, what happened to this old man? He replied that he had problems with his head, and that he had probably gone completely crazy. The young man asked in bewilderment, it turns out that this old man, hugging his leg, thinks it's a guitar. Bao asked him not to worry. He said that the old man would sing a few songs and go to bed. The main thing was not to resist. But suddenly the old man with a headache left the young man's leg, because the guy did not listen to the advice and removed his leg. The old man's gaze was directed directly at the young man. It was as if he saw him as a threat. At the same moment, the crazy old man attacked the guy. He grabbed his leg and struck it with his elbow. Yang Ming screamed in pain with all his might. The young man screamed in pain. He shouted and asked Brother Bao what was happening and where did the old man even come from. Bao told him that he warned him not to resist. They can't help him. He asked him not to twitch, because the old man was just singing a song. The guy exclaimed angrily that the old man was singing the king's touching song. He threatened the old man that if he did not stop, then he could not vouch for himself. The mad old man's musical concert continued for some time. Although the young man tried to resist, he failed. After a while, the breathless Yang Ming said to himself that it was finally over. He recognized the old man as strong. He almost broke all his bones. The tired young man passed out immediately after finishing the old man's game. The old man yawned and looked at the sleeping boy. The prison guard ordered the rise. He ordered all prisoners to get out of bed immediately. Yang Ming was surprised, because in the morning the body does not hurt. The old man was furious last night, but now it was as if nothing had happened. It all seemed strange. Bao Xinli hugged the boy with a smile, saying that he needed to go have breakfast and then work. Ian agreed with him. Bao said that this prison has the best food he has ever been to. The young man said that he had a lot of experience. Suddenly someone shouted to the old man. One of the prisoners angrily said that the old man was eating too much, but there was nothing left for them. He asked if he was afraid of choking. The prisoner called him careless and caught the bun that the old man dropped. He mockingly asked him to pick it up and eat it. Yang Ming saw all these taunts towards the elderly man. He, holding a steamed bun in his hand, asked the prisoner to come to him. At that same moment, the guy grabbed the scoundrel by the jaw, intending to stuff the bun into his mouth. He said that now he would eat it himself. He began to stuff or roll into the prisoner's mouth until his face turned blue. Min told him that he wanted to eat, so let him enjoy it. The guy finished with the reprisal and began to silently leave. But his colleague stood up for the offended prisoner and asked the young man to stop. The confident young man turned around, asking what he wanted. But the prisoner got scared and said it was nothing. Yang Ming walked up to the long-haired old man and said that he took one extra man too. He handed the bun to him and asked him to eat. The elderly man turned out to be very calm. He reached for the bun and thanked the young man. The prisoner with purple hair told the guy that he was kind. He also said that the old man was still very poor and unhappy. Yang Ming said that he thought it was unfortunate that he was still imprisoned at an old age. He asked how the old man got here. The prisoner replied that the old man's name was Wan Tian, when he was number 1 in Songjiang, but his wife and another man set him up, and now he is here. Ian thanked the prisoner for his story and said that he would be on his way. He said to himself that all the problems are because of women. The young man left, and the prisoner grinned slightly, saying to himself that this guy was quite interesting. The weather was sunny outside. There was a clear blue sky above the police station. The victim sat under interrogation by Officer Miss Xia. She was very nervous, trying to start a conversation. She told Miss she didn't want to know who he was. The girl said that she was afraid, but even if she found out who he was, nothing would change. Xiao Shui asked her to just take the form. She said that she understood her condition, but she had to confirm it. The worried girl agreed to the officer's request. She looked at the photo and was stunned. She exclaimed, "Why is it him?" Xiao asked if she knew him. The girl said she knew. She said to herself that he was not like that at all, and he had definitely been set up. The blue-eyed girl said to herself that this young man helped her when she was in trouble, and now she will help him. She felt awkward, but told Miss Xia that she wanted to ask something. She asked if it was possible not to sentence Yang Ming to prison. Xiao Shui slammed the table and angrily told the girls that he did a disgusting thing and she was saying such nonsense. The girl said that she had already forgiven him and that he had helped her before, and he was also framed. She emphasized that he is a good person. Miss Xia said that a good person would never do such a thing. The excited girl asked what he did. Xiao Shui said to herself that she almost spilled the beans. She said that in any case, the girl should think it over. She asked what their relationship was. The girl looked down shyly. She quietly asked Madame Xia to consider her Yang Ming's girlfriend. The officer said that she would report to Captain Cheng, and let them sort it out themselves. The girl thanked Miss upsetly. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was fighting with the prisoners in the prison. He kicked straight into the bald prisoner's jaw. Brother Bao shouted and asked if he needed help. The prisoners wanted to destroy the guy. But Yen loudly replied that he would beat 10 more. The young man performed a trick. In flight, he performed a split, thereby neutralizing 2 prisoners with a blow to the jaw. Blood flowed from the prisoners' mouths in an endless stream. One after another they fell to the ground. No one was able to resist him. One of the prisoners shouted to Brother Bao and Yang to stop because the police were arriving. A woman's leg stuck out of the car. A confident woman got out of the car. She said that she just went out to buy some things, and then this happened. The woman ordered to tell about what was happening. One of the prisoners asked Brother Bao to let him go, because the commander-in-chief had arrived. Shinli said that he would tell everything himself. He fell to the ground and began to tell her in tears that he had come to watch films, and this bald man called people and they almost killed him. The commander-in-chief ordered to behave normally and not call her any name. She asked who Yang Ming was, saying that he should come with her. The young prisoner followed the commander-in-chief on her orders. They went to her apartment, where she was drinking tea on the sofa. She said that she had to punish him, but Captain Chen asked her to take care of him. But the young man continued to cause problems even here. The young man immediately decided to try to justify himself, but suddenly he heard a rustling sound. The commander-in-chief did something completely unexpected for him. She kicked him in the head. Yang Ming was surprised by the speed of her strike. She said that she hated being interrupted and asked her to call her sister Xia from now on. She also advised not to fight with these amateurs anymore. The young man could not move, his body seemed to be entangled in a boa constrictor. Xia said that there was no more business for him, so he could get up. Yang said to himself that this woman is very dangerous, and she has a strange personality. She asked him not to make such a pitiful face and offered his hand. The young man realized that he should stay away from her. The sister asked if he was still afraid of her. But the young man looked at her, thanking her for everything. He said that he could already get up. The matron said that she had good news for him, namely that he would be released soon. The young man could not believe his ears. She said the girl retracted her statement. She also asked to go back and clean up, because Captain Chen would come for him soon. Yang Ming was very happy and thanked his sister for the wonderful news. He turned to her because he wanted to say something else. The young man was uncomfortable. He said it was a small thing for her, but he just wanted to tell her something. He said that he would like to ask Sister Xia to keep an eye on his old and unfortunate cellmate who has no relatives. Xia said that she would follow him, and this time, because of his nobility, she would let him get away with it. The young man suddenly sneered. At that same moment, the commander-in-chief's sister turned around and slammed the young man into the wall. The young man was dumbfounded. She looked condescendingly into his eyes, asking him to remember that he should not drool when talking to her. She also said that secondly, the next time they met, she would not tolerate his cowardly appearance. The young man said that he understood everything. Xia whispered that, however, she was looking forward to his gaffe. Yang Ming promised not to make mistakes and asked her to massage her foot a little higher. The young man asked to be allowed to leave. He said to himself that this girl was too scary, incomprehensible, and her character was strange. It's no wonder that the correctional period here is the highest in the city, and that Brother Bao began to play dumb as soon as he saw her. Yang Ming called it all a disaster and decided to run away quickly. Xia shouted after him to run slower and not stumble. The man in the white suit told Sister Xia that their little brother seemed to be doing well here, but still he said that, however, it seems to him that this time they went too far in relation to him. However, he did not faint and his body quickly regained mobility. The younger brother doesn't seem polite because he didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Blonde Xia fantasized and said that next time she would have time to do everything. The man hit her, asking her to listen more carefully. The girl got angry and asked who needed his boring comments. Has he completely lost his shame? She asked him to get down to business. She still kicked him right in the jaw because he dared to hit her on the head. The man threatened that now she would finish the game. The girl continued to throw punches at the man, screaming that she wanted nothing more than to kill him. The man shouted that she was crazy, but suddenly the gray-haired old man grabbed the girl by the leg, saying that they were both already adults, but they were behaving inappropriately. He asked if they would like it if he showed how to bully the younger ones. The man asked the master to let them go first. The master asked if Xiao Lin really ate sweets, because she got heavier, and Xiao Jun smoked again, because she smells smoke a kilometer away. He smiled and asked them to eat less next time. He also said that he is always ready to help them. Lin was upset in her heart because of the ice cream, and June was upset because of the cigar. But they still tried to smile, even though the young man had a black eye. The old master got up from his chair, saying that so many years have passed, but how many people still remember him? Thunder rumbled outside the window. The old man said that he, the king of murderers, is remembered by many. He said it was worth leaving out the news that he was still alive. Smoking in the rain, he said that they could come and play hide and seek. It will remain to be seen who will find whom first. Captain Chen took Yang Ming away. They both apologized for the trouble and said goodbye to her. The young man asked the captain for forgiveness for having to pick him up in the rain. The policeman asked him to be more careful in future. Yang asked the captain why that girl considers herself his girlfriend. He suggested we talk in the car. Xiao asked her to stop worrying about him. The upset girl asked Officer Xiao Shui to leave quickly. Miss asked if everything was all right with the girl. The girl said to herself that now she and Yang Ming count. The young man sneezed and wondered if some girl had really said again that he was good. Wang Jitao played the piano in his mansion. He said that we still need to rehearse. The maid said that Madame Meng Yan would be touched. He happily said that he would get it because Yang Ming would not cause any more trouble. The maid agreed with him and handed him the ringing phone. Over the phone, the young gentleman was told that Ming had been released from prison, with all charges dropped. Jitao was shocked. He asked how it happened. The man replied that he heard this from a friend, and that girl was not going to press charges. The young master threw the phone on the ground. He cursed and called Min a damn monster. He didn't understand why this guy was so lucky. The liberated Yang Ming, in turn, went to school. The weather was great outside. The young man said to himself that he did not think that he could return here. It is not known whether the bastard Jitao chatted about him. Suddenly the young man heard a sweet and familiar female voice. He turned around and said good morning to Meng Yan. The girl angrily asked where he had been. She said that she would stop hanging out with him if he behaved like that. The young man realized that Van had kept silent. Yang Ming smiled and told the girl that he was sick and had a headache, but he felt better as soon as he saw Meng Yan. She said he was talking nonsense. The guy said that beautiful things always lift your spirits. Wang Jitao suddenly greeted them. He told Min that exams were coming soon and he shouldn't be lazy. The guy thanked the young man for his concern and said that he had a cold and would not attend classes. Jitao asked why this politeness, because they have been sworn brothers since that evening. Ian asked what happened after he got drunk. Wang replied that he asked someone to take him upstairs to rest. He said he would deal with them if they didn't take care of him. Yang Ming laughed and said that he asked just out of curiosity. But he decided to himself that he would take revenge for the care of this bastard. Wang Jitao apologized for his carelessness and invited him to drink again. The young man said that he would come because he could not refuse the respected elder. Meng Yan looked at them displeasedly and asked why they were stuck to each other early in the morning. But they said that it's not like that at all. She told Yang Ming that tomorrow was the entrance exam for the 4 schools. Everything seemed strange to her, because before they could fight, but now they are friends. Wang Jitao invited the young man to go to class together, but the young man refused. He said that first he needed to go to the toilet. Yang Ming said to himself that revenge is a dish best served cold. Van said that he was lucky for the last time. Their paths diverged. It was already dark outside. The bright moon illuminated the earth, and the young man was in additional classes with teacher Zhao Ying. The teacher finished checking the young man's work. She used a red pen to mark the score, but at one point, she said to Yang Ming with a smile that she thought this was the end of after-hours classes. The young man was surprised. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked why this was so. Did he write the test poorly and anger the teacher? Ing Chia asked him to be more confident and asked him to look at the result. The young man was stunned, because the number was 138. Yang Ming exclaimed that it might be a coincidence, because he still couldn't solve everything. Ing asked if he really thinks that her classes are not helping, but the confused guy replied that he didn't mean that at all. He tried to compose himself and find the right words. Ing Chia said it was time to go home. She also said that he needed to improve in other subjects besides math. The bell rang at school. Students were asked to put down their pens as the exam time was over. Yang Ming saw Meng Yan in the corridor. The happy young man ran up to her and asked about her exam. The surprised girl said that she, as always, asked how he was doing. Yang Ming said that the exam was easy. Meng Yan said that he makes her jealous with his good progress in studies. The young man said that he should thank her for her strict supervision, because if it weren't for her, a loser like him would definitely have given up. The girl asked him not to be so verbose. She said that it was her responsibility as a prefect to keep an eye on him. Meng Yan said she would go home to do her homework. Yang Ming suggested that we go for a walk, because it's good to freshen up after the exam. The persistent young man did not back down and tried to persuade her. In the end, the girl agreed to his proposal. Yang began to pretend to be a young man and told her that he would do whatever Her Highness wanted. The young man gave her his hand, and the girl giggled shyly. The young man took the girl by her tender palm. His action greatly surprised the sweet girl. Out of excitement, she began to run forward, asking him not to fool around and quickly go for a walk. Yang asked her not to run so fast. Meng Yan asked herself why she was so excited. Was it an accidental touch? She said she wouldn't wait for him if he was fooling around. While walking, Yang Ming told her that there once was a guy, his name was Neil, he was secretly in love with a girl named Valia, and one day they turned into someone. The young man asked her to guess who they had turned into. Surprised, Meng Yan asked to tell her, because she couldn't guess, but at one point she asked the young man to wait a second. The young man looked at her condescendingly. The girl decided to buy something from the seller. Yang Ming said to himself that he never thought that she would buy things from a vendor on the roadside. She asked the guy which piece of jewelry looked cuter. The young man said that both would look good on her. But Meng Yan replied that he was only flattering her. The girl told the seller that she would take both jewelry and asked the price. The man replied that the total was 35 yuan. Meng Yan reached into her pocket for the money. But she discovered that she had forgotten her wallet. The girl was terribly stunned. Yang Ming said to himself that since she doesn't have any money, it's time for the hero to save the beauty. He paid for her, because he owes her much more. He asked if this felt like a date to her. Marie asked not to joke like that if he wanted to go out with her. The young man asked the shy girl if they were going to have the next one. She replied that it depended on her results in the exam. A black car drove up to the young couple. The girl said that this was her driver and she had to go. Meng Yan sat in the car and watched the young man with a smile. Her heart was warm after this walk. Her cheeks turned a little red, and only warmth and happiness were visible in her bottomless eyes. The young man made a good impression on her. Yang Ming put his hands in his pockets and began to walk forward. The young man walked silently, thinking about various topics. Suddenly, a police car appeared a little behind. From it, Captain Chen called the young man. The guy asked the captain what brought him here. The man replied that he was running an errand nearby and stopped by to check on him. Chen said that he thought school would end early today because of exams. The young man said he didn't tell him, but the sheriff knows about it anyway. The captain, with a wide smile, asked why he went home after school. Was he really meeting his girlfriend? The young man shyly replied that this was indeed the case. The sheriff exclaimed angrily, was he really dating the girl? Yang Ming said to himself that this did not concern him at all. He told the captain that he was walking with a classmate, not his girlfriend. The sheriff asked if she really was a classmate. Yang replied that she was one of the prefects of his class and had helped him a lot in his studies. Captain Chen opened the car door, asking the young man to get in. He said that now they can talk about Fang Tian. Yang Ming got into the car and asked the sheriff if he had any news about him. He was extremely interested. The policeman replied that he had reported his situation to Director Wang. He attached great importance to this and entrusted this matter to him. The sheriff thoughtfully told the young man that he had reviewed the files on his case. As he said, there are many questionable aspects in his case. The old man was imprisoned for theft, but his prison term is too long for theft. According to the files, he was associated with a group of thieves. Yang Ming said that as far as he knows, Fang Tian was framed, and his long-term imprisonment made him crazy. The sheriff agreed with his opinion. Chen said that he would report to the director and the decision would be made by his superiors. The sheriff asked if Wang Jitao was causing trouble. The young man replied that on the contrary, his attitude towards him had changed, and he would even be surprised if it was he who set him up. Chen asked if he was going to go to CJ Technical University. Ian replied that he was motivated. The sheriff realized that that girl was going there too. The young man was embarrassed because the sheriff had guessed right. He asked how he knew about this. The man replied that it was written on his face, and you shouldn't forget who he is. He asked the young man to work hard and expressed his faith. Yang Ming said to himself that he hoped Marie had the same confidence in him. The young man got on the red bus. But the driver had nothing with which to change his large bill. The young man was tense. Marie ran up to him. She handed the guy a card, saying he could use it. She asked not to be perceived as an outsider. Yang Ming said with a smile that they should skip the formalities, because they can become a family. The girl became embarrassed and asked him to reduce his desires, but the young man just continued to smile and giggle. He accidentally hit a man on the bus. The man shouted and called him a blind bastard, but Yang Ming only called him a poor man with a malicious smile, asking why he didn't take a taxi if there was no aftershock. But the angry man did not want to sort things out with words. He swung at the guy, but his hand was intercepted. The impudent man was taken aback by the young man's powerful strength. Yang Ming held his wrist tightly, looking into his eyes coolly. Jan asked Marie what books she wanted to buy. The girl replied that the books were with exercises for the exam. She advised him to buy them too. The young man asked the librarian if they had books on lip reading. He thought X-ray vision and lip reading would be great. The guy took the books and punched them at the checkout. The cashier said that these 2 books were with the video, he could go back to the shelves and take them from below. The young man dug for a long time at the bottom of the shelf. Finally he found the item he needed. His legs were already numb from squatting for so long. Suddenly the blonde girl in the hat screamed, calling it perverted. She didn't notice Yang Ming and passed over his head. The young man, not understanding anything, stood up from his knees. The girl looked at her with disgust, and he was shocked at the sight of her. The blonde caught his gaze and exclaimed, "Where is he looking?" Yang Ming apologized to the beauty, saying that he had not noticed her just now. She covered herself and once again asked where he was staring. The girl angrily asked how could he behave so indecently with a beautiful girl. The young man told the angry woman that he didn't do it on purpose and had already apologized. In an instant, he angrily told her that she was a narcissistic aunt. The request not to be so narcissistic confused the woman. She fell into a stupor, and the young man began to silently leave. She said to herself that even though she was almost 30, no one except this brat had ever called her auntie. She decided not to argue and leave silently. The young man walked to the place where Meng Yan was standing. He asked if she had finished so quickly. Marie replied that she took everything she needed. She began to look for something in her purse. The girl handed the book to Yang Ming with a smile. The young man took a textbook from the girl's hands, which contained exercises for the entrance exam to the CJ Technical University. Marie said she told him to buy it, but he didn't. She asked if he would take his studies seriously if she forced him. The blue-eyed young man joyfully asked the girl the price of the book. He asked to be allowed to repay her. But Meng Yan asked to accept it as a gift. She laughed and asked me to do these exercises seriously and to let her know if anything was difficult. The young man agreed with her. Leaving the store, the girl asked what Yang Ming bought. She asked if this was an introduction to lip reading and sign language. The guy answered with a smile that it was them. Marie asked if it was his father who asked him to buy them. She asked if there were any deaf mutes in his family. Yang Ming replied that this was not the case. His father will take part in a play that includes this. The young people waited for the vehicle at the bus stop. They boarded a stopped blue bus. On the bus stood a blonde woman in a hat, with whom the young man had a not entirely unpleasant conversation in a bookstore. Behind the young couple stood a black-haired boy. Jan whispered to Marie that this guy wanted to touch her. Excitedly, she asked why he got that idea. Min replied that it was written on his face and they should switch places. Meng Yan asked, how can he be so sure of this? Ian pushed the girl to set up the guy. The girl asked the pervert not to push, but he responded by saying that he did not do it, calling her Miss Ugly. Yang Ming and Meng Yan watched in surprise at the lustful impudent man who only laughed in response to people's remarks. The young man said to himself that he was trying to find a way to teach him a lesson, he just had to wait for the right moment. Suddenly the moment has finally arrived. He reached out with his hand to the girl standing next to him and grabbed her so that she would think about the lustful boy. The girl gasped in surprise. She immediately hit the lustful young man in the face, calling him a pervert. Yang Ming's plan worked. The young man insulted her in anger and asked why she hit him. The girl said it was a blow to the buttock, but the guy denied it, saying that he was not blind. She screamed and asked him to stop talking nonsense and save his breath to talk to the police. The young man was terribly frightened. The bus stopped at the girl's request. The lustful boy decided to take advantage of the chance and ran away as fast as he could. The girl was pleased with herself. She smiled and called the cowardly and lustful boy a freak. Yang Ming, holding the handrail, told Meng Yan that everything was as he said. The girl admitted that he guessed right, but said that she was not his goal. The guy said that if he hadn't come between them, the boy would have pestered her. She asked if he believed the guy had such bad taste. Sweet Marie's bottomless orange eyes were excited and sad. She tried to understand the young man's message. At one point she called him a bad boy with a smile. She also said that it's not bad, it's smart. Meng Yan asked the young man how he felt. The young man said that it was not bad. All he thought about was how to get this guy away. He said that he did not attach importance to the feeling in this situation. Yang Ming asked Marie if she was okay. She asked the guy to look ahead. The aunt, with whom the young man had a conflict in the store, was dozing relaxed on the seat. A man was about to rob her. Yang Ming examined her carefully and recognized her. The woman continued to doze innocently, since she was far from stopping. The blue-eyed boy told himself that everything he did would come back to haunt him. He considered this quick retribution. Marie put her hand on her shoulder to wake her up. The girl sat next to her sleeping aunt, trying to wake her up. But the attempts were in vain. Yang Ming was quite serious in this situation. He stood behind the impudent robber. The criminal held a knife to Marie, threatening to stab her if she continued to poke her nose into their affairs. Meng Yan became very worried. She sweated silently for several seconds, looking at the bandit. At one point, the girl screamed with all her might that there was a robber on the bus. The blonde in the hat continued to sleep soundly. Yang Ming and the other passengers on the bus noticed the girl calling for help, but most didn't care about the girl's screams. But Yang Ming was not like the other passengers. The bandit looked at the girl with a sick smile, saying that no one would help her. They put a knife to her throat and said that she was going to die. Terribly frightened, Meng Yan closed her eyes in fear. She asked Yang Ming to save her. The young man and the other passengers were stunned. In his thoughts, the bandit asked him not to interfere, saying that he wanted to intimidate her. Ian was stunned because it turned out that he could read minds. The young man stood up for the girl. He grabbed the robber's knife during the strike. Blood immediately began flowing from his hand. Meng Yan was very excited. The fear for the guy in her eyes was clearly conveyed and was visible to the naked eye. The bandit himself was surprised. He shouted and asked the young man what he wanted. But Yang Ming continued to hold the cutting blade tightly. The guy answered the bandit that he wanted to beat everything bad out of him. He knocked the knife out of his opponent's hands and began beating him. The enraged guy began screaming, asking the lying bandit how he dared to steal and offend his girlfriend. Marie was very worried. The blonde in the hat was also worried and realized that it was this guy from the store again. They asked the master why he was imprisoned again. The bandit answered his cellmates that it was all because of this idiot. He was close to success, but Yang Ming prevented him. Another prisoner said he would kill him, but another prisoner hit him for these words, saying that they had no right to cause problems for brother Ian. The prisoner begged for mercy. The blonde thanked Ming, because there was a passport in her wallet and she could get into trouble. Marie asked if she was really going abroad. She smiled at them and said it was for the Sino-Korean International Student Exchange Program. The trio politely said goodbye. A day later, Yang Ming was called into the office by a man in a suit. He stated that the young man scored 703 points, which was 9th place in the school. The young man said to himself that he had written off too much. He copied from everyone using X-ray vision. Classmates were surprised. Wang Jitao proudly said that Ming has earned the glory of their class, he is their honor. He also asked everyone to return to their textbooks and notebooks. He said to himself that the most important thing is that Marie should be grateful. A scary classmate admitted that she liked him and scared the guy away. The principal told Yang Ming that he was pleased that he had become a better student. He asked him to share his method of learning, but the young man told Mr. Li that the reason he did well on the test was purely luck this time. Zhao Ying was amazed. Li asked what he meant. Yang Ming said that before the exam he did exercises that turned out to be similar to the test questions. The young man lightly slapped the teacher on the back, saying that she was a witness to this. Miss Chu supported, saying that the exercises were given to him by her. Min said that other than an excellent memory, he has no other advantages. He learns everything by heart. Surprised, Li asked if this was true. The young man said that he could retell any chapter from his books if he did not believe it. Li said he had a magazine. The guy agreed to retell it, but the young man said to himself that he just had to show him the contents of the magazine. He activated his X-ray vision. Finally, everything was ready. The young man perfectly saw the entire contents of the magazine page. Yang Ming recounted that the sun's rays had finally reached the right angle, the warm winds howled the fog and the rain melted the snowdrifts. Li was stunned. The director coughed into his fist, trying to get over his surprise. The teacher and student were waiting for his verdict. Li said it was a great job and he had no more questions. He said the young man was free. Zhao turned to the guy with displeasure. She asked me to come see her after class. She angrily said to herself that the boy dared to hide his abilities from her. After school, the young man stood outside the office of teacher Zhao Ying. He said he'd be surprised if she was still inside and activated his X-ray vision. Yang Ming caught a charming picture of the slender sister Yingjie changing clothes. The young man with a bloody nose began to run home as fast as he could, because he could not stand it. He fell asleep on the computer desk, telling himself that today had been exciting. Suddenly he received a notification in the messenger. The sound of the notification woke up the barely asleep young man. He immediately went to check the messages. Yang Ming said that we must answer anyway. She takes it out every time she's online. He wouldn't be surprised if she was ugly and wanted to marry him. The girl asked if he felt honored. The young man asked her if he was her only friend. She replied that she has other friends in her life besides QQ. She asked if her profile picture was creepy. Yang Ming agreed with her opinion. The young man said that her avatar was creepy, and the previous one was like that too. The superstar continued typing. Suddenly she began to insult him and wish for death. But the young man called her cheerful, laughing loudly. On a sunny Monday morning, Yang Ming was awakened by Mr. Li's loud phone call. He picked up the phone and asked what he wanted. He said he had two news for him. One about Tyler Fong and one about his case. He looked out into the street from behind the blinds. Yang Ming asked in surprise, "Is it really about his business?" Li replied that they had found the person who framed him. "This is a waiter from the Heaven and Earth restaurant. He took full responsibility." Li said that Wang Jitao would get away with anything because of him. The young man replied that he understood everything and asked about Tyler. Mr. replied that the old man had been released and suggested visiting him together. After some time, they arrived at the house where Tyler Fong lived. His house did not look rich. Li knocked on the door, saying that he was Philip Chen and he had brought someone for him. The old man opened the creaking door. Yang shyly asked the old man if he remembered him. Fong asked to go inside with a smile. Min said to himself that the old man was poor and lonely. The young man decided to look after the old man, saying that he had brought him water to calm his cough. He asked him to sit on a chair. After a while, Philip Chen and Yang Ming politely said goodbye to the old man and began to leave. Taylor said he would always welcome them, but the old man was not as helpless and sick as he seemed to society. He began to twirl the ring on his finger thoughtfully. Twisting the ring, he asked Shaolin to bring the things he left for her. The master smiled slyly and said that the young man had been chosen. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was rocking on his chair and humming a song while in class. A classmate asked him what he was doing, jerking back and forth. He asked with a smile if he really does manual work. The young man smilingly replied that this was exactly so. The young people began to laugh loudly, calling each other shameless. Marie wondered what they were talking about. During recess, she asked Yang Ming what he was talking about with Zhang Bin. Confused, she asked why he said something obscene. The guy pretended that he didn't know what he was talking about. But the red-faced girl squealed that he knew what she was talking about. The young man whispered in her ear, was she really talking about manual work? Marie looked away, but said that was exactly what she was talking about. Yang Ming said with a smile that this obscene guy misunderstood him, and he was just shaking his leg, and he himself often does manual work. Marie realized that he was doing this too. But she exclaimed that according to the results of examinations, 90% of men have their first time with an arm. She asked with a smile if he still does this. But she said to herself that she finally had a chance to take revenge on him and tease him. Meng Yan said with a wide smile that she was very happy that she was able to make it difficult for him because he was constantly teasing her. The young man confidently said that sometimes he does this, but very rarely. He stated that he thought he would no longer do this. Yang Ming said that now he has her and there is no need to do this. He reached out to the girl. The girl burst into tears and screamed and called the guy a pervert. She said that he might not even dream that she would do this to him. But the young man with a red face looked at her innocently, asking what she wouldn't do with him. Meng Yan was very angry with him. She shouted and asked not to pretend and admit her guilt. Yang Ming said with a sparkle in his eyes that he meant that he would focus on studying under her supervision, so he wouldn't have enough time for such things. Marie got angry and hit him in the groin area with her bag. She screamed and asked him not to talk to her anymore. The young man immediately grabbed the place of the blow in pain. This situation reminded him of incredible pain. He fell face down on Marie. The embarrassed girl was excited. She asked him if everything was okay. Yang Ming said that it was very painful. Marie asked for forgiveness and said that she did not mean this. She asked to be allowed to take him to the hospital. He asked her not to worry, but to just let him stand in this position. One of the students asked the other to look at those two. Teacher Zhao Ying was at a loss. She saw Jan and Marie in the young couple. She said to herself that it turns out they were lovers. It was as if her heart was broken. With tears in her eyes, she wondered why she felt so sad. Could it be that she had fallen in love with Ian? She said to herself that she was his teacher and they weren't supposed to. In her thoughts she said goodbye to her desired love, which was taken for real love. While in the supermarket, Marie asked Yang Ming if he was really okay already. The young man replied that he felt much better. She noticed that her hygiene products were running out. The girl asked the young man to buy her something to drink. He immediately responded and went to get water. At the last moment, he asked the girl what drinks she liked. The girl was distracted from her choice. With a smile, she replied that Mr. Cohn's green tea would do just fine. The young man replied that he understood everything. Marie tried to choose pads that were better. For a long time she could not choose between Always and Libresse. Yang Ming calmly went to the drinks counter and returned a couple of minutes later. He noticed how Marie was still choosing hygiene products. He quietly approached and, under the guise of a consultant, asked the girl for more information. The girl answered his question. But at that very second, she realized that it was Yang Ming and screamed angrily. The young man began to laugh. He asked why doesn't she just buy another product. Marie replied that she did not know about his deep knowledge, but she could not use that means. The young man persistently asked the reason for this. The embarrassed girl replied that she simply couldn't and asked her to stop asking questions. Coming out of the supermarket, Marie said that she would leave here alone, otherwise they would start spreading gossip here if the neighbors saw them. The young man did not understand anything. The nervous girl immediately said that I meant that they would be seen walking together. She didn't want gossip at all. The young man smiled and said that in that case, they would see each other tomorrow. They said goodbye and began to disperse. Captain Chen asked Yang Ming what he was doing here. The young man replied that the world is small and asked what brought him here. Mr. replied that she lived here and asked what about him. The shy young man replied that he was walking his classmate home. The police officer asked if the classmate was a guy or a girl. A little worried, Min answered that he was a girl. Chen asked him to hurry home and finish his lessons. NCEE is just around the corner and college would be the best place to start a relationship. The next day came. Marie was extremely excited. She worriedly asked Yang Ming, "Is he okay?" The young man looked into the eyes of the very worried girl, trying to find the words to answer her question. The cunning young man decided to include acting. He squeezed out a few tears. The girl asked him what happened. The sad young man, with tears in his eyes, said that he thought he would no longer be able to do manual work. Marie asked why that was. She said that last night she learned from some books that if a man has this part seriously damaged, it is a disaster. Yang Ming said that when he came home it was no longer very painful, but there was another problem. Marie asked about the problem. The young man replied that he watched the video, but did not feel anything at all. The girl was very scared. She asked excitedly if he really wasn't reacting at all. The young man replied that this was indeed the case. Marie asked what he would do and would he go to the hospital. Yang replied that he could only be cured in one case. Yang Ming replied that he read on the internet that the best way to cure a man is to let his beloved woman help him. Marie was shocked. The girl excitedly asked the young man if this method worked. Ian replied that yes, because that's what they said on the internet. At one point, he asked her to forget about it, because it was unfair to her. Marie looked at the floor in frustration. The young man asked the girl to hurry up, because the film was already starting. The young people proceeded into the hall. Marie was still sitting excitedly on the chair. She asked the guy if he delayed treatment, would it become incurable? Yang Ming replied that it was not cancer, so nothing would happen. Marie said she should try, but it would be a secret between them. No one will know this until they tell it themselves. Ian was surprised and asked if she was serious. She replied that yes, but she never helped. The young man agreed to teach her. The young man suggested that she just forget about it. But the girl was persistent and refused. The guy realized that he had gone too far. Marie asked to cover his hand with her jacket so that no one would see that they were holding hands. She was decisive on this issue. The young man followed her request and covered himself with his jacket. Yang Ming was shocked and didn't know what to do. Marie was embarrassed. The girl's face turned very red from discomfort. He grabbed the girl's hand. The girl closed her eyes, because she did not expect that he would hold her hand. Yang Ming was happy about this. Marie said that it seemed like her hand was starting to swell. She awkwardly asked if he was cured. Yang replied that the course of treatment must be completed to the end, otherwise it will have a negative effect. Marie continued to hold Yang Ming's hand in embarrassment. This caused the young man's face to turn red. He grabbed the cute girl. She let out a groan of surprise. Marie tried to tell the young man about the hand he was holding on her. Her face was still red from embarrassment. Yang Ming could hardly restrain himself from kissing her. He asked her to continue holding his hand. The girl said to herself that it was only this time. He's already tired. Marie said to herself that she was not a robot and her hand was already going numb. Blue-eyed youth from said he loved her. And she expected an answer in return. Marie was extremely embarrassed, but understood that she had no other choice. She said she loved him too. Hearing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief, continuing to hold her hand. A girl sitting in front was sipping a milkshake from a straw, praising the milk. The guy next to her smiled. Yang Ming hugged the extremely embarrassed Marie. She asked if it was all over, to which the young man replied yes. The girl asked to remove her hand. After these words, the young man looked at her, realizing that he really was holding her. She displeasedly asked him to give her something to wipe off with, and asked how he could be so inattentive, because her hand was sweating. Marie asked with a little contempt if he had wiped his hand. To which the satisfied young man replied that she could help him with this. But the girl responded by asking Yang Ming not to be so impudent. She said she knew what he was thinking. The blue-eyed young man looked at him with deep surprise, wondering if she had guessed that he was hinting at help. The young man held his hand, telling the sweet girl Marie that now they. But before they could finish speaking, she interrupted. The girl exclaimed, asking what he meant. She told Yang Ming that today was a special occasion. The girl's cheeks were still red from embarrassment. She told the guy that this would not happen again. Yang Ming looked at her and became seriously upset. The girl looked at the upset young man with a bit of pity, but at one point she turned away, displeasedly answering the young man that at least not until after the end of NCE. Ming became excited, wondering if this meant that she would agree to become his girlfriend after the exam was over. Marie wiped off her sweat when she returned home. Mom and Dad weren't home, and she decided that the first thing she should do was wash her clothes. As she was about to take off her skirt, she discovered that there were sweat stains on her skirt. At that moment, she angrily remembered the young man and with a sharp movement took off her dirty plaid skirt. A school shirt and a dirty plaid skirt lay on the bathroom floor. The girl decided to take a shower. After some time, she finished her household chores. In her thoughts, she said that she felt tired, so it would be better to take a nap. After a while, dear Marie fell asleep, and the door to her room was carefully opened by her mother, who decided to check how her daughter was doing. She watched her beloved daughter sleep sweetly and sweetly. Sleeping Marie looked cute. The girl's mother said that the sweet girl must be very tired, so she should take a good rest. She noticed Marie's things on the floor. With a smile, she exhaled, quietly saying that she had scattered clothes again, but this time she decided to wash them for her beloved daughter. But when she picked up the plaid skirt, the girl's mother noticed stains on it. She decided to smell them. The woman sniffed the skirts of her beloved daughter and was shocked. She immediately realized what it was. A few hours later, Marie woke up. She sat down on the bed and was surprised because there were no things on the floor. The girl jumped out of bed excitedly, wondering where her clothes had gone. She was at a loss. Marie was very worried because she understood that her mother could have already taken these things and found out about it to everyone. The girl went into the kitchen. Mom was preparing dinner and asked her daughter how she slept. She replied that it was not bad and asked where her skirt was. Mom answered with a smile that she had washed her school uniform and said that lunch was already ready. She invited her daughter to the table. Sitting at the table, Mom asked Marie with a smile if she had already got a boyfriend. The girl was surprised by this question. She replied that she wouldn't think about it until she went to college. But I wondered if Yang Ming could be called her boyfriend. Mom said she was just interested, realizing that it was normal to have a boyfriend at Marie's age. She offered her daughter something to eat. At school, the students were told that today was the last day of their school life. Soon they will be writing one of the most important exams in their lives. The insidious and cunning Wang Jitao looked at Marie sitting at her desk. He believed that he could achieve her. The young man asked the girl to go out with him for a few words. To which she angrily asked if he couldn't just say it here. Wang Jitao said that this was very important, namely about Yang Ming. Marie unhappily agreed to go out with him. Walking down the corridor with the girl, he said to himself that when it comes to Ming, she is ready to come out. But he understood that soon this degenerate would be expelled. Marie asked Wang Jitao what happened. To which he asked the girl if she and Ian got along well. The confident pink-haired beauty replied that it was none of his business, and therefore he shouldn't worry about it. Wang Jitao said that he had some photos that would help her understand Yang Ming better. A little nervously, Marie asked what he meant. To which the headman quietly asked her to look at the photographs. Looking at the photos, she asked Wang Jitao, didn't he want everyone to know about it? She asked the headman in surprise if it was really Yang Ming in the photographs. The contents of the photographs really shocked her. Wang Jitao asked the girl how could it be otherwise, or could she not recognize the young man from the photograph? Excited Marie asked the headman where he got these photographs. She didn't want to believe it. Wang said he received them from a web editor who took the photos at the Heaven and Earth restaurant in hopes of publishing them on the internet. But since his family has shares in this restaurant, of course they didn't want it to spread and seized it. Wang Jitao also said that there are several other reasons. Desperate Marie listened to his stories. The headman said that besides, he heard what Yang Ming did was not dissolute behavior. Marie didn't know how to react to the news she heard. She asked the headman how he knew about this. Wang Jitao said that since the editor was a young guy, his father thought it would be better if he spoke to him on behalf of his father. He told the girl that he didn't want anything from her, he was just reminding her to beware of Yang Ming, because he is not an honest guy. But Marie did not believe in all this. She did not listen to the end and began to quickly leave that place. In his thoughts, the insidious Jitao said that the degenerate Yang Ming would not get Marie's heart. This time the young man is dead. After school, Ian was in a good mood. He invited the girl to take a walk after the school day. He asked Marie if she was okay. But the girl remained silent and looked angrily into his eyes. She looked at him contemptuously and began to leave, asking him not to follow her, because she knew everything. The dumbfounded Yang Ming was extremely startled. He asked the girl what happened and why she was angry with him. The girl continued walking and shouted that he himself knew what he was hiding from her. She shouted that she hated him. Yang Ming was completely at a loss and did not understand anything she said. All this seemed strange to him. He wondered if Wang Jitao might have told her something about him. It looks like the young man needs to teach him a lesson. To himself, the tense guy called Marie stupid. He could not understand at all how she could believe in not him, but Jitao. The sad young man thought that they had sweet conversations just this morning, and now she was simply rejecting him. Frustrated and desperate, Yang Ming was walking in the park in the evening. All he had on his mind was Marie. Suddenly, the man asked him to go with him. But for the first few seconds the young man did not give any answer, but still he nervously replied that he was busy now and would not go anywhere. The man was surprised by these words. In her mind, she wondered how dare he ignore him, since he was here to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He shouted at the guy that he had confiscated his bike because he parked it illegally. He should go after him if he wants to get him back. The man turned out to be the teacher who was interrupted by Yang Ming. He is going to get even with him for ruining all his plans. But the young man only calmly continued to look at the floor, while remaining silent and thinking about his own things. He asked the man who disturbed his peace if this was true. His gaze was stern and at the same time cold-blooded. At that very moment, with a whistle, he swung his fist at the man who was about to harm him. The punch was extremely powerful. One of the man's teeth was knocked out by a crushing blow from the cold-blooded Yang Ming. The angry guy found someone to vent all his anger on. He continued to punch and kick the man. The young man said that he didn't touch him because he was busy with his happy days, so how dare he provoke him? Meanwhile, one of the bandits in the alley wondered where Kong Kim was. After all, he asked to wait here to teach the brat a lesson. The young man asked Derek to have patience and offered to go and see what was wrong with him. The bandit with the thin mustache agreed. They noticed Yang Ming beating Kong Kim, shouting that he knew all his dirty tricks in advance. There was a loud roar. Derek walked up to the young man and put his hand on his shoulder, shouting and asking him to stop. But Yang Ming didn't care who he beat. He looked sternly into the bandit's eyes and immediately struck him in the jaw with his fist. After the young man was hit, Derek remembered their fight in prison. Yang Ming asked him if he had already forgotten about the treatment he had undergone. The young man asked him why he suddenly became silent, and whether he was hired by Kong Kim. Derek began to smile at the young man, asking if he had really been released. Yang asked him to watch his language, saying that he had been released early. The bandit was very nervous and tried to assent to the young man. He said he was just passing by. This surprised Ming a little. This whole situation seemed somewhat strange to him. He asked if Derek was passing by and suddenly wanted to play hero. The bandit replied that this was not so, because he did not dare to interfere in the affairs of the young man. He also added that everyone who was beaten by Yang Ming must be bad people. But the cold-blooded young man did not waste time on idle chatter with the petty bandit. He turned around and began to leave. Meanwhile, the setting sun was visible above the roof of the house of the sweet girl Marie. Mom said the soup is ready. The father asked the girl what happened to her eyes. Barely holding back her tears, she told Dad that everything was fine, it was just a speck of dust. Marie abruptly stood up from the table and quickly began to go to her room, saying that she was already full. The girl's worried mother asked the captain to go and conduct his investigation immediately. Marie sat on the bed in her room and clutched her pillow tightly, while shedding bitter tears of disappointment. The girl's father opened the door to her room. He asked the crying girl what happened to her. The sweet girl looked at her dad with her upset eyes, asking him if he could fulfill her request, to which the inspired and joyful father replied to his beloved daughter that it would be no problem to do it. He asked what she wanted to ask him. She handed Yang Ming's photos to her father, asking if he could keep it all a secret for her. The father tried to understand what kind of photographs these were. Marie said she wanted him to help her by checking to see if there was a police raid that day. If he wasn't there, maybe he could find out if the photos were doctored. Captain Chen thought about it and said that these were photographs from the incidents of that day. He asked his daughter where she got them, but Marie turned away, telling her father that he asks a lot of questions, but still embarrassedly said that the person in the photo was a boy from her class. The words of his beloved daughter about the boy made the father ask if he was her boyfriend. Steam seemed to come out of the girl's ears from anger. Stuttering a little, she replied that of course this was not a guy, but just an ordinary friend. Her head was almost spinning. She also told her father that another boy in class gave her these photos today. Her face was red. The girl added that we are talking about photographs that her father is holding in his hands right now. Her father asked her to say the name of the boy in the photograph and the name of the one who gave them to her. He also asked if she knew where he got the photographs. Marie replied that the guy's name was Yang Ming, and she received them from the headman, Wang Jitao, who said that he received them from the web editor. Captain Chen said to himself that Wang Jitao brought out the photos and made his daughter cry bitterly, so he won't let him go so easily. At the same time, the class leader, being at home and not suspecting anything, sneezed loudly. Xia Shui told Mr. Chen that she heard about his progress in Yang's case. He replied that Chard Wang brought out several photographs from that incident. The girl said that at least they can confirm that he is involved in this case. She exclaimed that Wang Jitao had lied after all and it was a frame-up. With this, they have reason to suspect that he is involved. Xia exclaimed that she would arrest Chard Wang right now. Mr. Chen asked her to calm down and not make a mess. He said that they should meet with him first and talk about it. They also need to wait for the fingerprint report from the forensic scientist. Chen was already at home, and it was dark outside. He decided to hide the truth from Marie, and said that he could now confirm that Chard's words were a lie. He said that he checked the crime database and found the rapist named Yang Ming, so the photos are fake. Marie was delighted at his words. The day before NCE, Xia Shui interrogated Wang Jitao. She asked if he took part in framing Yang Ming and where he got the photos. With sweat on his face, the wily young man told her that he had lied about the photographs. He had a small smirk on his face. He said that in truth they were given to him by the waiter, who pleaded guilty. But he still told lies. He has to be at NCE in the morning. She threatened to use a whip and a candle on him until he told the truth. Jitao was scared to death. Captain Chen said to himself that the guy's father was already putting pressure on them through his connections. Jitao screamed in pain, because Shui was mocking him. After a while, he told the guy that he could go. In his thoughts he said that he hoped he had enjoyed his night of interrogation under the bright lamp. Marie told herself that it turned out that she was wrong about Yang Ming. But she didn't understand why he didn't explain himself to her or at least call her. The young man wanted to call her, but at one point he put the phone on the table. He said that he was a man with dignity and would not humiliate himself in front of her. Wang Jitao walked out of the police station. His bodyguard exclaimed that the master had something wrong with his underpants. The stunned master with dirty laundry asked him to shut up. He ordered them to go straight to the exam, because time was running out. Against the background of a red billboard it was written that NCE was being held, therefore, unauthorized entry was prohibited. The students sat in the classroom and waited for the exam to begin. The whistle of the wind could be heard in the classroom because the window was open. In his mind, Yang Ming said that with the help of his lenses, he should be able to enter Songjian Technical University. But exhaling heavily, the young man thought, what is the point of this now? He recalled how his beloved Marie angrily said that she hated him. Still, the young man decided not to give up. He told himself that they would do this to make his parents proud. Bin asked Yang Ming how his exam went and whether he thought he could get in. The guy replied that most likely he asked him the same thing. The young man answered him that his father would send him to Songjian University through his connections. Jan said to himself that for an influential father, all grades are good. Zhang Bing said that his father promised to prepare 20 or 30 jade coupons for him. He imagined having fun with the girls. He said that he had heard about Jan's quarrel with Marie, and suggested that he take one jade pendant in order to please her. But the young man replied with a smile that he did not want to be a freeloader. Zhang Bing said that they will go to Yunnan tomorrow. He said that his father would go there to expand his jade business, so they could go with him. A spark appeared in Yang Ming's eyes. He told himself that he should get the opportunity to try his luck. In the evening, the young people were already in Tingchuan County, Yunnan Province. Zhang Bing suggested taking a walk, since it was only 9 o'clock. Suddenly, a charming girl with a sweet voice stood in their way. The guys were somewhat shocked. The girl asked if they wanted to have fun with her and her friend. Yang Ming answered no, but Zhang Bing immediately decided to find out the price of entertainment. Ian was nervous and asked his friend if he was serious about doing this now. He didn't want any of this at all. Bean turned around and insistently told him to have fun. He asked his friend not to tell him that he was still a boy. Yang Ming replied that this was not the case. Zhang said that he doesn't have to worry, because he won't let Marie know about it, it will be their secret. Confident Bean approached the charming girls and hugged their waists. He asked them if everything was okay. Yang Ming stood behind and remained silent. Zhang told the girl that his friend was here for the first time, and asked him to offer him one of the most beautiful girls. He lightly tapped his friend's shoulder with his elbow, saying that he had gotten one of the innocent girls for him. With a smile, Zhang Bing called him lucky, because he had never had this. Yang Ming thought he was straightforward. The young man advised Ian to have fun, because every minute is precious. He himself left with 2 girls in burgundy dresses. The young man was in no mood, but still decided to enter the room where one of the girls was waiting for him. Suddenly, an innocent girl with blue hair bumped into him in the doorway. She immediately started kissing him on the lips. After a couple of seconds, she pulled her lips away from the guy's lips. The young people awkwardly crossed glances, but at that very moment the young people continued kissing. Yang Ming never thought that a girl could be like this. The girl fell in love with the boy. He told himself that he couldn't resist this anymore. A few seconds later they were already lying on the bed and the girl fell asleep, and Yang Ming sat on the bed and thought. He also realized that she was the same as the girl from the restaurant that night. He wondered if she would cry and make a scene when she woke up. The devil in the guy's head said that it was better to leave quietly if he didn't want problems. But the angel said that he could not be so cruel. Zhang Bing asked his friend how he spent his time. Yang Ming asked if the owner would mind if he took this girl away from here. The guy replied that he didn't think so and asked why he needed it. Yang replied that he would explain later and asked to get some pills. After a while, the girl woke up and discovered that the guy had disappeared. She said that her mother was right when she said that all men are animals. The girl quietly told the guy not to blame her for what would happen, because he himself chose to run away. But unexpectedly, Yang Ming opened the door to the room. The beauty with blue hair covered herself with a blanket out of fear. The guy looked at her with a smile, saying that he took some pills especially for her. There was a little excitement in her eyes. The girl asked if the pills were the reason for his return. She said that he could leave if that was the case, because she knew how to take them. But Yang Ming said that he wanted to invite her to leave here. The girl asked what she would do if she left here. He replied that she should go to school, and despite the fact that her father abandoned her, earn a living. He promised to give her 10,000. She asked if he would leave her. The young man replied that he did not live here. To which the sweet girl replied that she would follow him anywhere. The young man hesitated in his heart. He told the girls that wasn't what he meant, and the girl replied that he didn't have to explain himself. Ian exclaimed that it's normal that she wants to leave with him, but he doesn't know anything about her. But the passionate girl approached his face, saying that her name was Linda Liam, and these feelings for her would definitely develop into love. A little tense, Yang Ming decided to ask the girl how old she was. He didn't want to step on the same rake. She replied that she was already 18, so she could do it and the police would not come for him. Yang said it was bad for the health of young girls. Linda asked why he was doing it so wildly that he almost killed her. The guy asked if she was the first to run wildly at him. A sweet girl slowly approached the guy, asking him if he was tired. Ming was a little tense, but at that very moment he said that it was nothing for him. The girl was surprised by his confidence. After a while she lay her head on top of him, asking if he was doing this because he liked her. Yang Ming asked her with a smile how she could know this. Linda replied that she knew what he was thinking, even if he didn't say it. At one point, with an incomprehensible smile, she told the young man that the fact was that he was under her curse. Hearing about the curse, the young man was dumbfounded. Out of fear, he jumped up from his seat, trying to understand what was the matter. Yang Ming jumped back, shouting and asking her if he was really under her curse or if she was still joking. Liam said her mom put a curse on her when she was little. And it will go to the man. Linda also added that if this man betrays her, he will die. Yang Ming began to panic and asked her not to lie to him. The girl said that she was not lying, because she was Hmong, then a tribe of witches. Her mother is a very powerful witch. Extremely concerned, the hero asked Linda what he should do to lift the curse. She replied that only her mother could help. The young man said that in this case, they immediately need to see her mother. But the girl said that her mother died. She died when Linda was 6 years old. She was killed by the girl's father. He was a pathological gambler. After he lost everything, he made her mom pay her debt by sleeping with another player. Her mother committed suicide after the man abused her. Yang asked why her mom didn't use the curse. Liam replied that she had, but it was no use. That man died from the curse. Yang Ming was amazed by her stories. He said he was sorry to hear that. To himself, he called her father crazy, because he sold his wife and daughter. Linda said her mother was afraid she would be betrayed by a man and cast a curse. The guy hugged her tightly, promising not to betray her. After some time, the young couple left the room. Yang turned to Zhang Bing. He was stunned and asked Ming if he was with Loli. The girl said that her name was Linda Liam, not Loli. She put money on the table and asked him to give it to her father, saying that she had broken family ties with him. Zhang Bing asked his comrade in a whisper if she would really go with him. But Ian only asked his friend to shut up. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He told his friend that it was his fault and asked how he could now explain this to Marie, but the friend promised the young man that he would keep this secret for him. Yang Ming's gaze at that moment was frowning. In his head he had Marie and Linda Liam. He wondered if the secret would work, but more importantly, could it break the curse? The young trio came to Zhang Bing's home. The young man said that he would sleep in his father's room and leave them alone. But 5 minutes later the young man returned. Yang Ming opened the door and asked a little nervously why he came back. Bean said he heard something from outside his father's door, and worried about his pocket money, he decided it was best not to interrupt them. Ian smiled, saying that in this case, it would be better to share the room for 3. He and Linda will sleep in the same bed. The girl sighed displeasedly. With a shrewd smile, Zhang asked them to do whatever they had planned. He told Linda that she was ignoring him, but she turned her head away. Ian pushed him out, exclaiming that he knew that he wanted to see a live performance, but why didn't he go to his father's room if he wanted to see it that much? It was the dead of night, the young couple was lying on the double bed, and Zhang Bing was sleeping on the adjacent single bed. Yang Ming felt that Linda was starting to do something. He warily asked what she was doing. But the girl asked in a whisper to be quieter. She climbed on top of him, and he didn't understand what was happening. Min reminded that Bin was next to them, but suddenly it happened awkward situation. The beauty's face suddenly turned red. Stunned, Yang Ming asked her to stop. He wondered why he was always close to others, the first time was at the cinema, and now next to the sleeping bean. The surprised young man said that Linda had soiled him. The girl awkwardly replied that something unexpected happened and she couldn't help. She stopped and lowered her head, asking him not to move. He told her that he needed to take a shower. Linda asked to leave everything as it is, because everything suits her. The young couple did not know what to do in this situation, and left everything as it was until the morning. After a while, morning came. Yang Ming took Linda Liam in his arms and suggested they take a shower together. For some time the young couple was engaged in water procedures in the shower stall. After a while, Linda dried her hair with a towel. Walking into the bedroom, she was stunned by the stain on the bed. But Yang said that the hotel workers would change the bed linen later. But the girl was shocked and silently looked at it. Yang Ming asked Zhang Bing if he saw all this. The young man replied that he didn't see it, but he heard it, because they were very loud, and he was not deaf. The young couple felt awkward at that moment. The young three had breakfast with Zhang Bing's father. The young man had bruises under his eyes from lack of sleep. The father suddenly asked who this girl was. Yang Ming answered the man with a smile that this was his girlfriend, she was here to see him. Zhang Zifan asked his son when he would have a girlfriend. He asked if he couldn't do something other than masturbate. Bean replied that he wanted to do something useful, so last night he went to his room, but was scared by the screams. Jifan asked why he went to him. He coughed and said it was great that Jan's girlfriend was still here. He promised to give them 20,000 yuan for entertainment. Jifan said that he would go to the stone market later. He asked Ming if it was true that he was interested in it. The guy said that's exactly it. Ultimately, Zhang Bing's father also took the young man, eager to gain knowledge about precious stones. After a while they came to the stone market. People looked at the jade stone with admiration. They called it luck that they had a chance to see it and even touch it with their own hands. Yang Ming asked Jifan how valuable jades are. He replied that the price of one stone is 500 yuan, but the uncut stone can cost millions. He also said that what's more, it can be processed into a pair of bracelets and 2 pendants. In total, they can cost 5 million yuan. Yang Ming is very surprised by this. It turns out that the payback ratio is 10,000%. The young man called this industry very profitable. The stranger said that he was right, but finding a rare jade is a rare chance. He said that there was not a single jade in the mountain of stones nearby. Zhang Zifan asked Mr. Wu to bring stones to try his luck. Yang Ming activated his X-ray vision. He saw a somewhat interesting green stone. After a few seconds, he realized that it was jade. The young man pointed to a pile of stones to Mr. Wu, asking what he would say about it. The young man guessed his answer. The man replied that these were garbage, there was hardly a gem there, and their price was a maximum of 100 yuan apiece. Ian asked if he could buy a few pieces. He said he didn't know anything about them but just wanted to try to carve something. Zhang Zifan told the young man that he could take whatever he liked and asked him to write it all down to his account. Mr. Wu told Mr. Zhang that the young man could take these stones for free, because they were just leftover garbage. He told the young man that he could choose anyone he liked and accept it as a gift from him personally. Zhang Bing approached his friend and whispered to him that if he wants to try his luck, then it is better to choose from other piles, this pile is already all robbed. But Yang Ming smiled at his friend, saying that it didn't matter at all, because he just wanted to gain experience in this matter. Zhang Bing said that in that case, he would also choose a few stones and they would see which one was luckier. Zhang Zifan told his son that if he came across jade, he would reward him with a car. The young man said that the car costs at least 100,000. The beautiful Linda Liam was eating chocolate ice cream and was slightly shocked to see Yang Ming holding a stone in his hands. She exclaimed with a serious face to be sure to take the stone he was holding in his right hand. The young man asked her what about the second one, and the girl replied that it was not worth taking. With great surprise, he asked how she knew. Linda said she was born with the exact sixth sense her father used for gambling. But it works with frequent use. In his thoughts, Yang Ming said that she is an unusual girl, because she has a curse and a sixth sense. The young man asked her not to spill the beans. The young man decided that he would take 2 stones. Linda Liam was a little surprised and turned to him, but he said that he knew everything himself. He wondered what others would think if they both had jades. 1 jade may be considered good luck, but what about 2? Ultimately, Yang Ming told Mr. Wu that he was taking 2 stones. Zhang Bing said that he also picked out a couple of pieces. In the evening, he told Min that there were free rooms at the hotel today, so he and Linda could rent a private room while he went to polish the stones. While walking, the girl asked him what method he used in choosing stones. Did he really have a sixth sense too? But Yang Ming scratched his head and replied with a smile that he was just lucky. The girl answered offendedly that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to speak. The guy said that's not true. His situation is special, it is not so easy to explain. Linda replied dissatisfiedly that she understood everything. She asked the guy where they were going, to which he replied that they were going to a bookstore. He wants to buy books to learn more about jades. In the store, a young man reading a book said that every professor has his own opinion. He didn't understand what to choose, because everyone has a different opinion. An elderly gray-haired man with glasses asked the young man if everything was okay, because he frowned deeply. The young man politely replied that he wanted to know something about jades, but did not know where to start. The man replied that the books were written by collectors. Each of them has their own unique preferences, so there are many different books. Yang Ming asked, "Isn't the value of the gems set by these collectors?" The man replied that this is not always the case. He said that if the young man was really interested in this, he could start with the texture of jade. He handed over a book that will help him in this. The man from the bookstore smiled and said that this must be amazing for the guy, because this book is an antique. But the young man replied that everything was not like that at all. He thanked Mr. and promised to read the book. The older man told the guy it was time to go and handed him his business card, asking him to call if he had any questions. As he left, the man said that seeing a young man's desire to acquire new knowledge is a rarity in the modern world. After looking at the business card, Yang Ming said to himself that he had never heard the name Wilson Lowe, but he was definitely an expert in the jade industry. He turned to Linda, who was reading a book near another bookshelf. But the girl became engrossed and did not answer. The young man came up and lightly hit her on the buttock with his palm, asking what she was reading. The girl said displeasedly that he scared her. The young man read that she was reading instructions for newlyweds and wondered if she really wasn't embarrassed. She showed the guy poses in the book that they should definitely try. Ian suggested trying some of them tonight. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder, asking him in a whisper to speak more quietly so as not to let others hear their conversations. But Linda asked in bewilderment if these people really didn't have an intimate life, and besides, the book was published to be read. Yang Ming wondered if she was really so naive or just pretending. He asked to keep this between them, because these are very personal things. Liam promised not to talk about it and asked if he still agreed to buy this book. The young man said that it was better to go back and watch adult videos. He didn't want the cashier to stare at him strangely. Linda hugged the guy, asking if they would really watch adult videos tonight. The young man answered yes. Zhang Bing was surprised because his best friend even bought a book about jades. He asked why he was so interested. Zhang Zhen said that it looked like he was very interested in them. Ian replied that he was thinking about buying randomly, and maybe saving up for education. The man replied that in random shopping everything depends on luck, but if he wants to earn money for his studies through this, it will not be easy at all. Ian replied that he understood that and did not plan to invest heavily in it. Zen asked him to contact him if he had any questions and asked about the book. He was surprised to say that it was not bad and praised his ability to choose books. He said that this book was most suitable for beginners like him. The young man answered with a smile that it was not he who chose her. He said he passed a man in a bookstore, and this elderly man recommended this book to him. The delighted Zen said that this man must be an expert in this matter. Blue-eyed Yang Ming asked Uncle Zhang with a serious face if he had heard anything about Wilson Lo. Zhang Zhen was stunned by the young man's words. He grabbed him by the shoulders and began asking him if he was telling the truth about Wilson Lo. But Yang Ming knew nothing about this person at all. He asked Uncle Zhang if this man was famous. Zheng said that he is a master in jade carving and a leading jade expert who has received wide recognition. He also said that he invited Wilson many times, but it was in vain. He also added that jades are always more expensive if identified by him. Yang Ming told Uncle Zhang that Mr. Lo gave him his business card and said that he could call him. The young man asked if it was worth calling him. Happy Zen grabbed the young man by the shoulders, joyfully saying that he rarely gives out his business cards and this is a great opportunity. The man said that if the young man becomes his student, he will definitely become a new star in the jewelry industry. Yang said that it was too early to talk about it, because that was not what he meant. Zhang Bing, while polishing stones, asked his friend where his stones were. He asked if he really didn't want to be reminded of them, because he found out that he had ordinary stones. But Ian activated X-ray vision. Bean boasted that he was about to reveal his stones. But Ming smiled, saying to himself that he had agate inside him. He replied that he was still polishing his. Zhang asked him to polish them and then they would give them to his father for judging. Yang asked him not to be so proud. In the middle of the night, a loud scream was heard from the Zhang family's house. Zen was completely stunned and did not understand how this was possible. He held in his hand the jade that was in Yang Ming's stones. Zhang Bing was as dumbfounded as his father. Ming turned on the acting and began to ask if it was really jade and if he was mistaken. The delighted Zen said that he was experienced in this matter. He added that he never expected the young man to have such great luck. He looked at Zhang Bing displeasedly, declaring Yang Ming's victory. He said that in this case, there would be no car for him. But still, he told his sad son that he was pleased with his interest in jades, so he would still buy him a car. He told Yang Ming that this was a middle-grade jade. If he sold it as a rough gemstone, the price would be around 200,000 yuan. But the happy young man tried not to give in to emotions. He said that he didn't know what to do and asked Uncle Zhang for advice. Zen replied that as a businessman, of course he wants the young man to sell it to him, but as an uncle, he does not advise selling it directly. He said that Yang could entrust the jade to the workshop to turn it into jewelry, and then by putting it up for sale, he could get 800,000. The young man was delighted and told his uncle that he was leaving it to him. He offered to divide the profit 50-50. With a smile, the uncle said that he was not going to take his money, so if he wanted to share, a 10% processing fee would be enough. Yang Ming asked Uncle Zhang in a whisper if he could keep one of the necklaces for himself. The uncle replied that they already belonged to him. He asked me to let him know what pattern he liked so they could engrave it on the necklace. Bean was depressed that he did not have such luck. Linda said to herself that she had loved him for a long time, but he never gave her gifts. She began to wonder if he was too stingy. Uncle Zhang decided that the jade would be safer in the safe for now, and only then they would start processing it. Yang Ming decided that he needed to call his parents since he had been at his uncle's house for 3 days. Mom asked how her son was doing. The young man replied that everything was fine with him and asked how she and dad were doing. Mom replied that everything was fine with them and said that his classmate had just called them. Yang was a little shocked. Mom said that this classmate was Mari-chan. She asked him to call her when he returned. The young man was stunned by this news. He told his mother over the phone that he understood everything. Linda had already entered the room. The young man's head was in complete confusion. Mom said that Marie was a nice girl and offered to invite her to dinner when he returned. She said that the girl agreed to this. Yang Ming said to himself that you can't keep your cake and eat it at the same time. Linda quietly crept up to him. The sweet girl hugged her beloved and asked what he was thinking about. The young man was frightened by her sudden appearance. He slightly pushed her away with a smile, saying that he was all sweaty, so she needed to be careful. Liam was confused by his strange behavior. The young man got out of bed and scratched the back of his head. He told the girl that he was going to take a shower, but Linda said to herself that she actually heard everything, she was just pretending. She wondered if she should tell him about this. The next day, a terrible and completely unexpected incident occurred at the Zhang family's home. A scream was heard throughout the house. Frightened, Yang Ming shouted and asked what happened. Had the jade really disappeared? He panicked a lot. Zhang Bing said in a panic that when his father woke up, he found that the jade was gone. The guy suggested we go and check. A very worried Zhang Zhen had already given a statement to the police. The employee asked when he noticed the loss, and what time he last saw the jade. The nervous man replied that when he woke up this morning and opened the safe, he was already gone. The last time he saw it, he was putting it in the safe. The police officer asked if anyone had entered his room after he put the jade in the safe. Zhang Zhen felt guilty and awkwardly replied that he had called the girl for the night. Zhang Bing and Yang Ming glared at him. The police officers tried to remain serious, although they felt awkward. One of them asked the name of the girl for the night. Zhang Zhen was also embarrassed. He said that he had this girl's business card, and she introduced herself as Lily. The policeman asked him to stay at the hotel and wait for their message. The man thanked them for their responsiveness. After the police left, he turned away from the young people because he was very embarrassed. But the young trio were no less confused than he was. Zhen asked Yang Ming for forgiveness for losing the jade. The young man asked not to worry and just expect good news. He said that even the police couldn't bring him back, he wouldn't blame him, so he just had to wait. Linda Liam was very thoughtful and told Ian that she thought it was all strange. The guy asked what she was talking about. She said that although she was a girl for the night for one day, she heard other girls say that they usually do not touch customers' suitcases. Ian remembered that X-ray vision was activated and turned it off. He asked if she really thought that Uncle Zhang stole the jade. Linda said that's not true at all. Yang Ming said that he planned to make a necklace out of jade for her. This made the girl dumbfounded. She twirled her hair around her finger in embarrassment. She also said that she was happy that he thought of her. He promised that he would find another one and make her a necklace if he didn't find this one. But he was shocked that she threw ice in his face. Linda hugged her beloved boyfriend. She asked if he was really tired today. It was as if the devil had woken up inside the young man. He said he was very tired today. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang was already under investigation. The police officer asked if this was the girl. To which the man replied yes. At night the girl did not understand what kind of jade we were talking about. She wondered if the fat man really wanted to set her up. Yang Ming realized that he could see her thoughts. The young man concluded that since she thought of Uncle Zhang in this light, she was definitely not a thief. The police officer said she was not involved. They checked her purse, it was too small to hold the jade. Besides, when they arrived, she was preparing for a meeting with a client, so suspicions about her practically disappear. They also reported him to the police station and investigators will arrive tomorrow. They asked for information to be provided to investigators. Zhen asked Yang Minggu to go with him to the bank, because he had to give him 200,000. But the young man asked not to rush, because the police were working. Uncle Zhang said that this amount was small for him. He will feel guilty if he doesn't do this. He asked if he was thinking about cheating. Yang said that if his uncle wanted to deceive him, he would have said that the jade was worthless and would have bought it from him at a low price. He had doubts about him. Zhang said that it was a relief to hear him say that, but if the jade was found, he would pay him the price they had discussed. Yang Ming asked Uncle Zhang if he could go to the stone market with him tomorrow. Zhen asked if he really wanted to try his luck again. The guy answered yes, but he wants to pay on his own, so this will motivate him. Uncle Zhang did not contradict the young man. The next day, the whole company came to the stone market. There weren't many people at the market. Yang was upset because he had hoped to collect a whole bag of jades, but most of the stones with jades were in the centers or at the bottom of the piles. In his thoughts, he said that putting all the stones aside and choosing from the center was a bad idea, but it would arouse suspicion if he did so. Zhang Bing waved, saying that they would see each other later. Yang calculated that the price of the stones was 1,000 yuan per kilogram, but he had 10,000 yuan. Even if there are no jades here, it will be good to find a bag of quality agates. The young man noticed how one of the men picked up the jade without knowing it. But at that very moment the lucky one considered the stone priceless and threw it into the pile with the other stones. Yang Ming immediately rushed to the stone and grabbed it. One of the men asked if it was necessary to squeeze through here if there were so many stones. The man thought he was an idiot and laughed because his master had thrown away this stone. Yang thought he was stupid, because the cost of the stone was hundreds of thousands. He also found several high-quality agates. The young man weighed the stones on the scales. It came out to 11,500 yuan. Uncle Zhang asked with a smile what he was going to do with the stones. Would he open them here or take them with him? The young man asked what his uncle would do. Chen replied that he would send his own to Songjiang. Yang said that in that case, he would send his along with his. A day later, early in the morning, the young man woke Linda up, telling her that they had to catch a plane. The girl had just woken up and was sleepy. The young man asked her to get up and said that she could take a nap on the plane. Linda Liam immediately got out of bed and began heading to the shower to wash herself. Yang said to himself that she slept naked. While the girl was washing her face, the young man decided that he needed to double-check whether her luggage was packed. But unexpectedly, something made the young man wary. He kept his ears open at that moment. The young couple was already at Song Jian's real estate agency. The realtor asked which of them was the future tenant. Ian said Linda. He's a CJ student and her girlfriend isn't local, so she needs to rent a house nearby. The realtor asked for a minute to look at the options. After a while, she told Professor Low that she had brought him potential tenants. An elderly gentleman with glasses invited the young couple to explore the surroundings. Yang was delighted to meet Professor Low, saying that the world is a small place. The professor was very surprised. He said it was the young man from the bookstore. The young man asked if he still remembered him. Low asked what brought him to Songjiang, and could it be that he was a possible lodger. Ian replied that he lived here and that was true. The professor praised the beauty of his girlfriend. The agent angrily asked whether they would rent or not. Low invited the young man to look around the house. Yang Ming asked the professor if he taught at CJ University, to which the professor replied that he lectured there. Finally, Professor Low told the young couple that they had arrived at their potential apartment. Ian asked if anyone had lived here before. The man replied that the house was prepared for his son, but something prevented this. The happy young man called this place wonderful and proposed to conclude an agreement. Low said they could live here for free. Linda Liam and Yang Ming were very surprised. The professor asked not to think too much about it, since he had no other motives. He said he just wanted to find someone reliable to look after the house. But he said he would kick me out for being a mess. The young man assured the man that this would not happen. But in his thoughts he thought, why didn't his son live in such a wonderful house? Linda looked at the wide photograph hanging above the luxurious sofa in the living room. Professor Low asked them to just take down the photo because he didn't think these people would come back here. The young man scratched his head and said that he would do it later. The man said that the key was on the table and began to leave. Linda's behavior made Yang Ming a little alarmed. He approached her and asked what she was thinking about. The girl turned around and answered with slight surprise that she thought she had previously seen the people in the picture. Yang Ming was surprised by her words, but she continued to think. Lnida said that they looked familiar to her, but she could not remember them. At one point, she smiled sweetly at her beloved, asking him not to take it into his head. The girl suggested removing the painting from the wall. After a while, Yang Ming said that he would go to his home and asked Linda to take care of herself. The girl said that she would wait for him. Walking through the night streets, the young man was thoughtful. He was wondering whether he should call Marie or not. He decided to forget about it, not to mention the curse. Besides, will Marie agree with Linda, and Linda with Marie? The next day, Yang Ming decided to visit Mr. Fang. The old man said it was great to see him, but still asked what brought him to him. Yang replied that he had simply returned from Yunnan and brought with him local products for him. Mr. Fang thanked him for remembering him. The young man's phone rang. Zhang Bing said on the phone that the stones had just arrived and asked Yang Ming to come to his father's company. The young man said he would come soon. Old man Fang asked if his friend was waiting for him, to which the young man answered yes with a smile. The old man asked the young man if he had tried random shopping in Yunnan. Ming answered yes, saying that he was curious. Fang cautioned him, saying that the business has been getting a lot of attention lately. Ian listened to him carefully. A little worried, he asked Mr. Fang what he was talking about and what his words meant. The old man said that he had heard that some people were stealing jade, but the guy had nothing good on his hands. Yang Ming wondered if Mr. Fang might have been involved in the theft of his jade. But I remembered that he was released recently, and from that moment he was at home. After a while, on the train, the young man saw a girl he knew. She looked at him confusedly. Ian suggested that she sit down, since he was leaving soon, but the girl was shy. The young man was persistent and asked her to accept his offer, because it was good for him to stand for his health. The blue-eyed beauty impressed him. She thanked him. Suddenly the train stopped and the young man could hardly stand on his feet. But still the young man could not resist and fell face down on the sweet girl. The girl felt very awkward. Yang Ming began to apologize, saying that the train suddenly stopped. But the embarrassed girl said that everything was fine, looking at the floor. The young man was sure that he had seen her, but could not remember. When he wanted to ask her something, the girl said goodbye to him, because it was already her stop. The young man looked at her back a little desperately and said bye. The girl got off the train a little sad. Zhang Bing told Yang that his father was currently in a meeting, so he needed to wait. Suddenly, a red-haired beauty walked in and asked if Mr. Zhang was in the office. The tense young man asked why she needed him. In his thoughts he wondered if this was his father's next mistress. The beauty with emerald eyes replied that she had an appointment with him. She didn't meet anyone outside, so she went in. Zhang Bing called his father and asked where he was, saying that there was a visitor waiting in his office. The father asked which visitor we were talking about. The son answered his father that no one knows, maybe she is even his mistress. Ian was dumbfounded. The red-haired girl could hardly contain her laughter, wondering if she really looked like a lover. Ming turned to Bean. The young man told his friend that he knew this girl, so he did not think that she was his father's mistress. Ian asked Charlotte what brought her here. He asked how the international exchange program went. The girl replied that it was good. She also said that it was her grandfather's birthday very soon and she came to buy a gift. Bean told himself that he had made a big mistake. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened by Mr. Zhang. The man was happy to see Miss Xiao as a guest. He said he had to ask her forgiveness. Charlotte stood up from the sofa and said with a smile that she had come to check on the progress of her order. Zen replied that he received jade that met her requirements, but due to bad luck it was stolen. She told him not to worry, saying that her grandfather was interested in it, so she wanted to give him one as a sign of her respect. Xiao said she would take her leave and asked to call if there was news. Ian asked his uncle how Charlotte buys such expensive things, to which Uncle Zhang replied that he did not know, but he thought the young man knew more about her. If his jade had not been stolen, he could have sold it to her. The man added that the young man's stones had arrived. He asked if he wanted his factory to process them or if he wanted to look directly. Encouraged, Yang Ming happily replied that he was eager to see it, because it could be exciting. After some time, stone processing bore fruit. Yang shouted joyfully to the entire factory that he had jade again. Everyone around was extremely shocked. Zhang Bing called it incredible luck, because the young man came across jade again. Zhang Zhen was shocked and exclaimed that this jade was even better than the previous one. Bin was stunned by Yang Ming's incredible luck. The embarrassed young man scratched his head, saying that he really was an incredibly lucky guy. Uncle Zhen said that the approximate value of the jade is about 2 million yuan. Yang Ming said that it was like a blessing in disguise. He told the guy that the incident with the theft would not be repeated, because he would immediately send the jade for safekeeping to the bank, and would compensate for the stolen money. Linda Liam was glad to see the young man return and called him her master. The fact that she called him a master surprised Yang Ming a little. The charming girl pointed her finger at the TV, telling the young man that she learned it from the TV. Yang took her in his arms, saying that she was his master, because she could kill him with a curse at any time. He asked if she was used to this place. Linda snuggled up to her beloved and said that she could not sleep well without him. She invited him to stay, but the young man said that his mother would be angry and asked if she was afraid to be alone. Liam replied that she is a master of curses and is not afraid. Yang Ming grabbed the cute girl's red cheek, calling her a bad girl. Linda said that it was time for her to go. She immediately took off her top and went to the shower. Meanwhile, it was night outside. Yang Ming came to Professor Lowe and said that he had come to see Linda, so he would be here for a while. The man invited the guy in and told Betty he would have a chat with him so she could start working on the invitation cards. Yang Ming was delighted and asked if they were really planning a holiday to celebrate the return of their son. But that was not the case. Wilson Lowe exhaled and told the guy that 6 years ago, on the eve of his wedding, his son and his bride suddenly disappeared. He continued to say that he was heartbroken, but life still goes on. Yang Ming was startled. Lowe said the invitation cards were for his birthday, which he did not want to celebrate, but several friends insisted on it. He also invited Yang Ming, saying that some professors from the university would also come. The young man asked if he would interfere with them, because he was still young. The professor said that this was not a problem since his adopted daughter and students would come there. The young man said that he would definitely come. Zhang Bing asked Yang Ming in a messenger if he was with Linda. The young man said that he was at home. A friend asked him to go pick up the car with him tomorrow. The young man agreed. Unexpectedly, Marie wrote to him and asked if he was online. Yang was surprised by her message, but the young man went into the settings and set the invisible mode, displaying his contacts as offline. The guy was uneasy at heart. The next day he was at a friend's house. Zhang Bing, it's almost noon, it's probably a break now, so it's better to go get the car after lunch. He whispered to Yang Ming and recently started talking to a chick. But the friend smiled, because he didn't really believe in it. Bean said he saw her naked. The guy opened the laptop and said that he would now show him her profile photo. Ian looked at the laptop with displeasure, but when he saw the photo, the young man was shocked. The photograph showed Zhou Jiajia. Because she snitched on him, her relationship with Suya was severed. Zhou was jealous that he didn't really study, but got good grades. Yang said that she was the best student in the class and asked if she really took her clothes off on video chat. Bin said yes, and he also said that he was Yang Ming. At that very moment a wave of insult fell upon him. The young man was desecrated far and wide. Zhang asked his friend not to get excited and said that her name was Suya, and he recorded everything on video. He asked to accept it as an apology and enjoy it. Yang Ming took the flash drive with the video from his friend's hands. He said to himself that now it was time to take revenge on Zhou Jiajia. A day later, Bean offered to take his friend to school to apply to college. He asked why he didn't buy a car from the sold Jade. While crossing the road, Yang Ming saw Wang Jitao. He asked how he was doing, because 2 weeks had passed since their last meeting. The young man did not understand what was happening to Ian. But Ming asked how his exam went and whether he would get into Tsinghua without any problems. It should have been so, but he found himself in an unpleasant situation. Jitao said that, unfortunately, he only gets into the integrated school. Yang Ming tried to put on a shocked face in front of the young man. But in his heart he rejoiced, saying that what goes around comes around. Wang was an example of this. He asked Ming where he was going to enroll, and the guy replied that he was going to Songjiang University, and Bin, the same place as Jitao. The wily guy said that they could continue to go to the same school. Ian said that it was time for him to go to class now, but in his thoughts he rejoiced, because his enemy could not enter Beijing. The young man was well prepared to take revenge on him. The closer he is, the easier it will be. Zhang Bing advised Yang Ming to go and talk to Marie sitting in class, and not tell him that he didn't love her anymore. The girl looked at them. Suddenly, the young man heard her steps. The girl was already standing behind him, gathering courage. She asked when he returned from Yunnan and why he didn't contact her. Ian replied that he returned 2 weeks ago and was busy, so he did not answer. A little excitedly, the girl asked how he knew that she wrote to him. He nervously replied that Bean used his QQ and told him about it. Marie exhaled nervously and said that she was not complaining. She asked which university the young man chose to enroll in. Blue-eyed Yang Ming looked down in confusion as he realized that she didn't even know that. His cheeks turned red. He replied that, like Bin, Songjiang Technical University. But Zhang corrected that he would go to a joint school with this university. Marie was delighted, saying that this was wonderful, because they would be classmates. Wang asked if Yang would come to the class meeting. Min replied that if only Marie would go. The girl said that she was the head of the class, so she would obviously go. Bean said he would come too. Wang Jitao said that for organizing the meeting, the fee for all participants is 20 yuan. His face was serious. The demands did not bother Yang Ming at all. He immediately handed over 100 yuan bill, said that this was payment for 3, and he could keep the change. Wang Jitao, barely holding back his laughter, asked the young man if he had recently received a large fortune. Yang asked who could compare in wealth to their family. Wang replied that he had to graduate before he could inherit it. He also offered to give them a ride, but Ming refused, saying that Zhang Bing also had a car. He grabbed Marie's hand and began to run. After some time, the trio was in the young man's car. An awkward silence reigned inside the car. Yang Ming decided to take a masculine initiative and gently grabbed Marie's hand. The girl's heartbeat quickened with excitement. Suddenly, Zhang Bing nervously turned around and asked them not to act like they were strangers to each other. He said they could ignore him. Yang Ming was embarrassed, but he asked him to watch the road and said that the first thing they needed to do was stop at the supermarket to buy groceries. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. The young man decided to check and it turned out that Linda asked where he was. The young man's face changed a little from nerves. Marie excitedly asked him if everything was okay. Yang Ming tried to say something, but suddenly Zhang Bil stopped the car and said that they had come to do some shopping. He stayed in the car to give the young couple some time together. But the young people silently walked around the supermarket with a cart. Ian picked up a packet of chips and offered to take them, because they were delicious. Marie smiled and said that she was just about to say it. The couple standing in front was sorting things out. "Girl, people behind me have the same tastes." The guy replied that everything he likes, she doesn't like. Yang Ming felt extremely awkward. Marie looked sweetly at the shy guy with red cheeks. But still, the young man decided to take the initiative into his own hands. He pressed himself against the girl from behind and asked her to let him help her. The moment of indescribable pleasure was interrupted by a phone call. Yang said that stupid Bean made a very good call. But he was very worried, because the call was not from him at all. It was Linda Liam's call. Sweat began to flow down the guy's face. He decided to move away so that Marie wouldn't hear anything. Worried, he asked the girl why she was calling. Linda said that she had started her period and asked to buy her hygiene products, because she could not go out and use toilet paper. Worried, Yang Ming promised to bring them to her. Marie approached the guy and asked if everything was okay. The young man was suspiciously nervous. But the young man hung up and nervously said that it was nothing. Bin was just wondering where they were. Zhang asked his friend where they were, to which Yang replied that they were in the sweets area. A friend said he would come now. Yang Ming was very nervous and was leaking sweat. He asked Marie if something was wrong, and the girl responded by asking why he was lying to her. The young man nervously said that in fact, the first call was not from Bean. The girl asked, "From whom then?" But the hero replied that the call came from his sister. Angry Marie asked why he hid it if it was his sister. The guy nervously replied that she asked for one favor and he was embarrassed. The girl asked what favor we were talking about. Yang Ming continued to worry, but at one point he replied that she asked to buy her pads. Marie was amazed. Her cheeks turned red from embarrassment. She said that if this was true, he should have told her the truth and she would not have laughed at him. Marie asked him to wait for Bean while she went to get the pads. Ian told himself that if she found out who really needed the pads, then he was screwed. Finally, Zhang found a friend and asked where Marie was. The young man replied that she was angry with him. The guy was shocked and asked why it was. Yang asked him not to worry, promising to fix everything. Bean thanked him and said that he always expected only good things from him. He also asked if Marie agreed with his polygamy, and would he now realize his lustful dream, but the girl returned with pads at the most inopportune moment. She asked in surprise, "What kind of polygamy are we talking about?" The nervous guys said that they were discussing the plot of a new novel, and its author was a maniac. Marie said no more sick people from now on. In the evening, Yang Ming returned to Linda. It was already dark outside. The guy handed her the pads she needed. A cute girl in lingerie thanked the guy. But she said that now she wants him to take it to the bathroom. Yang immediately took her in his arms and emphasized with a smile that today she was acting like a little child. The next day, the young trio went to a class meeting. It was wonderful sunny weather outside. 3 young men stood near the bus. One of them was Wang Jitao, who shouted for Yang to come towards them. Ming was wary, because he is insidious. After some time, the buses left the gathering place. There were 2 large buses in total to transport passengers. After some time, the buses reached the reservoir. The place was wonderful. Yang Ming fished calmly. Wang Jitao asked if he would play cards since they needed 1 player. The young man agreed and decided to see what his opponent was up to. The young man was an experienced player. His opponents praised him because he won twice in a row. He really was very lucky. The plump young man asked how about placing bets. The other one replied that he didn't mind and asked Ian's opinion. Ming was a little worried. He asked if everything would be okay and if they should even do gambling. Wang Jitao said that they were already adults, and they were just playing for fun. 2 guys started teasing him, saying that he was afraid. Yang Ming eventually agreed and asked how much they would bet. But he said to himself that they themselves asked for the game with him. The plump guy offered to bet 10 yuan each round. Yang Ming agreed to this, but in his heart he wanted more. The insidious Wang Jitao said to himself that all men were born gamblers, and once he started gambling, he would not be able to stop. Time flew by, but the gambling of young people did not stop. Rivals praised the young man for winning the rounds. Ian said he was just lucky. But in his mind, he wondered if they really thought that they didn't understand that they specifically let him win 200 yuan. The fat guy said that the bet was small and it was getting boring. The second guy suggested raising the bet to 100 yuan, but Yang Ming confidently stated that 100 yuan was not enough and proposed to immediately increase it to 1,000 yuan. The insidious young people looked at each other. They understood that he had made a profit. They said that since he insisted, then so be it. Marie and Zhang Bing approached Yang Ming. She asked what the young man was doing with the guys. She excitedly asked if they were gambling. But the nervous young man said that it was for fun. The girl confronted Wang Jitao and asked how he could take part in gambling if he was the headman. But the young man told Marichan that they came to have fun today, so she had nothing to worry about. His comrades supported him. The sweet girl still asked Yang Ming to stop when enough was enough. The guy asked her not to worry, saying that he knew everything. The cunning Jitao said in his thoughts that he had good cards, so the enemy would screw up. At that very moment he winked at his fat colleague, trying to hint that he had good cards. But Yang Ming was not that simple. He activated his X-ray vision and read Van's thoughts. He said he was betting 1,000 yuan. The chubby guy exclaimed that he was raising to 5,000. Yang became a little nervous, and Wang Jitao asked if he was in, but the confident, gambling young man loudly declared that he was in business. Marie became very worried about him. Jitao, gritting his teeth, said that he was raising up to 10,000 yuan. Pukliash said that he was also in the business. Marichan asked Ian to stop and asked if he thought it was too much. But the young man said that he was in business. Wang said that he might think again because the stakes were really high. But if he is confident, then he can bet as much as he wants. Zhang Bing on the side tried to calm Marie down. He told her that Ian was not a gambler. He must have been up to something. Unexpectedly, Wang Jitao stood up and loudly announced that he was raising the bet to 50,000 yuan. The total bank was about 200,000. Frightened, Marie immediately ran to Yang Ming. She asked if he would really bet that much. The young man said that the bank was more than 200,000, so she stopped betting. This would be the best solution, because Jitao was clearly up to something. A little worried, Wang Jitao put on a smile and said that in this case, it's time to open up. He showed the cards to the other players and said that his cards were clearly bigger. The insidious guy was confident of his victory. His comrades revealed the cards and turned on the acting. They said they didn't expect him to have such good cards. One of the players smiled sarcastically and asked Ian why it wasn't opened. He said that you can't be a coward and you need to accept your fate. Yang Ming apologized for keeping him waiting. At one point he declared that his cards were better and revealed them. Plump rolled up his sleeves and shouted, asking if his straight was bigger and he was trying to cheat them. Wang Jitao smiled, barely able to contain his anger. He said that Ian really plays well. He decided that he needed to stop. He and his companions left for lunch first. He said to himself that he had lost 160,000 to Ming, which was his vacation money. Yang said to himself that he didn't need these 200,000 for nothing, but he wanted to see Wang upset. Marie asked what was going on. Ming asked if she hadn't seen. He said that it was obvious that Wang Jitao and his two henchmen wanted to frame him. Marie Chai said that she knows that he and Jitao will never stop fighting with each other. She understood that it was all because of her. Concerned about this, the girl told the guy that this should not happen again. Yang looked at her in surprise. Marie said that now Jitao knows that between them and him there is no point in doing anything again. Ian asked what was wrong with them. But she called him a fool and said that she is his girlfriend now. Chard Wang has no chance. The young man said that if Chard did not contact him, then he would not provoke him. Marie called it nice. Suddenly, Yang Ming asked the girl to look at where he was pointing his finger with a smile. She looked in surprise. Lying under the tree were Zhao Cixi and Zhang Bing, hugging each other tenderly. Marie was amazed because she didn't understand when they made it. The young couple began to walk towards another young couple. The lovers immediately jumped up in fright. Zhang Bing shouted angrily that Yang had scared him to death. Zhao Cixi also looked at him angrily. Min, with a teasing smile, said that he hadn't done anything. He asked when they started dating, but Bean immediately pulled his friend aside, whispering and nervously saying that they were not dating yet. But the young man looked at him with a smile. He congratulated him saying that it was an excellent choice. Ian said they are brothers. Marie and Cixi are also good friends. It's all very convenient for parties. Marichan asked Cixi if she was really with Bin. But the girl replied that she had sprained her ankle and he was massaging it. Ian advised his friend not to miss his chance, because this is how he began his personal life with his girlfriend. He knew what his friend was thinking about. That evening, two friends were at home. Bin asked him what he thought of Zhao Cixi. He replied that she was a good girl and would be a good wife and mother. Bean said that was his type. Yang said that he thought he had a different type. He picked up the ringing phone. The young man was asked if he was interested in massage services and promised that he would feel great, but the young man hung up. Zhang asked what they were talking about, to which he replied that they were offering services. After some time the bell rang again. Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked who was calling him. He was asked if he was interested in his services. It was said that they have female students. But the young man rejected their offer and hung up. The young man said that he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Zhang Bing said that he could just unplug the phone, but at that very moment, the guy's peace was again disturbed by a bursting cell phone. He could barely contain his anger. Ian picked up the phone and started shouting that he didn't need any services, and in general, he had a beautiful girlfriend. But an awkward situation occurred. It turned out that his beloved Marie called him, but she did not understand anything. The young man immediately moderated his tone, because he realized that this was really his beloved girl. He felt extremely awkward at that moment. Marie said that she missed him and asked what he was talking about. Ian asked for forgiveness and said that there had been 2 annoying calls before. The sweet girl calmly said that everything was fine and asked not to swear anymore. She asked what her beloved was doing. Yang Ming replied with a smile that he and Bin were talking about Cece and he was sure that Cece also talked to her about Bin. Marie decided to remain mysterious and said that it was possible. She said she went to take a shower. A masked devil appeared behind Ian. Zhang Bing playfully asked Yang Ming if Marie had said anything to Zhao Cece about him. The blue-eyed young man looked at him with a smile, but he answered no and said that when they were talking, Marie said that Cece was taking a shower. Zhang Bing said to himself that he was lucky that he did not ask Ming to call a prostitute, otherwise Cece would have killed him. He imagined that his love was standing in front of him and began to squirm, imagining that he was kissing her. Ian looked at him in bewilderment. At one point, he became a little wary because he remembered that Marie had said that she was going to take a shower. The young man was very curious and decided to just sneak a look at her. He activated his X-ray vision, but the young man got the wrong address and was dumbfounded because he saw Zhao Cece. Yang Ming decided to keep quiet about it, because she is his future daughter-in-law, and he just saw it. But the young man saw something else. Behind the wall, Wang Jitao was with a girl. Encouraged, Yang Ming asked Bin if he had a camera. Zhang replied that it was in his bag. The young man decided to take the chance and film how Jitao was with the girl. He took the camera and went outside. Hiding in the bushes, he began to take pictures and laughed, because Van didn't even close the curtains. Suddenly, Yang noticed a motionless man with horns. He tried to figure out who was standing there. He became wary because he was standing outside Zhao Cece and Marie's room. The young man wondered if this freak was also peeping. Ian rolled up his sleeves in anger because he wouldn't let anyone spy on his girlfriend. He said the man had met the end of his life. Confident, he walked up and tapped the man on the shoulder and asked him to step away for a second. The man in the devil mask was surprised. The devil in the suit immediately began trying to scare the guy, waving his arms in all directions. Yang believed that it was Chen Afu. Ming wondered if this fool really thought it would work, pretending to be a ghost in front of him, but he realized that this guy was not here to peep, otherwise he wouldn't need this suit. The young man realized that since he was not there to peep, it meant that this geek wanted to scare Marie. He looked him sternly in the eyes. Yang Ming thought for a while and smiled slyly. He came to some conclusions and understood what he would do with the man in the devil costume. He grabbed him by the robe and pulled him along. The young man looked at him extremely sternly and threatened that he would kill him if he behaved like that. After a few seconds, he quietly asked him to begin. But the man in the robe did not understand anything at all. The devil panicked and asked the young man in bewilderment what he was talking about, and why he should even start. Ian asked if he seriously could not understand this, but the devil replied that he did not understand. The young man told him to do what he came for earlier. He gave him a kick in the ass and told him to scare people and didn't waste any time. The ghost did not argue and obeyed. A few seconds later, he was already standing at the window, where Wang Jitao was comforting himself and his companion. The ghost began to scare and scratch his nails on the glass. Chard Wang became alert because he heard strange sounds coming from the street. There was excitement in his heart. He looked at the window and screamed in fear. The girl woke up and asked if he was screaming because he could no longer continue. But scared to death, Wang Jitao continued to scream and foam at the mouth, pointing at the ghost in the window. The next day, among the other students, he was angry and silent. His comrades did not understand what was wrong with him. Zhang Bing asked Yang Ming what was wrong with Jitao today. The guy suggested that he was upset because he lost at cards yesterday. But the young man giggled and said to himself that he saw Van use his little friend in the toilet last night, because he was very scared. Yang looked at Jitao and did not understand why he should continue to fight with him for the girl if he was impotent and should fight with himself. In August, a father raised a glass of wine, loudly saying that everyone should eat and drink a lot to celebrate his son going to university. Cousin Yang Li told Yang Ming that the technical university was not bad, but it was still worse than Beijing universities. She said that he could go to the city if he had high enough scores, but since his score is not that high, he has no choice. Ian was stunned. My father said with a smile that his points were enough to enter Tsinghua or Beijing, but he didn't want that. Cousin inquired about his score because she was curious about which Beijing universities he could enroll in. Yang replied with a smile that he didn't have that many, only 697.5 points. Yang Li was shocked. Her result last year was lower. She said that the questions were easier this year, so most likely this result would not be considered high. The father said that the arrival of his son already makes him and his aunt happy. He whispered to his son that his cousin had been like this since childhood and there was no need to be angry with her. A couple of days later, Yang Ming stood at the bus stop, remembering how his father asked him to visit Yang Li and ask her for advice about the student's knowledge. The young man told himself that if it weren't for his constantly grumbling father, he would never have gone to her. He was greeted kindly at his cousin's house and told that she was upstairs with a friend, and he could go up to see them. Yang Ming stood up and became a little wary because he heard loud female laughter outside the door, and they agreed to talk in private. The young man immediately confidently opened the door to his cousin's room. The girls immediately paid attention to him. Cousin Yang Li was sitting on the bed with a slender and charming friend with purple hair. Yang asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. The cousin asked what was wrong with him and how could he enter the girl's room like that. The friend admiringly told Lily that her cousin was quite handsome. But the cousin asked Sun Ji not to pay attention to him. The girl continued to look at the shy guy with admiration and said that she was 80% sure that he was still a boy. Yang Ming couldn't understand why his sister would get involved with someone like her. But she was even more than Ying's teacher. He asked if it was really forbidden to look at her, and did she think that anyone believed in her innocence? His statements about innocence surprised the girl of easy virtue a little. The young man looked at her in surprise. Sun Ji accepted pose, trying to seduce him. Sister Lily intervened and screamed at the guy to be more restrained and not act like a pervert, or she would tell everything to her uncle. Yang said to himself that she is the only one who is friends with the girl who is a pervert, and maybe she herself is one, and she is slandering him. The sister was very angry with her brother and shouted if he needed advice about going to university. Yang Ming remained calm and, picking his nose, asked her to begin. Lily looked at him displeased. First of all, the girl asked how he was going to build relationships with his classmates if he behaved as if this was a school. She said that in his class there would be children of rich people, so she would let him gain experience of the lifestyle of rich people, and he would not embarrass himself. Yang Ming asked if she would take him somewhere. Lily replied that he would go to the party with them and play the role of Sun Ji's boyfriend. He realized that she dared to talk to him like that, although she was asking for a favor. Not to mention her condescending tone while talking about her experience. But at one point his stream of thoughts stopped as he stared at the attractive figure of Sun Ji. He could hardly contain himself. Sister Lily, with an angry cry, asked what he would say about this. Yang Ming asked if a temporary boyfriend could enjoy the same privileges as a regular guy. The sister was speechless from her impudence. Sun Ji asked what kind of privileges he wanted from her and said that for now it was feasible. The guy emphasized that she said it herself. Lily screamed and asked who he thought he was. She said to herself that Sun Ji does not speak as sharply as he does, although he loves to flirt. She said that many people want to get Ji and the person who invited them today is the vice president of Xiangfen Group. Yang Ming asked her not to ask for help, because he is who he is. He realized that the vice president would become Wang Jitao's lackey in the future. Sun Ji giggled and covered her face and told Lily that her cousin just had that personality. But the dissatisfied sister asked which one it was. She got angry and screamed and asked him to leave the room because they were going to change clothes. Half an hour later they finished. Sun Ji asked if Yang couldn't recognize them. The guy really couldn't recognize them. He continued to look at them with his mouth open. He said to himself that the beautiful Ji is a very mysterious girl. Lily asked him to behave naturally. Yang's intuition told him that Sun was the type of person who could eat him whole. He realized that the party would not be so simple. Only a person like Yang Li could be best friends with a girl like her. Sun Ji said in her thoughts that she did not consider him a pervert, and over the past 5 years he was the only one who did not seem disgusting to her. The butler apologized for the interruption and said that 3 guests had already arrived. Sun Ji smiled sweetly. Vice President of Xiangfen Group Gu Tianchan smiled at her, saying that he was very glad to meet her and had finally waited for her. Yang Li displeasedly asked what he meant. She asked why he talks about it as if they were late if they arrived on time. In her thoughts, she said that she only brought Sun Ji here because he bought her a purse, but she shouldn't blame her if she couldn't get Ji. Gu Tianchan said with excitement that he only said that because he was really looking forward to meeting their beautiful lady. He asked who the young man was with them. Sun Ji smiled sweetly and said that this was her boyfriend, Yang Ming. The vice president was shocked by this statement. The girl introduced Gu Tianchan to the guy. She said he was a vice president who was 29 years old, but already had great promise. Yang Ming walked up to the vice president and extended his hand to greet him. But the man stood in a stupor. This angered the young man, because he tried to show him respect, but rejected it. In this case, he should not blame him for disrespect in the future. He told Sun Ji that Mr. Gu seemed to be very hostile towards him. But Tianchan excitedly said that this was not so and invited him to the table. The vice president was holding a glass of red wine. He asked what Mr. Yang was doing. The young man replied that he was unemployed. Yang Li said that he started studying at the university this year, so he is not as successful as him yet. In her thoughts, she said that she brought them together, but it was for Mr. Gu. Now she gave a clue that in truth Sun Ji is lonely. She said that Mr. Yang had the same surname as Yang, so she jokingly called him cousin. Min realized that she was ruining everything on purpose. The young man angrily put the glass of wine on the table and told himself that in this case, he would play by his own rules. He pulled Sun Ji towards him and told his cousin that she looked down on people like him. The young man hugged the girl and said that they sincerely love each other. Ji asked why he was so worried if Li had not said anything yet. The cousin, the vice president and his associate were stunned. He and his colleague looked at each other excitedly at that moment. The president of the jewelry company, Hua, stood up from the table and said that he would go to the restroom. The vice president said he would accompany him. Yang Ming looked at the worried leaders and realized that his plan had worked and they fell for his trick. In the restroom, Gu Tianchan was very nervous and did not understand why Sun Ji chose this worthless boy. Hua tried to calm him down. He calmly said that he didn't have to worry because he shouldn't forget that they still had a backup plan. The president asked the vice president if he was really afraid. Gu responded by asking, "Does he really think that he is afraid of this brat?" Hua said that he was not talking about this, but about Sun Ji's family. The vice president became very worried at that moment. He snatched the package from the president's hands and asked, "Aren't all women the same? While she is being pleased in bed, she is not able to refuse." Hua congratulated him on becoming the future son-in-law of the Sun family. Gu laughed and said that he would not forget his kindness when that day came. The insidious president said to himself that now he has material to blackmail him in the future. He is all in full view from now on. Gu Tianchan returned to the guests and asked why there was such a quiet atmosphere here. The young couple looked at him in confusion. He asked Sun Ji if she would like to drink some wine, to which Yang Ming advised the girl not to drink. But the girl asked in surprise why he said that. In her thoughts, she said that a glass of red wine would do nothing to her. She immediately took a sip of her glass of wine, ignoring the young man's advice. He said to himself that they had obviously lost her. In his mind, he also told her not to say that he didn't warn her if anything happened to her later. Gu smirked as he saw her drinking. The president suggested finishing here, since he had reserved a large karaoke room on the floor above. He suggested we sing and relax. Sun Ji became worried, because it seemed to her that the wine was a drug that had already begun to act. Her cheeks turned red. A few minutes later, the vice president and Yang Li were singing karaoke, and Yang Ming silently lit a cigarette, calling them terrible in his thoughts. Lily screamed that if he wanted to smoke, he should come out and not choke them with his cigarettes. The young man could hardly contain his anger. He slammed the door behind him, telling himself that no one had anything against it, only she attached special importance to it. The guy decided to smoke in the restroom. Something strange began to happen to Sun Ji. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. Her cheeks turned red from excitement. Gu Tianchan asked if she was okay and said that there was a rest room here and it would be better if she rested for a while. But the girl ruined all his plans. She jumped up from the sofa and said that she urgently needed to go to the restroom. Sun Ji quickly ran into the restroom and decided to remove what was bothering her now. She was extremely worried, but at this time, Yang Ming was standing behind her. She didn't notice him. Gu was nervous because she had gone to the restroom. He told the president that if she went there to do her business, then their plan had failed. Hua said that under the effect of this drug, the girl is not able to take care of herself on her own, and she will not be able to control herself. She didn't understand what was happening to her now, but she realized that she needed to act very decisively. But then she began to drive away thoughts from herself, saying that there are no good men in the world, and everyone who approaches her with her is only because of her family. In her thoughts, she had Yang Ming, who could not leave her mind. She didn't understand why she was thinking about him. Gu Tianchan nervously asked Brother Hua if he was sure that Sun Ji would not report him for this. The president asked if he really didn't understand. He said that the Sun family is a modern noble family. If something tarnishes their reputation, does he think they will decide to report it? Hua also added that moreover, if they make several photographs, whether he would have reason to be afraid of what she would convey. Sun Ji continued to try to calm herself down, but Yang Ming could not leave her mind. The young man standing behind was dumbfounded, because he was her imaginary partner. But he didn't think she had that kind of character. He thought he might have misheard something, maybe it was just a coincidence that he was her type. Suddenly, someone called Yang Ming. Ji immediately became wary, because she realized that someone was in the room with her. She turned around excitedly to see who it was. The young man was sweating just like her, but she just turned around and continued doing what she started. The guy was shocked and thought she was blind. Still, Sun Ji, being busy, pressed herself to Yang Ming, asking him to kiss her. In his thoughts, he said that he had previously warned her not to drink that wine, but she didn't listen. He is not responsible for this. Yang Ming could no longer restrain himself. He did not waste this opportunity and joined her. Sun Ji was very happy about this. Yen Li was asleep at the table. Gu Tianchan asked the unshaven Brother Hua, could Sun Ji solve her problem? The president replied that she had been there for more than half an hour and could not restrain herself for that long. Ian was with her the whole time. When she was able to solve her problem, the girl remembered that he advised her not to drink. She realized that something had been slipped into her glass. She asked Ian to hurry up and clean up so that no one would suspect them. She decided to take revenge on Gu. The young man was uncomfortable, but he wanted to tell her something. The girl interrupted him, asking him not to say anything. Ji said that they are all alike and all have needs, and asked them to pretend like nothing happened. She said she underestimated him. Standing by the window, Yang Ming said that he could tell her the same thing. He asked if they weren't all alike. Sun couldn't answer him. A few minutes later the young couple left the restroom. The president and vice president were communicating not far from the door. Both of them were shocked to see the two of them leaving the toilet. They both opened their mouths in surprise. Sun Ji said that she didn't feel well after drinking wine and her boyfriend took care of her all the time. Vice President Gu Tianchan took a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp as he was under a lot of stress. He asked Ji's forgiveness, saying that he and the president had some business to deal with, so they would leave first. Yang Li, yawning, asked her friend if the leaders had left. Sun answered yes, and said that it was time for them to leave too. Lily saw her cousin and asked why he was still here. Did he really want her and Sun Ji to walk her home? The young man could no longer tolerate her company, and loudly declared that he was leaving right now. Satisfied, Sun Ji told Yang Li that her cousin was a very interesting person. Lily didn't think so, but remained silent. The beauty asked her friend if her cousin had a girlfriend. She seemed to have plans for the young man. Yang Ming opened the front door and saw a red-haired man who was about to break someone's legs. The young man was very surprised because he realized that this was Bao Xinli's brother, with whom he was in prison. The young man caught up with his cellmate and joyfully put his hand on his shoulder. Xinli was a little surprised. He turned around and was delighted to meet brother Yang. Ming asked brother Bao what he was doing here. He also asked where he was going so angry. Bao replied that he worked there as a security guard and the waiter told him that someone was creating a disturbance. He invited the young man to go together. Ian agreed and asked to remove his hand, because if others saw them, they would think something wrong. Suddenly, Ming was very surprised. Vice President Gu Tianchan stood in the corridor, pestering the cleaning lady. Bao asked if he knew him, to which the guy replied that he had met him recently. He asked what his brother's plan was to punish the scoundrel. Evil Xinli said that he would give him a good kick and then throw him out on the street. Ian asked if it was too easy to let him go. He invited him to use his plan and whispered the details. Bao was surprised and said that the plan was quite sinister. Xinli shouted and asked the scoundrel how he dared to harass his girlfriend. The waiters were ready to help him. Gu nervously asked who he was, to which the guard replied that he was the main security guard of the establishment, and she was his girlfriend. Frightened to death, Gu Tianchan began to beg for forgiveness 10 times, and said that she would leave the establishment immediately. But Bao immediately punched him in the jaw, asking if he was really trying to run away after groping his girlfriend. In tears, Gu held on to the site of the blow and asked how they could solve this. Xinli smiled sternly and suggested going to his office first. Bao told him that he was a man and you wanted bad things with his girlfriend, and asked what kind of punishment he should have then. Scared to death, Tianchan replied that he had to bring the woman. But the guard said he could only dream. He put his hand on Du Long's shoulder, saying that he was his now, and asked him to help him feel good. Lon began to gently stroke the vice president's face. He said that this sweet boy is really a charmer. Tianchan began to panic. Bao Xinli left the room and began to leave with a smile. Gu's screams could be heard from the office, begging to be left alone. After a while he entered the office. With a sneer, he asked if the scoundrel liked it, to which he shouted and answered no. At that very moment he corrected himself, saying that he liked everything so that he would not be beaten. Bao asked with a smile, how about one more time? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Xinli asked what was the matter, and was told that his friend had come to see him. Gu Tianchan was very surprised. It turned out that it was brother Yang. Bao said that one asshole was messing with his girlfriend, and he was thinking of drowning him in the river. The vice president begged Yang Ming to save him, but Xinli kicked him. The young man asked why he was here. Gu just shouted that he didn't want to die. He asked brother Bao to release the vice president. But Xinli replied that he must understand that he cares about reputation most of all. He said that this bastard has nothing to do with Ian, so there must be a good reason to let him go. The young man said that he was his subordinate. Gu shouted that he was truly his subordinate. He begged senior brother Bao to let him go for the sake of brother Yang's reputation. But the embittered Xinli asked why he didn't say this earlier. Tianchan replied that he was too scared to say anything. Bao agreed to spare his life only for the sake of Yang's reputation. He promised not to touch him, because he is one of the people of a person he respects. Finally, he grabbed Gu by the collar, saying that if the day came when his brother didn't need him, it would be the day he died. Tianchan swore that he would be Ming's subordinate for the rest of his life, and would no longer dare to do anything that could cause him problems. Bao asked him not to forget that he had written down his words. Brother Yang covered for him this time. He won't show this recording to anyone for now. He said that if Gu did anything to tarnish his brother's name, the recording would be published. Tianchan vowed not to dare to smear the elder's name. Xinli asked him to disappear because he was insulting him with his presence. Meanwhile, he and his brother Yang Ming will catch up. He told his brother that he was really very cunning. Gu is now very grateful to him and will not dare to contradict him in the future. Yang Ming finally left the nightclub and began to walk away. It was dark outside, but the nightclub sign illuminated the road brightly. The young man was wary because the call he received in the restroom was from Linda Liam. He had completely forgotten about her curse. The young man called her back. The girl asked where he was and why he didn't answer the call earlier. Yang replied that he was at a meeting and did not hear the call. She asked if he would come to her and said that since her period had just passed, they would not have to use contraception. The young man playfully replied that he would not come tomorrow because it was already late and he had to go home. Linda replied that she would miss her. After some time, Yang Ming had already returned home. Mom asked him to go shopping for clothes tomorrow. She said that he could not dress in such childish clothes, because he had a girlfriend. Mom suggested that he go with Marie tomorrow. Ian said that she might be busy, but my mother immediately said that she was free and called to ask about him. The next day, the young man realized that, apparently, he would not be able to come to Linda until late at night. Marie suddenly appeared and apologized for the wait. But Ian said that everything was fine, because he had just arrived. She looked perfect. The girl said with a smile that he knew exactly how to make her feel better and took his hand. In the store, Marie showed the young man paired t-shirts and asked his opinion. Ian offered to try them on. Suddenly, the girl was very surprised as she saw teacher Zhao Ying. The teacher was no less surprised than she was. She realized that they were a couple. Yang told Sister Ying that school was coming soon and they came to buy clothes. He didn't understand why Jean Gang was with her. He told Sister Ying that they could continue trying on clothes, but it was time for him and Marie to go. Everyone was surprised by his marvelous behavior. Teacher Ying could not find a place for herself and tried to say something. His sweet girlfriend was no less worried. Marie apologized to Miss Zhao and said that Yang Ming had bad manners as always. The teacher replied that everything was fine, but in fact, in her heart she felt lousy, because she liked him. Jean Gang stood silently behind her. Marie asked the guy if he really had any problems with him, but the young man replied that everything was much worse. Suddenly, someone screamed about a robber. It turned out that this was indeed a lawbreaker. He shouted to those around him that if they did not want to die, they should get out of his way. The robber ran as fast as he could, shouting for those around him to run away and give him way. People were stunned. Yang Ming was wary but remained silent. Jean Gang shouted at the robber to stop now. An excited Zhang Ying told him that they still had things to do. He realized that this was a chance to show himself as cool in front of her. Confident and fearless, Jean Gang stated that when injustice appears on the streets, he appears to eliminate it. But the robber did not care about him and considered him an upstart. At the same moment he launched a kick at his stomach. Zhao Ying asked him to stop beating him. She held the phone in her hands and said that she called the police. The impudent robber threatened her not to interfere if she did not want to be beaten along with her boyfriend. But unexpectedly, our hero prevented his antics. Yang Ming grabbed the impudent man by the hair and asked if he was really looking for death. In pain, the bastard began to kick and jump with all his might. He asked the young man to let him go immediately. Yang Ming continued to hold him, and with a smile asked Sister Ying if she was okay. The worried girl replied that she was fine, but not so good with Jean Gang. The young man lay unconscious, and foam flowed from his mouth. Yang said he won't die. He tried to play it cool, even if he was so weak. The young man called him a simple idiot. The police asked the robber who the money belonged to which he angrily replied that it belonged to him. The detainee tried to resist and shouted that he was innocent. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard. The girl asked to wait. The out-of-breath girl stopped in front of the crowd. She said it was her money and the robber stole it. Yang Ming wondered, isn't this the girl he bumped into on the bus recently? If it's her, then he might know her name. The girl also noticed a young man she knew. The young man with Marie stood away from her. She couldn't understand why she kept bumping into this guy, and was it so hard to let bygones be bygones? But still she looked at Marie standing next to her and realized that this young man had a girlfriend. The police officer asked the girl whether it was her money or not. But she looked upset at the floor and was silent. After a few seconds, the girl still answered that it was her money, namely 1,000 yuan. She handed over a check for withdrawing money from the bank. At the police station, Ian asked Marie with a smile if they weren't model citizens. The victim wanted to keep her name secret. Marie told the guy that he pulled the robber's head so hard that blood came out of his head, everything was red there. The young man said that they used to call him Mad Yen. The girl laughed and called it a terrible nickname. After her words, he became a little upset and wondered if Suya remembered him, or had already completely forgotten. In the afternoon the young man finally returned to Linda Liam. The girl said that she missed him very much. She hugged him tightly. Yang Ming said that she is at home all day and doesn't even go out for a walk. She will turn into a recluse. Linda, with a spark of love in her eyes, answered him that she only likes to be with him. When he is not here, she is just sleeping. She looked at his t-shirt in surprise and asked if it was not from the couple's collection. She said she saw her ad on TV. The young man realized that he needed to get out. He said that he had a second one, he did not take it with him, but he would bring it to her another day. Linda said she had just taken a shower and asked if she smelled good. Ian said yes and asked what shampoo she uses. The hot girl asked him to hurry up and take off his clothes, because she couldn't wait to start making out. She lifted her shirt. The evening was very stormy and a few hours later Yang Ming was already fast asleep. He slept so soundly that he began to snore. Upset Linda thought that he had lied to her, because he had only bought the t-shirt today. She didn't understand why he was lying to her. Smelling the t-shirt, she realized that this smell did not belong to her, but she could feel his feelings, he definitely loved her. Linda snuggled up to the sleeping guy and told herself that he still knew the exact meaning of her curse. Suddenly, Yang Ming woke up. Liam slept soundly next to him. She had a sweet smile on the street, but she was only pretending. The young man got dressed and began to leave. The girl wondered if he would really leave without saying a word, but the young man quietly asked her if she had woken up. The girl began to slowly open her eyes. Ian sweetly said that it looked like his little cutie was still sleeping. Then he can do whatever he wants and she won't know. Linda laughed and said stop fooling around and she stood up. The guy said that he had prepared something tasty for her. After some time, Yang Ming said goodbye to his beloved girl and began to leave. It was evening outside. On the street, the young man met his older sister Charlotte, whom he almost called elderly. She was wearing the usual white hat. The girl asked what he was doing here, but the young man replied that his friend lived here. Charlotte said her father lives here. Yang said that he would not detain her and said goodbye. Zhang Bing asked who it was and called her hot. The young man replied that this was his girlfriend. Bean asked him to introduce them, because her body is amazing, and these black stockings are extremely seductive. Ming said that the day he went on a date with Zhao Sisi, he would call her so they could go on a ride together. Zhang asked to forget it. A few days later, the two young couples were happy and standing in front of the entrance to Songjian University. Two guys pestered Marie. They began to ask if she needed help and offered to guide her if she wanted. After a few seconds, they began to find out who was the first to approach the beauty. A fight almost broke out between them. Yang Ming took the girl away and told her that it would be better for them to look for a dormitory on their own. A fight started between the guys. Late in the evening the couples were walking. Zhang Bing told his friend that they were now roommates in the dorm. He said that he wondered who else would be with them. Suddenly, an expensive car stopped in front of the young people. Wang Jitao got out and asked what they were doing here. Min replied that they were going to have something to eat and asked why the headman should not mind his own business. He didn't understand how he could have encountered him. Jitao asked them to take him with them since he had nothing urgent to do right now. The young man agreed to this adventure through clenched teeth. After some time, a group of young guys were already in the establishment. The waiter greeted them kindly. Yang Ming was extremely surprised because the insidious Zhou Jiajia was sitting in the establishment. The blue-eyed girl also recognized him. He told himself that because Zhang Bing was an idiot, she would make fun of him, so he had better pretend not to know her and get out of here. But Wang Jitao at that very moment pushed his chair away from the table and offered to sit right next to the table where Zhou Jiajia was sitting. He turned around and wondered if this was the same girl with whom he had recently corresponded on the internet. He decided that he needed to find a chance to talk to her. Wang told Zhang Bing that when the time comes, his father will make him the president of Xiangfen Group, and in the future, they will all be able to contact him whenever they want. Zhou Jiejia overheard the conversation and remembered that the person she was texting with said the same thing. Wang Jitao continued the story. One of the guys asked the other if these were new students. Chen replied that this was exactly the case. Both of them approached the sitting girls and asked if they were both first-year students at Songjian University. Jiejia asked how he found out, and the young man first introduced himself as the vice president of the Taekwondo club. He asked if they were interested in joining them. The blue-haired girl replied that they had just started studying, so they needed time. Chen sat down with the girls and said with a smile that from now on they were all university friends, and he was sure they would quickly become friends. Wang Jitao saw the guys' advances. He stood up and with an angry cry asked what they were trying to achieve. Chen looked at him with displeasure and asked who he was to ask about this. A confident Wang replied that his father was the president of Xiangfen Group, so they had better leave or they would regret it. But the guy was not afraid of his words, he simply called him a rich brat. This enraged Jitao and he swung the glass bottle. The vice president of the Taekwondo club had a good reaction, so he immediately punched him in the jaw. Wang immediately called Zhang Biao and asked him to send several people to help him. But at that very moment the phone was knocked out of his hands. Chen called him quite arrogant and stepped on his face. Jiejia screamed for someone to separate them. Yang Ming was silent the whole time, but at one point he asked if they wanted to leave the establishment. The young man reprimanded them, saying that people were trying to eat here, and they were making a lot of noise. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. Chen cracked his fingers and said that another idiot is not afraid of death. He asked not to say that his dad is also the president of the company. Yang Ming replied that his father was an ordinary worker, but if they don't stop talking about this nonsense and get out of here. The young man looked at them sternly and said that they would ruin his mood and he would kick their asses. He stood up from the table and grabbed a chair in his hands. Chen immediately became afraid, because he could not resist the chair. But the cool-headed Yang Ming did not waste a minute of time. He hit the Taekwondo fighter right in the face with a chair. The unfortunate boy was unable to resist him in any way, and fell to the floor, foaming at the mouth. His colleague was very frightened. Ian told his friend that he probably needed to see a doctor, so he should take him to the hospital as soon as possible. The red-haired guy picked up his friend and began to lead him away, finally saying that he remembered him. But Yang Ming didn't care about his threats. He walked up to Wang Jitao, who was lying on the floor, and asked the president if he was okay. The guy said yes and thanked him for sending them away. Yang asked if everything was okay with the ladies, to which Jiejia thanked him. Jitao asked if the little girl named her online was charming, and he introduced himself as the prince of the big wave. The girl smiled and answered yes. He asked the boy if he would introduce her to his friends. Two young couples stood silently aside. Wang said that the two guys were his classmates from high school. The one who drove them away was Yang Ming. He can be a little hot-tempered. Jiejia extended her hand to the young man and introduced herself. She said he had the same name as a former classmate of hers in elementary school. The young man realized that we were talking about him. He pretended to be very surprised by her words. He said that he also had an enemy before, who was also named Zhou Jiejia. The girl called it an incredible coincidence. Jitao said it looked like they were destined to meet. He offered to eat together and said that he would treat us. Yang Ming said that they could stay, but he and Zhang Bing had already eaten, so they were already leaving. Zhou Jiejia breathed a sigh of relief. It was already evening outside. On the way, Marie asked if he was afraid that those guys would try to take revenge. She worriedly asked why he got in, because this whole situation had nothing to do with him. Zhang Bing supported her and asked if it would be bad if that dog Wang Jitao was beaten to death. Inwardly, Wang Ming said that he felt conflicted about this matter, but right now he could not fight Jitao. He told his friends that he simply could not stand the arrogance of these two idiotic guys. The next day, Wang Jitao walked down the street and wondered why he had become so weak. He crumpled up the cardboard box and threw it onto the asphalt. But suddenly, the grounds guard shouted and asked how dare he litter on campus. The fine for this is 50 yuan. Van asked if he really had to pay a fine for something like that. The man said that if he continued to treat him this way, he would inform his superiors. A few minutes later they parted without even saying goodbye. The old man looked at the young man with displeasure, but it turned out that it was a young guy. He took off his beard and called Van a fool, because if he knew that he had a lot of money, he would have asked for more. Yang Ming asked one of the university students for directions to the computer technology building, but he said it in abbreviated form, so the nerd asked what computer technology means. The young man replied that he meant a computer. The young man replied that he needed to go to the red light building. Yang Ming was a little at a loss. The student said that he also studied in the red light building, so he could take a new student there. He asked if he thought the name was strange. The student said that everyone who studies there is called a courtesan, and he will be called that too. Yang Ming wondered why he had put so much effort into enrolling. If only he knew that he would be called a courtesan. The guy introduced himself as Zhang Weihan, gave him his business card and said to contact me if he had any questions. Ian was surprised that he had a business card. It said that he specialized in helping those who missed courses and helping to prepare for the exam as a tutor. Weihan said that it is always good to have someone as an additional income. He asked to call if he needed help. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out and told Yang Ming that this was an incredible coincidence. It was Zhou Jiajia. Weihan was shocked, because he didn't think that among the applicants this year there were such beauties as her. Yang Ming smiled and wondered if this little minx was also here to become a courtesan. He called her a courtesan. This insult alarmed the girl and her friend. She wondered if maybe the person with the nickname Big Beach in the messenger was really him. She worriedly wondered if he called her that because he had seen that video. But she immediately began to drive away these bad thoughts. Weihan asked fellow students not to misunderstand him. Yang, to himself, called him inexperienced in conversations with girls. The nerd told the girls that the boy said that because they were from the computer technology department. Jiajia was a little upset. In her thoughts, she said that Ming was the same as before, but back then he only treated Suya well. The hero was at the university at the Department of Computer Technology and was gnawing on the granite of science. The weather was sunny outside. The young man sat at the very end and wondered how it was that Jiajia was in the same class as him. The audience was noisy. The teacher suddenly slammed the table and asked everyone to calm down immediately. He introduced himself as Xia Wenzhou and said that he would be their instructor. Tomorrow they will have a day of rest, after which a month of training will begin. The teacher added that they would discuss the issue of form at the first training session. Yang Ming noticed that there was a sadly small number of girls in his class. Zhou Jiajia is the only girl who can be called pretty, but he just can't stand her. In the evening, Yang Ming and Bin returned to the room. The guy said on the phone that he found out about him. His name is Lu Jijun, he is the vice president of the club. The young man heard this and wondered if this was not about those guys who tried to talk to Marie. The guy with glasses on the phone said that he had just transferred, so he didn't want to cause a scandal. Ian realized that he was probably their roommate. The guy introduced himself as Tian Donghua and said that he was talking to the family. He asked the guys if they were his roommates. Yang Ming laughed at the four-eyed man's surname. He introduced himself and introduced Zhang Bing. Donghua said he was a sophomore transfer student and added that it was nice to meet them both. At one point, he recognized Yang Ming and exclaimed that he was the guy who was with the beautiful girl today. The hero asked if he had hatred for Lu Jijun. Tian replied that he would like to teach him a lesson, but did not want problems. Bean said Yang beat him up. The four-eyed guy was especially surprised. He told Min that he owed him a huge debt, and he really was something. He offered to have a couple of drinks at his expense. Zhang Bing agreed. A month later, at the university, someone was screaming about failure. Yang Ming was wearing a military uniform for training. He didn't understand why so many people couldn't handle exercise if it was easy. Instructor Yang Yun praised him, saying that he was doing well. The young man replied that his only regret was that he did not have time to learn a little more. The instructor gave him his number and said that he could call at any time, only during training his phone was always turned off. The young trio were sitting in the barbecue. Zhang Bing held the skewered meat in his hands, smilingly telling old Tian that he was just super. He expressed respect to him, because the young man broke the teacher's leg because of his girlfriend. Tian said that because of this he had to change universities. Yang Ming heard people at another table discussing what happened with the vice president of the Taekwondo club. The black-haired guy said that this happened yesterday. Lu Xiaojun tried to rent a hotel room with a girl, but she was arrested, mistaking her for a courtesan. Another young man asked how his girlfriend could be confused with a courtesan. The guy replied that she dressed up in a funky way. Therefore, the police released Lu Xiaojun immediately after interrogation. But he was immediately stopped by the dude who was the girl's boyfriend. This guy beat Lu so much that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The young trio overheard the conversation. Zhang and Tian laughed because he deserved it. This situation was familiar to Yang Ming. He assumed that the guy could have been framed. He realized that perhaps it was Wang Jitao, who was very primitive. The hero decided that he had to get rid of him. The young man received a phone call from Linda Liam. A cute voice greeted the guy. She said Wilson Low came to visit them. Tomorrow is his 50th birthday and he invited them to his anniversary. Yang Ming was dumbfounded, because he didn't know how to prepare a gift in such a short time. Linda said Low didn't want gifts. The guy said that in that case, he and Zhang Bin would pick her up tomorrow. Meanwhile, the guys joyfully hit their glasses of beer. The next day the young man was with Uncle Zhang. Uncle and Bin were stunned, because he was going to give the jade to Wilson Low for his anniversary. After some time, the young people had already arrived at the venue of the event. Ian was asked to place the gift in the designated place, but the young man said that he would hand it over personally. The man said Mr. Low was busy right now. In his thoughts he tried to guess how valuable his gift was. The man asked his name to register. But Yang Ming paid attention to the man in a business suit. It was Chairman Yun from Yun Jewelry. The man said that his gift was worth at least 10,000. Zhang Bing attacked the braggart, saying that his father Zhang Zifang was from Zhang Jewelry. They are here on behalf of his father. Chairman Yun became worried when he heard this. He asked if they were also here to establish good relations with Wilson. He advised Zhang Bing to take his gift back, because it was nothing compared to his gift. The guy said they'll look at it later. Finally, Wilson Low came out to the guests, accompanied by his wife and daughter. Yang was amazed, because it was the beautiful Qing Xiao. The beauty spoke at the microphone. With a smile, she thanked everyone who came to her father's anniversary, and announced the official start of the banquet. Yang Ming was surprised, because he had not heard that Wilson had a daughter. In addition, her surname is Qing Xiao, and his surname is Lu. Chairman Yun walked over and politely asked Elder Lu to accept his humble gift with all his heart. The other guests were very surprised, because the chairman was actually giving the elder jade. He opened a box of bright jade. Wilson looked at it and said to himself that although it is not big and the quality is not very good, it is worth 200 to 300,000 yuan. Yun said in his thoughts that the company had just received a batch of jade products, and if Lu appreciated them, the prices would double. Yang Ming was dumbfounded when he saw the jade. He realized that this was the jade that he had lost in Tenchun County. The young man told himself that he could not even think that he would shine here. He tried to figure out who exactly this Chairman Yun was. Linda Liam got angry and said that it looks like this is indeed the same jade that he lost. The young man said that he knew about this and suggested that they discuss this topic when they returned home. Zhang Bing raised his hand to attract attention and shouted that they also had a gift. Qing Xiao turned her attention to the three. She asked everyone to greet Yang Ming. The guy didn't understand why they introduced him if Bean was shouting. The young man smiled and asked elder sister Lu since when did she become Elder Wilson's daughter. Qing Xiao suggested we discuss this another time and asked why he was here. The guy agreed to discuss this another time. Yang Ming handed over the gift box and said that he was presenting it to Mr. Lu Weishan on behalf of Zhang Jewelry. Wilson felt awkward. He asked the young man why he was so kind to him, because he asked not to give him anything for his anniversary. The guy said that he represented Zhang Zifang from Zhang Jewelry and gave this gift to him. The elder graciously accepted the gift. Suddenly, Chairman Yun asked, should the last gift be the best? The crowd turned their attention to him. Those around them joyfully asked to open the gift as soon as possible, so that everyone present would see it and be surprised. Elder Lu said that Yang Ming was his disciple and like-minded person, and he was going to open his personally given gift himself. The young man said with a smile that he could open it here for everyone to see. To himself, he angrily said that they themselves wanted this. Lu asked his daughter to help open it. Xiao opened it and everyone was shocked, because the jade was twice as large as the one donated by the chairman. The professor himself was pleasantly surprised, because the quality of this jade is much better, and its market price should be at least 2 million. Lu excitedly told Yang Ming that this gift was too expensive. The young man answered the elder that this gift was for him from the bottom of his heart. The young man decided to leave the public. Silence reigned, and Chairman Yun looked angrily at the young man's back. President Hua asked his brother who he was so angry with. The chairman turned around and was surprised by his appearance. Hua asked if he was angry that this boy stole his glory. Yun replied that he had nothing to do with this, and the jade was clearly Jifang. The wily president of the jewelry company smiled, saying that this boy is not so easy. He said he had dinner with him once, he is Sun Zhouli's boyfriend. Yun said that he had not heard anything about it. Hua asked if he wasn't following her. The chairman asked who the girl was next to the guy. He replied that they were very close, and perhaps the guy was deceiving Sun Zhouli. The wily man said that he needed to hurry up and take a photo of them together to show her. Hua said to himself that Yang Ming had ruined his plans, so he too could have fun this way. The guy obviously won't like it. After the party, Qing Xiao asked Professor Wilson if he really thought that this jade was a gift from Zhang's jewelry company. Lu asked his daughter why she was asking this. She said that she went to the jewelry store, but Jifan said that they did not have such jade. The stunned elder wondered, if this was the case, could it be that this jade belonged to Yang Ming? Meanwhile, Zhang Bing in the parking lot asked how he could get out if they idiots parked their car blocking him. The man in the bandana asked his friend what the guy was yapping. The guy with the mohawk replied that he said their car was preventing him from leaving. A girl with an afro hairstyle said that they stole his place and wouldn't let him move out. The guy with the mohawk said he was the one blocking their path. Yang Ming got out of the car. He said he was giving them 3 seconds to get out of here, otherwise they would be responsible for all of this themselves. But the trio of impudent people ignored the young man's threats and continued to stand near the car. Suddenly, the boy with the mohawk exclaimed that this was the guy they were looking for. Yang Ming didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked who sent them after his soul. The young man realized that these 6 had come to cause trouble, and he was their target. The bandit invited the others not to waste time talking and to mark the guy. But unexpectedly for him, Yang hit him in the face with all his might. His comrade in arms received a kick right in the groin, but the impudent girl was stunned and stood still in fear. She threatened the guy with her boss, to which Zhang Bing angrily asked to tell in detail who sent them after him. The girl showed a photo of the guy on her phone and said that one of Xiao Guang's classmates was looking for him and asked him to teach the man in the photo a lesson. Yang Ming looked at the photo and realized that it was taken near the White Swan Hotel. He hoped he didn't offend anyone. The guy with the mohawk said that they were told to go back and find a man named Lu Shaosheng. Ian said he would follow them. After some time, the boss asked one of the bandits if they had completed the task assigned to them. The bandit answered yes and said that they beat him. The boss showed respect and pointed to their cash award on the table. He didn't yet know that Yang Ming was standing behind him. The young man immediately poked his head on the table and asked if he really had so much free time. Lu was dumbfounded. He shouted and asked the guy why he was here. Yang Ming asked him with a serious face what he had done to offend him. Lu answered with a shout that he did nothing. He said that he was Chairman Yun's driver and couldn't help but react to his arrogant behavior. Ian smiled, because he didn't understand why the 6 were angrier than the chairman. Yun didn't even say anything, and the driver did it for him. The young man kicked the fleeing Lu and told him to get out of here, since he did not want to see him again. But the young man had no idea that all his actions were being filmed by the mustachioed, cunning chairman. He said that if Sun Jolie discovered his wild behavior, the boy would end. The video footage was captured on camera. After a while, sitting in his office, Chairman Yun was extremely angry with Yang Ming, because he could not understand how the bully seduced Sun Ji. President Hua looked at the old man and realized that he didn't even know that Yang had spent half an hour with her in the toilet. The chairman was talking to someone on a gold-plated telephone. Finally, he shouted that such is life. The insidious mustachioed bastard decided to ask for help. He called an unknown number and said that he needed a back entrance. A man from the black entrance company asked how he could be useful. Yun replied that he needed to get rid of one person. Zhang Bing was in the car with Yang and said that he was generous because he had just donated about $2 million. The young man said that the gift is money, but friendship is priceless. The elder helped him a lot, and he gave the jade on behalf of Bin's father. Yang Ming asked a friend to give him a lift because he needed to visit an old man he knew. After a while they arrived at the right place. The old man said that he already thought the young man had forgotten him. But the guy angrily said that he could leave if he was not happy to see him. He placed the shopping bag for the old man on the table. The old man realized that he was the one he needed, because he was merciless to his enemies and kind to his friends. He asked the guy if he considered himself strong. Yang Ming replied that ordinary people could not compare with him. The gray-bearded man asked what he thought about the unusual ones. But the angry guy rolled up his hand and asked what he meant. He asked if the old man had forgotten who helped him with those bandits. The man decided to drop the topic and offered to have lunch. After lunch, Yang Ming was already leaving for home. The old man invited him for pies in a couple of days, because he had already pickled the cabbage. The young man, as if nothing had happened, walked down the street in broad daylight. But unexpectedly, something happened that made him wary. A bandit jumped out at him, deftly waving a knife. Yang Ming was very scared because the cold weapon could kill him in an instant. The bandit nevertheless hit the guy with a knife near his temple. This made the young man very angry. Blood flowed down his temple. The killer acted deftly and quickly. Yang Ming understood that if he missed the blow, death would be inevitable. The guy tried his best to save his life. Suddenly, the bandit dropped the knife from his hands and coughed up blood. At that very moment he fell to the ground, and in his back there was a knife, stained with his own blood. Yang Ming didn't understand what happened. The bandit lay on the ground and showed no signs of life. It turned out that the old man had thrown a knife at his back. Yang Ming was sweating heavily from panic, because he understood that something was clearly wrong with the guy. The old man said with a smile that he killed him. He said that this was not the best place to talk and asked the guy to drag the body to his home. Yang Ming threw the corpse over his shoulder and wondered if this was the same humble old man he had saved in prison. The gray-haired man pointed to a place near a haystack and asked to put the corpse there. He said he would take care of it later. The young man followed his advice. The old man approached the lying corpse and opened a jar with unknown contents. He began to pour all the liquid from the jar directly onto the man's corpse. Yang Ming stood behind him and was shocked. The young man was amazed, because the crazy old man was pouring acid on the corpse. He wondered if he was such a cold-blooded criminal. A few minutes later the old man was already wiping his hands with a smile. He told the young man that he could ask questions if he had any. But Yang Ming couldn't say anything to him because he was shocked. The grandfather said that this man tried to kill him. Therefore, he decided to do it first and save the young man's life. The young man tried to object to him, but could not find the words. The old man made a serious face and asked the boy to look at the eye of the tiger in the picture hanging near him. The young man shifted his gaze at his request. At the same moment, a sharpened blade flew into the tiger's eye. Yang Ming was dazed and sweat dropped. He asked the old man how he did it, to which the man replied that it was a trifle. But the young man shouted and asked what, in his opinion, was not a trifle. He told the old man that he was hurting his pride with his words and actions. But the elderly killer only handed him his photograph and advised him to think about who wanted to kill him. He said that he found the photo with him. Ian was even more wary because the photo was from his school magazine. He got into trouble, but he never got to the point of wanting to kill him. The old man said with a smile that enemies who want to kill themselves are the most dangerous, but not for him. Yang Ming shouted and asked who he was. The man asked the nervous boy if he really wanted to know who he was. The guy was sweating from excitement. The fighting old man said that he could tell him, but he should think about it first. When he finds out the truth, he will have to come to terms with something. The young man asked what he was talking about. The man replied that in fact, it would be good for you. He told the boy that after he told him everything, he would become his student, his successor. In his heart, Yang Ming was happy and amazed at the same time, because his skills are incomprehensible, and he wants him to be his disciple. He immediately agreed. The gray-haired old man smiled and asked him to listen carefully. In his heart he was also happy, because he had found a worthy student. He said that there is a group of specialists in this world. He is also number 1 in the world's list of most famous killers. He also added that they call him the King of Murder. Yang Ming listened carefully and was surprised by his nickname. The old man said that, unlike everyone else, he works alone. The King of Kills is an invincible mystic and they never let go of their targets. The King of Murders said that he went to prison to hide from Interpol. He pretended to be a fool for a couple of years, and then he met a young man. He already had a student before, but he had serious heart problems and cannot be a killer. He learned from him and became a professional thief. The old man added that his disciple noticed Yang Ming and followed him for a long time. He fits the king's requirements and can become his successor. After hearing everything, the young man bulged his eyes in extreme surprise. He hadn't been so surprised for a long time. The old man sternly asked him not to tell anyone about this, not even those closest to him. He said that in this world you cannot trust anyone but yourself. The king asked the guy to come tomorrow at 7 in the evening for the initiation ceremony, after which he will become the new king of murder. He also asked the young man to come every day at this time for training. There was a business discussion going on in the back door office. The man with glasses asked his colleagues why the gray wolf had not yet returned back to the office. A blonde in a red dress asked if there was any news. The professional thief wondered what could go wrong if it was just a student. The guy asked the boss to call him, because they were waiting for him to finally have a drink. The guy had a scar on his nose. Meanwhile, the main character was at home. Suddenly, his phone began to ring with calls. Yang Ming became alert as the phone that was found on the killer rang. He reached out with his hand to the ringing phone. It was deep night outside. The main character picked up the ringing phone, wondering whether to answer the call. Still, he came to the decision to answer the call. On the phone, someone's voice asked the gray wolf where he was. Ian didn't answer. Questions about Grey Wolf's whereabouts continued to pour in. The young man was worried and remained silent. Now he knew the killer's motives and that he worked in an organized crime group. Min decided that he needed to spend a little time figuring out who was calling from this number. The bandit screamed and wondered why the wolf didn't answer. The girl asked what happened, but the thief replied that Grey did not answer him. He was very nervous and wondered if maybe something had really happened to him. He couldn't let some kid kill him. The girl said that she could try to find out at least something before making such conclusions. The thief thought that maybe they attracted someone else's attention because they were very active. He suggested laying low and dealing with this situation. At 1 o'clock it was 10 o'clock, 10 minutes in the evening. Yang Ming was sitting at the computer and received a new message in the messenger. The barbaric teacher gave him relationship advice. The young man smiled and wrote that he had already made peace with the girl. The barbaric teacher turned out to be Zhang Ying. The young man thanked her for the advice, to which she replied nothing. The charming red-haired girl in white told herself that she had to fight for her love. Suddenly, a girl with whom she rents an apartment came into her room. The girl asked what the older sister was doing. Zhao asked if she had already returned. Yen Yen answered yes, and said that she was afraid, that she was scared to be home alone, so she decided to return. Zhang Ying asked the cute girl to go to bed because it was already very late and she had to go to school tomorrow. Yan Yan asked her sister who she called the little one. She smiled playfully and asked if the guy she liked was not her same age, but Zhao Ying replied that there was nothing between her and Yang Ming. The girl asked why she got the idea that he was meant, but at one point the pink-haired beauty fell silent. She asked if that was really his name. Sister Ying asked what was wrong. Blue-eyed Yan Yan said that everything was fine. But in her mind she told herself that she couldn't break her kind older sister's heart. Zhao Ying remembered that Yang Ming studied with her in the same school. She asked if they had met there. The pink-haired girl replied that they studied on different campuses. They are waiting for the construction of the new campus to be completed. Zhao said that it makes sense because they could become classmates in the future. Yan Yan was shocked and asked what she was talking about, but the red-haired beauty only smiled sweetly, deciding to keep what she wanted to say a secret. Meanwhile, Songjian Technical University was holding an election for the headman. It was a little cloudy outside. The happy new headman, Sun Jiwei, declared that everyone was feasting at his expense today to celebrate his new position. Classmates were happy for the young man and shouted that he was great. Yang Ming was picking his nose as usual. He was very bored. One of the guys asked him if he couldn't hear the headman making a speech. The young man replied that he was leaving because he had a date planned. The headman looked at him seriously and asked if he didn't respect him. Ian replied that he had other things to do, so he had no time for his parties. Jiwei angrily called him a degenerate and said that he was giving him a chance to get out into the public eye. He asked for the last time whether the young man was coming or not. But before leaving, Yang Ming called him stupid and said that he was not going. The headman shouted at him to walk and look around. At night, the main character arrived at the house of the King of Murders, as he was told. The old man's disciple called him second younger brother. Yang replied that this might be a mistake. But the student just laughed and said that the master was already waiting for him inside. The King of Murder told the boy that today would be his initiation and also his retirement. The master added that in other words, a new king of murderers had come to the throne. Yang Ming was shocked. The old man asked him to kneel down. He lit 3 paraffin candles and began to talk about the great founders. He said that from today, he, the 4th assassin King Fang Tian, leaves the life of the assassins to the new king. Yang Ming is now the 5th assassin king. The smoke from the paraffin candles was thick. The master asked the guy to show his strength, namely to hit him. The young man was stunned by this request. The new assassin king clenched his fist, but wondered if Grandpa could withstand his blow. He struck, but the old master immediately grabbed his hand. The bearded old man smiled and said that he didn't even feel anything. He asked where the guy's strength went. Yang Ming was stunned, because he could not remove his hand from the old man's grip. He couldn't even move his hand a little. The old master told the young man with a smile that strength is the basis for a killer. He continued to hold the guy's hand. Yang Ming asked if he was not strong enough. Fang answered yes, noting that he had a good physique and should train a lot. The master said that he had 10 capsules of ointment. The young man should apply it to his hands and feet and go beat a tree every morning. He said he would make sure the tree was destroyed by the end of the training. And if he fails, the master will give him hellish training. The next day, Yang Ming woke up at 4 in the morning and went to beat the tree. This continued for 10 days. One day he came to Linda Liam. She asked why he didn't warn, because she hadn't prepared anything. Yang said it didn't matter. The young man handed her a laptop and said that it was for her. The girl was shocked by such a gift. As a sign of gratitude, she kissed him and said that she really wanted him. There is nothing for her at home, so she is bored and lonely here. The guy said Wilson had recently invited the two of them to lunch and asked her to go change and get ready. After some time, they arrived at Professor Wilson's house. Yang Ming was surprised because the door was opened by Xiao Qing, who was also surprised. She looked at the young couple who complimented each other perfectly. The young people smiled politely at her. Xiao Qing felt a little awkward. She told Yang Ming that his girlfriend was very beautiful and looked great. The young man thanked her and said that she was fine too. He was nervous because he realized that when he first met her, he was with Marie. She said with a smile that she remembers that he once called her not the most beautiful girl. The guy was embarrassed. Linda Liam said he was just joking because she was prettier than her. Xiao Qing told her that when she grows up, she will become much more beautiful. Yang Ming scratched his head and finally decided to ask about her and Professor Wilson. He was very curious. The woman straightened her hair and said that regarding this, Professor Lau is her godfather. At one point, she asked the young man to tell her about the jade that he gave to her father. She asked if it really belonged to him, but the young man felt awkward. Xiao Qing said that his father would talk to him about this again, and he should prepare well for this conversation. Wilson Lau introduced the girl as his goddaughter and said that she was an engineer at SJ University. Ian said that they met her there. The man was surprised, because it was an incredible coincidence. He told the girl that she should take care of the boy at the university. After lunch, the two men had a conversation. Lau told the guy that his gift was too generous and it would be better if he took it. He added that he could sell this emerald for 2 or 3 million, and he did not have to thank him every time he helped him. Yang Ming said that he knew about this, but the best place for the emerald is in the hands of the professor. Lau said that the emerald is subject to processing. He said that after engraving he would return it and then he would sell it to the highest bidder. The young man was shocked, because everyone wants this, but he refuses. The professor asked if they had come to an agreement and said that he was too old to keep such a thing. At dawn, the young master spent time training as always. He dealt crushing blows to the tree trunk. The tree bark was already destroyed. The main character had the impression that she was soft, like a sponge. During the day he visited the old master. Yang Ming told him that only a week had passed and he was already able to break the tree in half. Fang said that now his strength will be enough. Now it's time to study the human meridians and learn to throw knives. The master gave the young master a textbook, which he used to develop his knife-throwing skills. Yang Ming's former lover was dying of boredom in the mansion. In her hand she held an envelope with unknown contents. She said she couldn't believe shipping companies would accept packages without a return address. Suddenly, a photograph and a disc fell out of the envelope onto the table. This attracted the beauty's attention. She recognized a person she knew in the photograph and immediately jumped up from her chair, because it was Yang Ming. She looked at the photographs and wondered if it was he who sent her these photographs. She remembered the young man. But still, the girl began to drive away these thoughts, because he clearly didn't need it. Moreover, he does not keep in touch with her. Sitting down at the table, the girl began to think about who, in this case, sent her these photographs, and what his purpose was. She carefully examined the photographs in order to find a clue. Suddenly, the girl wondered if it was Yun Guang's driver in the photo. The girl assumed that someone told him that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend, and he deliberately staged this show to smear him. But the quick-witted girl got up from the table and said that the driver Yun Guangdu suffered the beatings in vain. The girl leaned mysteriously towards the table. Suddenly, a guy appeared and told his sister that he was already back. An attractive girl asked Ji Wei how he was doing and asked him to tell him what he needed. The young man awkwardly replied that last time she promised to buy him a car, so he decided that he wanted a Ferrari. The beauty asked about the price, to which the young boy replied that it was about 4 million. This shocked her. She looked at the guy seriously and asked if his uncle had given the go-ahead, but the guy replied that he had not. The beauty said that 4 million is a considerable amount, you shouldn't throw it away. She offered to buy him a Porsche, and the young man thanked her. Meanwhile, at the Taekwondo club, the jock boss asked if this geek was no longer afraid of their club. It was Ren Jianren. He did exercises with dumbbells and told the guys that they themselves had screwed up the new students. Lu told the club president that the arrogant freshman said he would do the same even if it was their coach. These words made Ren furious. He offered to hit the impudent guy so that he knew where his place was. Zhang Bing walked with a smile through the park located near the university. The weather was sunny and bright outside. Lu pointed out the young man to the president of the Taekwondo club, saying that he was one of the arrogant brats. Ren Jianren immediately walked up to Zhang Bing and, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked him to stop. The young man turned around and with a little excitement asked if they knew each other. One of the athletes asked if he recognized him. Zhang Bing didn't have time to say anything. At that very moment he was beaten, after which he fell to the ground. A copious amount of foam flowed from his mouth. Lu said that this kid is a 6, and the leader's name is Yang Ming. Ren shouted and asked the guy to get up and go tell Min that he was challenging him to a fight. The main character received a call and was informed that Zhang Bing had been beaten. The young man, in a panic, said that he would come immediately. After a short period of time, he was already in the hospital. Zhao Cece and Marie were in the ward, and asked the guy to be quieter. Cece said the doctor examined him and said he had a couple of bruises but would have to stay in bed for a few days. She said that she was going to eat with Marie and asked Yang Ming to stay and spend some time with Zhang Bing. As soon as the girls left, the hero sat down on a chair near his friend's couch and asked her not to pretend, because they had already left. The guy asked with a smile if he had really figured it out. Yang Ming said that he had Zhao Cece's sympathy. Bean said the beating was worth it. Only in such situations can one understand a person's true feelings. The girl was very worried about him. Zhang added that the guy who beat him challenged Yang Ming to the arrow. The young man did not care about this. The next day the main character was in a shopping center. He overheard a conversation between two guys ahead. The young man could not understand who had already spread rumors that he had challenged the president of the Taekwondo club. The yellow-eyed guy replied to his friend that on the street they said that these two were fighting over the girl. The second guy was surprised. He said he saw the video at a school conference. In any case, this situation will not resolve so easily. Yang Ming told himself that if something happened and the school investigated, he would be the prime suspect. He found a disgusting video on the internet, which was called The Battle of Yang Ming and Lu Xiaojun for G and G. The young man immediately called the school news manager and asked to delete the post. But he was told that the post did not violate the rules. The words of the school news manager made the guy go wild. He heard a notification from his laptop. There was a post on the website saying that Yang Ming might be hiding something because he called them and argued with the manager. Meanwhile, at the women's dormitory, Zhou Jiejia's friend asked the girl to watch, because they were talking about Yang's battle for her. The blue-eyed beauty in the yellow dress replied that she saw it and thought it was quite funny. A friend told Jiejia that the guy definitely has problems with taste. Otherwise, how could he fall in love with such a beauty like her? The girl asked not to be reminded of that time. She admitted that she had acted like a complete fool. A classmate said it looks like God is on her side this time. She said it's okay to spread it around. But Jiejia quietly answered her that this would only make the guy hate her more, so this was not an option at all. The surprised friend said that even if so, this was the work of Lu Xiaojun. Zhou admitted this, but she also added that soon all these posts will not be here. She sat down at the computer, and her classmate became wary. Jiejia said that the forum admins are on their side. They're out of luck. If they don't delete the posts, she'll shut down their forum for a few days. Yang Ming decided to check the forum again for posts. He was surprised because the posts about him had disappeared. He was even more surprised because there were many posts exposing Xiaojun. Fights, humiliation, harassment of students and teachers. The young man was pleasantly surprised, but could not understand who decided to help him. He sat and thought about this for a long time. At noon on Monday the club held karate dojo classes. There were a lot of people walking around. Club president Ren asked why Yang Ming was still not there. Was he scared? Xiaojun said that it was still early, because it was only 1:30. Suddenly, white doves flew into the room. The spectators were shocked and tried to understand what was happening. After the pigeons, a man in a business suit and hat entered the room. He calmly walked towards the club president. President Ren and Lu Xiaojun were amazed, because the guy looked like a mafia boss. The audience whispered to each other. Yang Ming told himself that everything was going according to plan, because he wanted this whole thing to be a fun performance. He understood that if this was a performance for the audience, then it would be easy. The young man took off his hat and used the throwing technique. The hat flew towards the surprised spectators. The young man immediately shouted to the whole hall that a hero had arrived with a clap of thunder. The audience was even more surprised by his actions. Everyone present was whispering to each other. Some viewers did not understand the guy's behavior. The president of the Taekwondo club approached the guy and asked if he was finished and if they could finally start. Yang Ming said that he couldn't describe his power in words, so he had better read the back. On the back were words about his crushing power. The confident young man asked his opponent how he would like to fight. But the president only looked at him in bewilderment. But he soon declared that he would like to fight in karate style. Yang Ming asked him to wait a little. He said he didn't even know the rules of karate fighting. In this case, the president will clearly win, because the young man doesn't even understand anything about it. The audience discussed his statements and whispered among themselves. The young man's opinion was considered correct. The club president asked what he proposed in this case. Yang Ming proposed a fight without rules. Ren realized he could still use karate and beat him. He stated that he would use karate, and let him fight as he sees fit. Yang Ming asked if it was true that he could do whatever he wanted. The president replied that this is exactly so. The young man asked if he could use his strongest techniques. Ren got angry and shouted that it wouldn't work anyway. With a smile, the young man asked to wait, because he needed to warm up. Ren could no longer contain his anger, but still, he managed to contain his anger. He asked in a calm tone if the guy was finished. The young man replied that he was ready for battle. Ian asked him to stop talking because he was a man and should do more. These words seemed to break Ren's rational thinking. He decided to finally strike at the annoying boy. But Yang Ming managed to dodge the blow. Ren continued to throw various blows, but the guy dodged. The spectators were surprised by the karate techniques. Yang told his opponent that he was now using his strongest move. He grabbed a stone in his hands. The president immediately became wary. He did not have time to resist the young man before he swung a stone and struck the president of the Taekwondo club right in the face. The hero told himself that if he used any of his grandfather's techniques, he would kill him, but he would not kill him in public, so doing so is the best decision. After Ren was knocked out, the spectators shouted from the stands that Yang Ming was vile for daring to bring a brick. One of the spectators said that the guy actually mentioned that he would hit him with a brick, because the fight was without rules. Another spectator confirmed these words and said that we can consider that the young man won the fight fairly. Viewers began to support Yang Ming, calling him a genius. Someone said that he mentioned that he doesn't know karate, so he will fight the best he can. The main character heard the opinions of those present, and said to himself that it seemed that his plan had worked. A minute earlier, a classmate asked the worried Zhou Jiajia if she was worried and thought that Yang Ming would lose. The beauty told her twice that he would not lose. A classmate asked if she really knew him well, that she was even sure of his victory. Jiajia said that this may be true, but however, he has changed a lot. The girl asked if she should forget about him, since he has changed. But the blue-eyed beauty Zhou replied that he had become much warmer towards her. A classmate asked what she was talking about. A couple of days later, Zhao Sisi told Marie that Zhang Bing was calling her out for dinner, but seemed to want to sleep with her. She asked if she should go with him. A friend with a smile advised her to think carefully, and if she thinks that it is worth connecting her life with him, then she can go. In her thoughts, she said that Yang Ming took advantage of her gullibility and forced her to do this, and even invited her to his home. And after entering college, they cleared up their relationship. They love each other, but for some reason there was no physical intimacy. Marie asked Zhao Sisi what it felt like during a kiss. The girl replied that it was wonderful. Marie asked if she and Zhang Bing had kissed, to which she asked with a smile why she was asking about this. Beauty Chang laughed, but in her mind she told herself that she and Yang Ming didn't actually kiss. He never got around to it and she can't take the initiative. Sisi said that Zhang Bing promised to marry her. She shocked Marie by declaring that she didn't care when it happened. Moreover, they had already seen each other naked. While adjusting his hair in front of the mirror, Changbin asked Yang Ming's opinion about his hairstyle. He replied that she was not bad and asked if it was important, since this was not their first date with Cece. Changbin replied with a smile on his face that today is a special day and most likely today he will be able to conquer her. Yang Ming grinned and said that he would rather conquer himself. Changbin pretended not to hear him and walked towards the exit, humming something under his breath. Taking the phone in his hands, Yang Ming thought, maybe he should call Marie to find out what she is doing. He was contemplating whether he should move forward with his relationship with her. At this moment, Yang Ming unexpectedly received a phone call from Linda. Yang Ming didn't understand what Linda wanted, because he was with her yesterday. Yang Ming picked up the phone, said hello and asked what happened. Linda, standing in her room with a downcast expression, said Yang Ming's name. Yang Ming worriedly asked Linda what happened. She suggested we go for a little walk because she was just bored. It's a sunny day in the city. Yang Ming met Linda on the city street. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, he asked if everything was okay, and noticed that she didn't look very good. Linda immediately fell passionately into Yang Ming's arms, calling out his name. A romantic atmosphere reigned. With a trembling voice, Linda said in Yang Ming's ear that she didn't want to lose him. Yang Ming was confused. Worried, Yang Ming once again asked what happened to Linda, and said that he was not running away anywhere. Snuggling close to Yang Ming, Linda said that they would never see each other again, but she didn't want that. At this time, Marie came out from around the corner. She was confused seeing Yang Ming hugging another girl. At that second it dawned on Marie. In a stupor, she realized why things were going this way for them. Yang Ming has someone else. Remembering how they walked arm in arm, Marie asked herself why Yang Ming was still with her. Was it true that all his sweet words were lies? Linda, burying her face in Yang Mina, repeated that she had to leave him, and he asked what was happening, asking Linda to tell him everything. Marie watched this scene from afar. Sobbing, with eyes full of tears, Linda invited Yang Ming to take a walk and promised to tell him everything. Yang Ming agreed to Linda's proposal. At this time, Marie was hiding around the corner, bitter tears rolling down her cheeks. Sitting on a bench, Linda told Yang Ming that her grandmother had come to find her. Yang Ming was confused because he thought that her grandmother was missing. He asked if that was great and wondered if Linda missed her. Lowering her head, Linda said that this was so and she was glad. Yang Ming exclaimed that this was good news and asked why she was so upset. Linda answered with tears in her eyes that her grandmother wanted to pick her up. Yang Ming grabbed Linda by the shoulders and asked if she was against Linda being with him. Remembering the stern image of her grandmother, Linda replied that she had been in the city for a long time and she had been following him. Her grandmother knows that they are together. Yang Ming asked what Linda's grandmother thought about him. Linda replied that she said that the young man was not bad, even more than that. Linda added that her grandmother learned something else, however. This information shocked Yang Ming. He assumed that Linda knew about his relationship with Marie. Uncertain, he asked if she knew. Linda replied that she had previously decided that she would not speak. She said that she doesn't care as long as Yang Ming treats her well. Linda added that she had something to tell Yang Ming now. Yang Ming found himself in an awkward position. Linda told Yang Ming that in fact, the girl knew that he had been with Marie since high school and now she would leave and he could be with Marie. Shouting to the entire street, Yang Ming asked Linda what she was talking about and said that he would not let her go. While calming down Yang Ming, Linda said that in fact, her grandmother was taking her away because she wanted to teach her something and after finishing her training, she would return. Linda stood in a confident pose and said that witchcraft is a complex and mystical thing, it is very difficult to learn, and it also requires special materials and conditions. Lida added that this is why she should return to Yunnan with her grandmother. Yang Ming said okay then. Yang Ming asked Linda when she would return. The girl replied that her grandmother said that if she succeeds, then in a year, and if not, then in 3 or 4 years. Moving closer to the embarrassed Yang Ming, Linda said that she was leaving tomorrow. Bringing her lips close to Yang Ming's ear, Linda invited him to stay with her tonight. Lying in bed with Yang Ming, Linda told him that her family's curse allowed him to be with other girls. Yang Ming was surprised and embarrassed. He asked what the girl had in mind. Lying on the bed with Linda, Yang Ming asked the girl what she meant. Linda replied that this meant that as long as she was in his heart, everything would be fine. Linda added that as long as he loves her, the curse of the heart will not work. Yang Ming asked Linda in surprise whether it means that while he loves her, he does not give her any attention. Linda told him not to be happy. Linda said in a serious tone that if Yang Ming dared to forget about her after she left, he would die in very terrible pain. Yang Ming understood the true meaning of the curse of the heart. Playfully touching Linda's nose, he assured her that he could not forget her. Linda remembered one more thing about the curse of the heart: it has a side effect. These words shocked Yang Ming. He was surprised to hear about the side effect as he doesn't feel anything bad. Linda explained that people with a heart curse would have increased strength, but their needs would be greater. Yang Ming still didn't understand what she was talking about. Yang Ming lightly pushed Linda and said that this was nonsense, adding that in the end Linda was enjoying herself. Linda playfully said that Yang Ming would not understand this and that it was very difficult for her to solve her problem. With an arrogant look, Yang Ming finally realized that because of this little girl allowed him to have another woman. Confused, Linda asked what was wrong with Yang Ming's face. He replied that it was nothing. She could continue. Imagining a man in the arms of two ladies, Linda continued to talk about the effect of the curse of the heart. She added that once a poisoned man could hardly be satisfied with one woman, so he must find another girl. Grandmother also told her that many men would forget that first one because of new ones. The girl added that at this time the curse of the heart would completely poison him. Yang Ming was shocked by this information. Yang Ming asked in surprise whether this means that the curse of the heart seems to harm people, and whether it can make a person betray. Embarrassed, Linda apologized and said that she didn't want to upset Yang Ming, but she didn't know that. Smirking, Yang Ming told Linda not to take it into her head. He added that good men like him who love new things are not very common these days. Linda got angry and called Yang Ming shameless, and that if it weren't for the poison, she wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Morning has come. Yang Ming woke up alone in bed. Yang Ming wondered if Linda had left. Suddenly his gaze fell on a note lying on the table. Yang Ming took it in his hands and began to read. It addressed Linda's husband. She wrote that although she had never called him that before, in her mind Yang Ming had long become her husband. Looking at his face as he slept, she didn't want to wake him up. Linda had to go. She asked Yang Ming not to be bored, she would be back soon. Linda hopes he won't forget her while she's gone. Getting out of bed, Yang Ming saw that Linda had brought her laptop. With a smile on his face, the young man thought that she was going to contact him via the internet. The next day came. Sun Jiwei told Yang Ming that the school was holding a promotion with the city government department. Sun Jiwei, while in the office, added that each class would nominate several students to go to the station to promote advertising. The class affairs committee decided that Yang Ming was on the list. Lost in thought, Yang Ming asked himself if advertising is not physical work, and he told Sun Jiwei that he would not go anywhere. In an angry tone, Sun Jiwei told Yang Ming that he had no right to refuse, since this was the decision of the committee. In his thoughts, Sun Jiwei considered Yang Ming to be a helpless person, which is why he has no right to refuse. Looking bored, Yang Ming replied to Sun Jiwei that he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Ming still wouldn't go. As Sun Jiwei left the office, he said that he had already given the list to Mr. Jia, and if Yang Ming didn't go, he should tell him himself. Yang Ming thought that Sun Jiwei was trying to annoy him. With a sly expression on his face, Sun Jiwei mentally threatened Yang Ming, thought that he would make his life hell and force Yang Ming to do all this. Sighing, Yang Ming thought that it was okay, he would go, it was Sun Jiwei, and he should be careful in the future. Getting up from his desk, Yang Ming thought that he would go to training first. Yang Ming went outside and thought that speed and strength are things that either exist or don't exist. Night has come. There was a loud scream in the street. While walking through the forest, Yang Ming heard this woman scream. He thought that in the middle of the night it might be a ghost. Looking out from behind a tree, Yang Ming saw a strong man in a mask threatening a girl lying on the ground. The girl asked what this man was doing. Threatening her with a knife, he demanded to give him all the most valuable things: wallet, phone, necklace. By threatening the girl, the man hoped that she would simply give him her money without resisting, because he really had no other choice. The robber thought that if money had not been required to save a life, he would never have committed such a crime. At that moment, Yang Ming had an epiphany. He realized that he could read people's thoughts again. The girl, frightened, told the man that she could not give him her money. The angry man asked if the girl valued money more than her life. The girl replied that this money was for medicine for her father and she could not give it away. Screaming, the man asked how there could be such a coincidence. He said that he came here to rob people so that his mother could be cured of her illness. He asked if the girl was really going to buy medicine for her father. Yang Ming watched this scene from behind a tree. Yang Ming thought, what a tragedy, and that he was about to beat the man. Yang Ming came out from behind the tree and asked the man how much he needed. Pointing the knife towards Yang Ming, the robber asked in surprise who he was and told him not to approach. Yang Ming replied that he was just a student. Yang Ming asked if he didn't need money and asked the robber to tell him how much he needed. Confused, the man asked if Yang Ming wanted to give him money. The robber said that he needed 2,000 and asked if Yang Ming had that much. He explained that his mother had appendicitis. Taking out money from his wallet, Yang Ming told the man to hurry up, time was running out. The robber was dumbfounded and asked Yang Ming if he was really going to give him this money. The man fell to his knees and bowed his head in front of Yang Ming. He asked to accept his gratitude. He said that his name was Hu Zhenhan, and he would not forget his generosity. Yang Ming didn't understand, was it really impossible to do without this? Taking him by the shoulders, Yang Ming said that there was no need for gratitude and asked him to stand up. At this moment, Yang Ming realized that this person had incredible strength. Yang Ming could barely lift him up. Getting up, the man said that he would go and said his name again, Hu Zhenhan. Turning to the girl sitting on the ground, Yang Ming asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine. Flushed, she asked if Yang Ming really gave him the money. Yang Ming replied, why not, that maybe his mother is really sick and he needs money. The girl agreed with him. The girl thanked Yang Ming and said that she would go. Yang Ming asked if she was also from Songjiang Technical University. He added that they were on the same path and suggested walking together. The embarrassed girl thought that perhaps he recognized her and quickly discarded these thoughts, because this was impossible. But she kept wondering why Yang Ming paid for the night and then left. At this moment, Yang Ming thought seriously. Then he realized that they knew each other. The events of that night surfaced in the girl's memory. She wondered if he really remembered everything, because she was still a girl. Yang Ming asked if she was robbed on the shopping street that time. Yang Ming asked again, isn't this their second meeting? He noticed that he still didn't know her name. Confusedly, the girl replied that her name was Shenlin. The girl thought that she should not tell him her real name. After some time it was deep night. Yang Ming walked the girl to the stop. Shenlin thanked him and said that she would continue on by bus. Yang Ming waved at her and asked her to be careful. Taking the phone in his hands, Yang Ming, with loving eyes, remembered that he had not spoken to Marie for a whole day, and thought that he needed to call her. Raising the phone to Yan's ear, Ming heard someone's voice. The voice from the phone loudly asked what Yang Ming needed. The young man thought that the voice looked like a parrot. Yang Ming introduced himself and asked to call Marie. On the phone, he heard them say goodbye to him and hang up. Yang Ming was confused. Yang Ming didn't understand why Marie's phone was turned off and she didn't pick up. Yang Ming returned to the dormitory. Entering the room, Yang Ming asked what was wrong with Ken Bin. He noticed that he was too excited. And Tian said that it was so. He added that John Bean became a man last night and he couldn't be happier about it. The next day, while walking down the corridor, Yang Ming asked John Bin if he saw Marie, he would ask her to call back. John Bean asked if they had a fight. Yang Ming replied that he didn't know, they didn't see each other yesterday. The young man assumed that she was angry because he did not visit her. Go outside. John Bean said he would give this to her. The guys said goodbye. After some time, Yang Ming's phone rang. It was John Bean who called. He said that Marie was not in class that day. Yang Ming asked in surprise why she didn't come. John Bean replied that he asked the teacher and that he said that Marie was not there yesterday, she is now on sick leave. Yang Bin asked in shock if she was sick and thought it was serious. John Bean, sitting in class, said that his lesson was starting and he had to finish the conversation. Yang Ming ran as fast as he could towards Marie, but was stopped by a woman. Yang Ming said that his girlfriend was sick and asked him to let him through. The woman replied that she couldn't. You never know, he's lying. Passing by her dorm, Yang Ming thought that he would probably have to figure out another way to get there. Looking at the dormitory, Yang Ming thought that Maria's room was not too high, on the 3rd floor. He climbed the fence, jumped onto the dorm window, and thought that his training with Fang Tian had finally paid off. Opening the window, Yang Ming saw a surprised Zhao Cece and realized that he had jumped into the bathroom. He asked the girl not to scream. Zhao Cece asked why he was here. The flushed girl asked why he climbed through the window. Yang Ming said that it is a long story. Yang Ming added that he thought Marie was angry with him and John Bin said that she didn't come to class today and he was here to visit her. Yang Ming said that he had to go. Zhao Cece thought that she was very jealous of Marie. She asked herself, if she was angry with Ken Bing, would he be the same, and would climb into the dormitory to console her. Yang Ming walked to the 307th room and knocked on the door. He quickly ran around the corner. There was a voice behind the door asking who was there. Marie opened the door and sadly noticed that no one was there. Here, right before the days, Yang Ming appears. This plunges Marie into shock. Marie didn't recognize him. She thought there was a robber in the dorm or a pervert in the corridor. There was a crunch. Yang Ming screamed in pain. Maria realized that Yang Ming was standing outside the door. His fingers were red and swollen. Worried, she asked if his hand was okay. Yang Ming said that everything was fine and suggested we go inside. Yang Ming explained that if the cleaning lady saw him here, she would immediately throw him out. With his fingers swollen, Yang Ming added that climbing to the 3rd floor was not easy. Marie asked what he meant. Marie realized that he had really climbed up here and invited him to come in. Yang Ming closed the door behind him. Marie asked him what he was up to. Marie was very embarrassed, because she was wearing nothing but a bra and nightie. Yang Ming began to calm the girl down, because he couldn't do anything with such a hand. Besides, it seems to him that with their relationship, there is nothing left that he cannot do. Marie, angry, asked what kind of relationship they were talking about, and said that there was nothing between them. Yang Ming was at a loss. He asked Marie what happened. Marie told him not to play a fool with him, that he himself knew that he had cheated on her. Marie said that they should break up. An awkward silence hung in the air. Yang Ming said that he must confess to Marie that besides her, the young man has another girlfriend. Marie's eyes filled with tears. Yang Ming asked Marie to wait and let him finish. Yang Ming added that he doesn't want to lie to Marie. Her name is Linda Li. They met the summer after graduation. He brought her from Yunnan. At this time, Marie was shedding bitter tears. Wiping away tears, Marie asked if this meant that he voluntarily brought his mistress home. Lowering his head, Yang Ming said that she was only 16 years old and he didn't want her to stay in a place like that, so he brought her here. Marie was outraged that they did such a thing in the bathhouse and accused Yang Ming of having no conscience at all. Yang Ming began to make excuses that everything was not as it seemed. Marie's actions simply pissed Yang Ming off. He doesn't know what Wang Zhao told them back then, but Marie suddenly started ignoring Yang Ming. Marie said she then called and apologized for everything. Yang Ming, recalling that scene, said that by then he had already taken Linda away and therefore avoided Marie for a while. Since Yang Ming had confessed, Marie angrily demanded to know which one he would choose. Yang Ming asked Marie not to start, because they were both equally important to the young man. Marie resolutely stated that she thought Yang Ming thought too much of himself. She asked him if he wanted to sit on 2 chairs at once. The guy awkwardly agreed with this statement. Marie hit Yang Ming with all her fury, calling him names and wishing him death. The beaten Yang Ming asked Marie to let him explain everything. He stated that he simply could not leave Linda. Her mother had placed a heart curse on him. Yang Ming continued to explain that any man who gets into a relationship with someone like Linda is cursed and if they try to break up with her, they will immediately die. Marie incredulously asked Yang Ming if he was definitely not lying. Yang Ming confidently stated that he had no need to lie. The young man added that there is something else that Marina knows about. Introducing the image of Wang Zhao, Yang Ming said that the photos he sent to Marie were real, but he framed Yang Ming. Marie asked why Yang Ming was talking about this. She asked if Yang Ming would like to have her as one of his girlfriends in the future if he meets another girl. Resolutely, Yang Ming said that he is a person responsible for his actions and he must pay for his mistakes. Marie sighed and declared that Yang Ming could go. Excitedly, Yang Ming asked what about their relationship. Marie replied that she needed time to think about everything and asked him to let her be alone. Yang Ming agreed and told Marie to take care of herself, otherwise she has become even skinnier lately. Marie agreed. The embarrassed girl asked if Yang Ming's hand hurt too much. Yang Ming calmed her down, told her not to worry, and thought it was great since she still cared about him. Leaving the building, Yang Ming felt relieved, as if a stone had been lifted from his soul, because he had finally confessed to Marie, but no one knows what awaits them ahead. At that moment the phone rang. Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked who was calling. Song Jiwei answered the phone. He said that the director called Yang Ming to his place about morning absenteeism and he better hurry up. The director is now on the second floor at the IT department. Yang Ming thought that it was Song Jiwei who ratted on him. Yang Ming came to teacher Xia in the classroom. He told him to come in. The teacher told Yang Ming that he had heard that he and Song Jiwei did not get along very well and asked if this was true. Yang Ming was surprised and said that he didn't know who said this to the teacher, but he didn't think that they had talked at all before. Yang Ming had thoughts that the teacher might be on the same side as Su Song Jiwei. The teacher told Yang Ming that there was no need to lie to him and added that he knew everything about the two of them. Yang Ming replied that since the teacher already knows everything, it is true that there are some disagreements between them. Yang Ming remarked that no matter what, he is the one who always annoys Yang Ming. The teacher agreed, but said that he did not think that Song Jiwei was involved in Yang Ming's absenteeism. Showing his swollen hand to the teacher, Yang Ming explained that this morning he accidentally pinched it in the door and was in great pain. The teacher sighed and asked Yang Ming to call him next time if anything happened. He said that he was going to force Yang Ming to write an explanatory note, but he can see from his hand that this is not necessary. The teacher reassured Yang Ming by taking care of Sun Jiwei. The teacher asked Yang Ming what he thought about the position of class president. He noted that Sun Jiwei is a bad leader, so the teacher wants to replace him next semester. Yang Ming replied that he didn't think he could handle it. The teacher said that Miss Xiaoqing from the IT department asked him to look after Yang Ming. The young man was very surprised. Yang Ming explained to Mr. Xie that he had been playing truant since middle school, and had always been very independent in his studies, and if the teacher wanted to take care of him, he could simply not pay attention when something happened. The teacher, perplexed, asked Yang Ming if he was going to study on his own and if he wanted to skip classes, then how should he explain this to the teachers? Yang Ming replied that he promised not to fail a single exam. He was confident that he could handle it. He asked to take care of his GPA since Yang Ming doesn't want him to fall. The teacher agreed, provided that the young man passed all the exams this semester, in which case he would allow Yang Ming to study on his own. But if he fails at least one subject, then he will have to study like everyone else. Leaving the classroom, Yang Ming replied that he understood everything and said goodbye to the teacher. In the evening, Tian asked Yang Ming if he was going to karaoke today. Yang Ming replied that of course he was coming, and asked Zhang Bin to ask him if he would go with them. Yang Ming thought that he could visit Bao Sanli along the way. At night the karaoke lights were on. Tian sang at the top of his lungs while Yang Ming sat with his ears covered. Yang Ming asked why Tian transferred to another school in the first place. He felt that the Tian family had a lot of influence in the Eastern Sea city. Yang Ming said that it seemed like Tan just got into a fight and broke someone's leg. Tan replied that the guy he beat had connections in the government and was very persistent, so the school simply had no choice and he transferred. Tian shouted that there was no need to bring up the past, because the famous karaoke king had returned and he finally had a chance to show all of them his skills. Yang Ming walked out the door, saying that he would be back soon. The young man was supposed to visit Bao Sanli. There was a knock on Bao's door. He angrily told the knocker to get lost and not to interfere with him talking on the phone. Yang Ming opened the door and said that it was he who knocked. Bao was surprised that it was Yang Ming. He felt embarrassed and asked what Yang Ming wanted. Bao said into the phone that he would call back, since he had guests. Yang Ming asked how brother Bao was doing. Bao said, "Don't even ask that he lost to Yu Xiongda twice." Bao added that he used to try to play a little dirty, but recently Yu Xiongda has been receiving support from other cities and he thinks that they have united. Bao said that Yu Xiong and he control the southern and northern parts of the city, and if Bao retreats, Yu Xiong will crush the entire Songjiang underground world. Bao said the underground is actively investing in the entertainment and real estate industries. Whoever becomes the boss of Songjiang will become the richest man in the city. Since Abu did not move Nina an inch under his pressure, Yu Xiongdi begins to lose patience. Yang Ming replied that this was not bad and thought that even criminal gangs in other cities had their eyes on Songjiang. Bao said that he was just discussing this issue when Yang Ming came. Eastern Sea City has already agreed to cooperate with Yu Xiongda in hopes of driving Bao out of the city, and then they plan to divide the spoils equally. Yang Ming was surprised by this and asked if Yu Xiong was an idiot. Yang Ming added that dividing the spoils equally is like going into the mouth of a lion. Bao said that he doesn't know if he did it on purpose, but he should grab this chance if he wants to overthrow Bao. Inspired, Yang Ming asked what Bao's plan was. Bao called himself a pathetic loser. At night, an unknown person tells Mr. Mu in the phone booth that he has successfully tracked down the young miss. She is studying at Songjiang Technical University. Mr. Mu said on the phone to stay out of sight and protect her from the shadows. Mr. Mu ordered a report on her situation to be sent to him, including new friends and those with whom she communicates. The man said that he would make sure that the young miss was not in any danger. Bao asked Yang Ming if he would mind lending him a helping hand in this situation. Bao noted that if Yang Ming helped him, then Bao's chances of winning would increase significantly. Bao told Yang Ming not to worry, they are just working together. When everything calms down, Yang Ming can choose something in Songjiang. Yang Ming awkwardly replied that Bao had misunderstood him. He did not play around in the underground world, and asked what he would do with the plots of territory. Besides, Yang Ming is just a student. He was interested in how he could help Bao. Bao countered that Yang Ming could help him. Bao explained that regarding the situation in Sunjiang, large-scale conflicts are now out of the question. The conquest and loss of territory are determined by small battles. The loser will simply leave Songjiang. The likelihood of surviving to the bitter end is low. Yang Ming asked Bao if he wanted him to fight them. He had no other options and Bao nodded and agreed. Yang Ming retorted that he had no intention of joining the underground society right now and asked why don't they just sit out for a while. Bao replied that he respected Yang Ming's opinion, so he would not force him. Yang Ming returned to the karaoke where the music was playing. Yang Ming sat on the sofa and thought that since he gained his powers, too many things had fallen on him. He wondered what he wanted: money, women, or power. Yang Ming reflected that Yu Xiongda is usually very vindictive, and he didn't make the best impression on him last time. After he finishes with Bao Sanli, perhaps he will come for Yang Ming as well. The young man thought it would be nice to have a little power in the criminal world. On the city street, Hu Zhenhan looks around worriedly. His gaze falls on the girl. And he realizes that this is the same girl he robbed. The robber called out to the girl. She turned around in fear and looked at him. The girl realized that judging by his tone, he was not here to rob her again. Besides, they were standing in front of the school, so he would not do anything. The girl asked if the robber was looking for her. Hu Zhenhan replied that no, to be honest, he was looking for Yang Ming, but accidentally bumped into her. The man asked if she knew where Yang Ming was now. The girl said that she would give Hu Zhenhan his number so he could meet Yang Ming. The robber was happy and thanked the girl. The girl turned around, waved to the robber and said that she would go, otherwise she would be late for class. Hu Zhenhan waved back. Yang Ming is sitting in class and suddenly the phone rings. Yang Ming received a call from an unfamiliar number. The young man picked up the phone, and a voice came from there asking Yang Ming if he was saying this. Yang Ming picked up the phone and introduced himself. Hu Zhenhan answered the phone and said that he wanted to repay his debt. Yang Ming asked in confusion what debt. The young man does not remember lending money to anyone. The man said his mother needed emergency surgery that evening. Yang Ming replied that now he remembered and that there was no need to return the money, it would be better for Hu Zhenhan to buy something useful for his mother. The man objected that he couldn't do that and asked Yang Ming to tell him where he was now so that he could come to him. Looking around, Yang Ming said that it would be inconvenient here, it would be better for the young man to find him himself. Yang Ming left the office. The man said on the phone that he was at the main gate of Sujin Technical University, near the corner shop. Yang Ming replied that he would be there soon. Approaching the appointed meeting place, Yang Ming called out to Hu Zhenhan. The man saw him and shouted that Yang Ming was the savior. Yang Ming asked him to stop talking like that and just call him by his name. Hu Zhenhan asked how he could, since Yang Ming not only saved his mother, but also him. That day he robbed a girl who was unable to answer. He does not know what would have happened if the young man had not helped him. Yang Ming awkwardly asked to just call him Mr. Yang, since the savior sounds a little strange. Hu Zhenhan agreed and handed Yang Ming the money left over from the operation. He said that there were 1,100 bucks, which he would return right away. After he finds a job, he will return the rest. Surprised, Yang Ming asked if the man had a job. Hu Zhenhan said that she was, but the boss fired him. He worked for 2 months without receiving a penny. Yang Ming asked why. The man replied that everything was deducted from his salary. When he worked at the hotel, he tried to stop some customers from harassing the waitresses. However, they filed complaints, and the owner cut the man's salary. Yang Ming noticed that Hu Zhenhan was preventing the owner from getting rich, so it was no wonder that he fired him. The young man said that everywhere there are rules that must be followed, and if he is going to keep his position, then he will have to follow them, otherwise he will be eliminated. Surprised, Hu Zhenhan asked if he should have just sat and watched. Yang Ming replied that if he has the opportunity to become a big shot in a particular industry, then he can create his own rules. The young man asked if the hotel was small. Hu Zhenhan replied that this was true, the hotel was not very big, and asked how Yang Ming knew this. Yang Ming replied that no one would challenge the rules unless the business was large-scale. Otherwise they would have their own rules, waitresses would be waitresses, and barmaids would be barmaids. Giving the money back to Hu Zhenhan, Yang Ming asked him to leave it for now, the man could return it when he finds a job. The man replied that he could not do that. Yang Ming offered to buy something useful for his mother, because she was very weak after the operation. Pointing at the car, Yang Ming told the man to get in. Hu Zhenhan agreed. They arrived at the hospital. Hu Zhenhan asked the girl if she had seen his mother. The girl was glad that he had finally returned. And the girl said that when his mother went to the toilet, a bunch of big guys burst into the hall, pushing everyone away. Then she was pushed to the side, her wound opened again and began to bleed heavily. Hu Zhenhan was shocked by this information. Hu Zhenhan ran as fast as he could. Yang Ming looked at him in surprise. Yang Ming grabbed Hu Zhenhan's hand and asked where he was going. The man said he would go and find the man who pushed his mother and beat his ass. Yang Ming asked how he was going to find him and told him to pull himself together and follow him. At that moment, Hu Zhenhan agreed. Approaching the nurse, Yang Ming said hello and said that they were relatives of the old lady from the youth. Explained that they were told that she was taken to the emergency room. Excitedly, Hu Zhenhan asked what was wrong with his mother. The nurse replied that her wound had reopened and she was already in the operating room. Screaming, Hu Zhenhan asked if the girl saw who pushed his mother. The nurse replied that she had not seen. Screaming, Hu Zhenhan demanded that the girl not lie. He said that everything in this corridor was clearly visible and asked how she could not notice him. The girl replied that they were in a hurry, and everyone was wearing sunglasses and she could not remember their faces. The nurse added that she heard them shouting that they were Brother Day's people, and that if the doctor did not come, they would destroy the hospital. Thoughtfully, Yang Ming thought she was talking about Yuxiangda. Hu Zhenhan apologized to the nurse and asked if she was okay. Embarrassed, the girl replied that everything was fine. In a serious tone, Yang Ming asked where they went. The girl replied that all their injuries were minor and when they were patched up, they simply left. The nurse added that they didn't even pay, although it's unlikely that the doctors would have dared to ask them for money. An angry Hu Zhenhan asked why they didn't call the police. Yang Ming pointed out that if they didn't call the police, it would just be a matter of taking a long time for hospital services. And if the police come, they can only force you to pay off the debt, but when the police leave, they will return to take revenge. At that moment, the doctor came out of the operating room. He said that Hu Zhenhan's mother was no longer in danger. They had performed an operation, but she would remain in the hospital for a couple more days. The doctor added that he would have to pay extra for the operation. Hu Zhenhan said that this happened in their hospital and they should take responsibility. Approaching Hu Zhenhan, Yang Ming asked him to calm down and offered to pay and then see how she was doing. Yang Ming remembered that in the car, Hu Zhenhan said that he served in the special forces. He replied that this was true, but he could not give details. The special forces soldier he once defeated joined as a mercenary after leaving the army and is now enjoying his huge salary, while Hu Zhenhan was fired from his job as a security guard. Yang Ming asked what Zhenhan thought about working underground. Sitting on a bench, Yang Ming asked what Zhenhan thought about the underground world. He angrily replied that they had wounded his mother and if they caught his eye, he would beat them. Yang Ming asked, what if they don't get caught? Zhenhan replied that he did not care about them then. Yang Ming asked if he wanted to try. The young man thought that Zhenhan was an ideal candidate for this position. He is not greedy and does not act willfully. Zhenhan was surprised and asked if Yang Ming wanted him to join the underground world. Yang Ming replied that if Zhenhan helped him, he would never go hungry again. Yang Ming said that he needs to become the one who enforces the rules. Zhenhan explained that he did not want to do evil things. Yang Ming said, depending on what he considers evil. Yang Ming gave an example. If two soldiers from two different countries fight each other, who is good and who is evil? Zhenhan replied that he did not know. Yang Ming said that the fact of the matter is that he can do anything as long as it is without malicious intent. The young man added that there would always be an underground, no matter what, but with power, he could set rules that would force people to behave more civilly. Zhenhan said that he understood and asked what was required of him. Yang Ming replied that soon a massacre would begin in the underground of Songjiang. One of his friends is a very influential man in the southern part of the city, and his enemy is the brother De whom the nurse spoke about, Yu Xiangde. Yang Ming explained that Zhenhan's task was to help his friend fight against Yu Xiangde. The young man added that he would find someone else who would help Zhenhan stay in the shadows. Zhenhan was overjoyed and thought that he would destroy the guy who hurt his mother. Zhenhan bowed and said that in this way he could repay his debt and asked that if anything happened to him, he would take care of his mother. Yang Ming agreed. Yang Ming said that he would take care, although it seems to him that Zhenhan has watched a few films and the underground world is not that dangerous. The guys came to the hardware store. Handing the phone to Zhenhan, Yang Ming told him to use it for communication. The SIM card is anonymous, so there is no need to worry. Yang Ming also asked to keep the phone on 24 hours a day, as he could call at any time. Zhenhan said that he understood him. The next day, Yang Ming thought that he should call Bao Sanli. He picked up the phone and dialed Bao. He asked what happened. Yang Ming, walking down the street, asked how things were going with Yu Xiangde. Bao said everything was just fine. One of his guys managed to cut Yu Xiangde's big bone and he had to go to the hospital and get stitches. Yang Ming said that he was in the hospital with a friend today and heard about it. He immediately guessed that it was Bao's doing. Bao asked if Yang Ming had thought about his proposal. If he was in, he would be his right hand. Yang Ming said he would think about it. Yang Ming hung up the phone and thought that Bao used to talk about letting just the two of them rule the city, but now he says that Yang Ming is his right hand. At least in the future, Yang Ming will have many more opportunities. All he can do now is wait. Because of Sun Ji-wei, all of Yang Ming's plans for the weekend went out the window, and he now had to hang around on a busy street handing out pamphlets, along with Yang Ming and everyone who was at odds with him. Looking at Zhou Jiejie, Yang Ming thought that she was here too. Yang Ming was very surprised to see her simply take the brochure someone had thrown and throw it into the trash. Yang Ming wondered if she was one of those psychos with a split personality. And at that moment, Yang Ming heard someone demanding to stop yelling at her. Yang Ming saw Song Yu asking the man how dare he just throw the pamphlet on the ground. She said that decent citizens don't litter. The angry man replied that it was his brochure and he could do whatever he wanted with it. A bald man approached the two and asked what the hell Leopard was doing here. He demanded that he move his hooves, since Brother Da said that today they would reconsider their entire plan. The leopard laughed and pointed at the girl and said that this chick was trying to teach him good manners, as if he had returned to his childhood. Leopard demanded that Song Yu dare not teach him manners next time. Zhou Jiejia approached them. She protected the girl from the leopard and told him not to allow himself too much. Leopard enthusiastically called Jiejia a chick and invited her to have fun with him. At that moment, Yu Shuai approached Zhou Jiejia and asked Leopard what he had blurted out to her and demanded an apology. The guy pushed the leopard, who said that he hoped he had written a will. Yu Shuai shouted to his friends that these men were looking for a fight and they needed to be taught a lesson. The leopard slapped the guy in the face and asked if he was overheated in the sun. Holding the guy by the scruff of the neck, the leopard asked if he thought he could just hit him and threatened to grind the guy into mush. The leopard grinned and told Jiejia that the kid was a complete loser and offered to go with him. He promised that she would never be sad again and that she would not have to worry about money. Song Yu grabbed the girl's hand and thought that she couldn't leave it like that, since Zhou Jiejia stood up for her. With a grin, Leopard asked if she wanted to go with him too. The bald man said that this was not bad and they could all have a good time together. Yang Ming thought that these two can't do anything and he doesn't want to interfere with Zhou Jiejia's affairs, but Sui Yu is still the vice president of the class. She is not like Song Jiwei, who always schemes behind people's backs. The bald man noticed Yang Ming staring at them and said so to Leopard. He asked if Yang Ming was jealous of them and if he asked them nicely, they would take Yang Ming with them. Yang Ming said that they never learn from mistakes. He told the girls to continue handing out leaflets and he would take care of these clowns. Yang Ming thought that he was literally already ready to intervene, and the man did not need to ask him to do so. Approaching the bald man, Yang Ming asked why he always comes across such stupid people. Seeing this, Song Yu thought that he was finally doing something. The bald man had already swung his hand to hit Yang Ming. Yang Ming kicked the man aside. The leopard shouted that they had warned Yang Ming that they were Brother Da's men. He said that Brother Da is not someone to mess with, and they are not done with Yang Ming yet. Yang Ming asked if they were talking about the idiot Yu Xiangda and said to tell him to start writing a will. The angry leopard asked if Yang Ming was threatening Brother Da. Leopard thought that most people in Songjiang know that Brother Da is not the last person in the mafia, but only a few know his real name, and those who know do not dare to say it. Leopard deduced that Yang Ming might be connected to the mafia since he was acting like he was one of Bao Sanli's men from the southern district. Carrying a bald man on his shoulders, the leopard said that Yang Ming could go. He demanded that Bao Sanli be told that Brother Da was not finished with him yet, they would see how long he would last. Sui Yu thanked Yang Ming. She said that it seemed to her that these bullies would try to take revenge on them. Yang Ming said not to worry about it and that they won't bother with them anymore. Yang Ming told Jiejia to stop getting into other people's troubles, otherwise she might get hurt. Jiejia was surprised that Yang Ming actually spoke to her first. She was embarrassed. It seemed to her that he wanted to scold her and she thought that perhaps he wanted to say that the girl should not have done all these things then. The teacher demanded that everyone line up and asked them to tell what happened. Yu Shuai said that, in general, everything was fine, except for the fact that Yang Ming got into a fight with a couple of scum. The teacher wondered how Yu Shuai even got into the student council, because he lied to him now. The teacher asked the children what happened. The guys looked at Yu Shuai disapprovingly. The teacher thought that Yu Shuai was an idiot. He could pretend that he had misspoken and was trying to look like a good guy. Sui Yu said that she would explain everything. The girl told everything to the teacher. The teacher asked Yu Shuai why he didn't mention how he was beaten in his story, and now that someone else has sorted it out, he's spouting it again. Yu Shuai said that he meant that Yang Ming's methods were too radical and he should have gone and brought a teacher. Yang Ming asked why then Yu Shuai did not follow the teacher. Yu Shuai replied that there was an emergency and he had to do something. Yang Ming said that he was right, but if Yang Ming had gone to look for a teacher back then, Yu Shuai would be in the hospital right now. The teacher said that nothing could be fixed now, and he was glad that no one was hurt. The teacher said that everyone was free and they could either wait for the bus if they wanted to return to the university or they could go about their business. Yang Ming, stopping a taxi, thought that he had not been home for a long time. Yang Ming arrived home. His father was sitting at the table, and his mother was carrying food. Yang Ming asked how they were going to eat it all. His father noticed that Yang Ming had not been home for a long time and warned him that he would not allow him to eat all the delicious things. At this moment, Yang Ming's father's phone rang. Father picked up the phone. Yang Li called him. Yang Ming's father asked what happened and asked her to speak more slowly. The girl reported that her dad was kidnapped. Yang Ming's father was shocked by this information. Yang Ming's father furiously asked who kidnapped him. Yang Ling replied that she didn't know. Last night he stopped answering his calls, and then the kidnappers called her and said that they had him. The girl added that they said her father was safe for now, but they would kill him if they called the police. Yang Ming's father asked if they had called the police. The girl convinced him that they didn't call him. She immediately called him. Yang Ming's father told her to wait at home. He and his family were on their way. Night has come. Yang Ming and his parents came to his cousin's house. Yang Ming asked Yang Li to tell him everything again. The girl angrily asked what was the point of telling him this, because he was just a boy. She told Yang Ming not to get involved in this. Yang Ming explained that he was only helping her because her mother always took care of him, otherwise he wouldn't care. Yang Li asked her uncle what they should do now. Yang Ming asked if these people demanded anything from her, such as ransom. The girl replied that they did not demand. The caller only said that she should wait for his next call. Yang Ming replied that then there was no need to do anything, they should just wait. The girl did not agree with him. She got angry and asked if Yang Ming wanted her father to be killed. Her mother said that Yang Ming was right and they could only wait. Since they have not made any demands yet, they are not harming her father. The woman added that they will decide what to do once they find out what the kidnappers want. Yang Ming thought that the girl's breasts were much smaller than Sun Tzu's, but Sun Tzu was much smarter. He noted that the saying, "the bigger the breasts, the smaller the brains," is not necessarily true. The girl's phone suddenly rang. She was afraid that it was the kidnappers calling. Yang Ming told the girl to turn on the speakerphone. She fearfully asked what to say to the captors. Yang Ming told her to act naturally, they would make their own demands. Yang Ming told the girl to answer quickly, otherwise they would suspect something was wrong. Yan Li picked up the phone. The kidnappers asked if she called the cops. The girl replied that she had not called and asked if everything was okay with her father and what they wanted. The kidnapper replied that they should prepare 3 million yuan and wait for his call. In this case, her dad will be safe. The girl asked the amount in surprise. The kidnapper asked if that was too much. The girl began to answer hesitantly. The robber interrupted her and said that he was giving them 1 hour to get the money. He will call again when the time is up. The girl grabbed her head and asked what they should do. Yang Ming said to collect the money or report it to the police. The girl's mother said that this was too much money. The girl was going to turn to her uncle. At this moment, Yang Ming remembered that the girl was good friends with Sun Ji and her family was quite rich, so they could borrow from them. Yang Ming thought that given Yang Li's personality, if they lent her money and something went wrong, they would never get it back. Yang Li, with tears in her eyes, did not understand how she could forget about her friend. She would definitely come up with something. The girl would call her friend right now. Yang Li picked up the phone and called Sun Tzu. She said that a big problem had happened. Her father was kidnapped. The girl said that she would wait for her. Yang Ming thought it was great that someone else would intervene and now Yang Li would stop being so unbearable. Sun Tzu arrived at her friend's apartment. She wondered why Yang Ming was also here, but quickly realized that he was Yang Li's cousin. Yang Ming greeted the girl. She looked at him coldly. The girl sat down on the sofa and nodded. Yang Ming was worried that they had spent the whole night together, but maybe she really forgot about it because of the aphrodisiac. Yang Ming sat down next to the girl and stared at her. Sun Tzu said that she had already told Yang Ming that that time was a mistake. She hopes he understands this. Yang Ming said that Sun Tzu could not be sure that this would not happen again. The girl did not agree with him. Sun Tzu always tried to forget about what happened. She thought that she had almost plunged headlong into such a stupid relationship. The girl is going to be with Feng Chun, and therefore, before becoming his woman, she must make sure of everything. Sun Tzu recalled how she agreed to his offer to book a hotel room. Sun Tzu recalled their conversation in the hotel room. The girl told Feng Chun that something happened at home. Feng Chun asked if something serious had happened. He told her not to worry, he would always be there. With a downcast expression, Sun Tzu said that her father's company had gone bankrupt and was now saddled with a debt of tens of millions. Feng Chun was shocked by what he heard. He asked him not to joke like that. The girl said that it was true and the collectors were already at her home. She didn't know what to do. It was possible that she would be mired in debt for the rest of her life. Feng Chun asked if she was trying to drag him away with her. He accused the girl of planning to force him to take care of Sun Tzu's debts after they slept together. The girl replied that if the company is unable to pay the debt, the collectors will not pursue them. Feng Chun demanded to forget about it and announced that they were breaking up. Sun Tzu, with tears in her eyes, asked what he was doing, because Feng Chun himself said that he did not care about the girl's family and fortune. The guy said that everyone only wants money from her and he was lucky this time, only because of how irresponsible her romantic relationships are, otherwise he would have ended. Finally, Feng Chun complained that he spent $300 on this number. Yang Li asked her friend what happened, what she was whispering about with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's father asked his son if he knew Sun Tzu. He replied that he knew him. The cousin introduced them when she invited the young man to dinner. Yang Ming added that she even forced him to pretend to be Sun Tzu's boyfriend. And the girl blushed and thought that it was turning out that the lie had become a reality. Sun Tzu laughed and said that her younger brother Yang Li helped her a lot back then. She might even have to bother him again. The girl asked Yang Ming's parents if they were okay with it. His parents kindly said that of course they didn't mind, and assured the girl not to worry about it. Yang Ming whispered to Sun Tzu that she was right and he helped her a lot then. Yang Li awkwardly asked her friend if she could lend her 3 million. Sun Tzu replied that she did not mind, but she was not sure whether Uncle Yang would be able to return safely when she gave the money. Yang Ming asked if it was true that the kidnappers were forbidden to call the police. Yang Li, crying, said that this was so, and asked what she should do now. Yang Ming reflected that Sun Tzu and Yang Li both came from wealthy families, but they were completely different. Sun Tzu always gets his way, while his cousin doesn't even try. Sun Tzu noted that even though the kidnappers had forbidden her to call the police, she could still ask her people. The girl said that she would help Yang Li in any way she could, but she should not blame her friend if something went wrong. Yang Li agreed with the girl and said that they would follow her plan. The downcast Yang Ming thought that if Yang Li was going to obey his girlfriend in everything, then why did he even come there? Sun Tzu picked up the phone, called Uncle Zhao and asked him to prepare 3 million in cash. She also ordered a couple of strong guys nearby to wait for her instructions. Yang Li asked why the girl didn't want these people to just bring the money to their home. Sun Tzu replied that they should be extremely careful. If they forbade calling the police, then it is quite possible that they are spying on Yang Li's family, and if they find out that they are being helped from the outside, nothing good will come of it. Yang Ming was puzzled that Sun Tzu was always one step ahead of him. Yang Ming used his powers and noticed that someone was watching them, and Yang Ming saw that the person who was following them was listening to music. The young man thought that he was an amateur. Yang Ming felt that Sun Tzu needed to be informed, and if everything went well, then this could be an excellent opportunity to find the real culprit. Yang Ming asked the girl to step aside with him, he needed to talk to her. Yang Ming thought that if Yang Li found out about this, he would simply go crazy, and then the kidnappers might suspect something. Sun Tzu was outraged that she thought Yang Ming was still trying to flirt with her. She didn't understand whether Yang Ming really didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Yang Ming and Sun Tzu went to the bathroom. The young man closed the door. The girl did not understand what he was planning. Suet-zi blushed and asked if Yang Ming was really thinking about such things at such a time. Yang Ming, not understanding, asked what the girl meant. The girl did not understand what Yang Ming meant. She wanted to know if Yang Ming wanted something more than just a conversation. Yang Ming told her that the girl was thinking about some indecent things and he needed to talk to her about something important. Yang Ming thought that considering what happened in the toilet last time, it seemed that Sun Tzu had completely misunderstood. Yang Ming told the girl everything. She asked if Yang Ming wanted to say that someone was monitoring the movements inside. Yang Ming agreed and added that in the northeast, there was a man wearing a baseball cap standing near the house. He is definitely in cahoots with the kidnappers, however, he is the only person they have hidden in the area. He can't keep an eye on them in the bath. Sun Tzu asked how the young man knew so much. Yang Ming asked if the girl thought that he was in cahoots with the visitors. Shouldn't the girl trust him at least a little since they spent the night together? Sun Tzu noted that this was too suspicious and asked Yang Ming how he knew so much. Yang Ming reassured Sun Tzu and said that he had taken some time to look around the area on the way here and this was the only place where they could effectively hide someone, so it was not difficult to spot him earlier. Sun Tzu asked if the young man was sure that he was alone. Yang Ming said that he was sure of it. Yang Ming told Sun Tzu to have her people apprehend this man and then they would interrogate him. Sun Tzu took the phone in her hands and said that she should tell her people right away. Yang Ming asked not to tell Yang Li about this for now because she was getting too emotional and he was afraid that she might accidentally reveal the plan when the kidnappers called her again. Sun Tzu was delighted that Yang Ming had thought of everything even better than her. Yang Ming said embarrassedly that as her boyfriend, he should help her considering what she might have missed. The angry girl told Yang Ming to fuck off and left the bathroom. Yang Li guessed that Yang Ming had something between them and Song Zi. Sun Tzu said that by forcing Yang Ming to pretend to be her boyfriend, Yang Li caused him a little trouble and Guo Jianyao is looking for him again. The girl thought that maybe she really was right. After all, a lot of time had passed since Guo Jianyao had been looking for her, and remind her that she had received Yang Ming's childhood photographs. The girl wondered if Yang Ming had beaten Guo Jianyao because of this. Yang Ming thought that for her sake, he had dealt with the source of the problem. Sun Tzu's men grabbed the man in the baseball cap. They sent a message to Sun Tzu that they had managed to catch the man. After reading the message, the girl was happy about it. Sun Tzu nodded to Yang Ming, and the young man nodded back to her. Sun Tzu told Yang Li that the person who was supposed to bring the money was here, she would not be gone for long. Yang Ming offered to go with her, because the girl would not steal so much money alone. Yang Ming's father invited his son to go with him. The young man replied that his father should stay there, because if the kidnappers called again, someone would be needed to look after everything. The father agreed with his son and told them to be careful. Yang Li asked her friend what she should say if the kidnappers called again. The girl told me to say that the money was ready and to ask where to leave it. Yan Li agreed. Sun Tzu and Yang Ming went to get the money. Yang Ming said that he realized that he should just walk beside him and smile widely. The couple approached the car, with one of Sun Tzu's men standing next to it. The girl said that Yang Ming is one of her people. Sun Tzu asked if they interrogated him. Her man replied that she had not ordered it, so they had not touched him yet. Yang Ming decisively asked the man who ordered him to come here. The man was lying in the car with his hands tied. He furiously declared that it was better for Yang Ming to let him go quickly and if Brother Xiong found out that he was unavailable, he would kill the hostage. Yang Ming asked who Brother Xiong was and why he kidnapped Yang Dasheng. Yang Ming thought that the criminal was not very smart and gave himself away. The man told Yang Ming not to even think that he would tell him anything. Yang Ming thought that the man looked like he knew everything, but if he said that he knew nothing, then Yang Ming would only ask a few questions. Yang Ming told Sun Tzu that he thought her people could get him to talk. The girl nodded in response. Sun Tzu ordered her man to make him speak. Her man replied that he would do it no problem. Yang Ming suggested that the girl take a walk around the area, because soon it would not be very calm here. The young people heard screams coming from the car. 10 minutes later, Sun Tzu asked if there was any progress. Her man replied that the boy was a tough nut to crack, he wouldn't say, no matter how much he beat him, he asked for a little more time. With a bloody face, the criminal declared that he would never split. Yang Ming thought that he simply had no choice. Yang Ming pressed on the sore spot on the criminal's back. He doubled over in pain and asked to simply kill him, since he would not speak. The man thought that he could just tell everything, but quickly discarded this thought, since Brother Xiong would definitely kill him. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming noticed that he had heard his thoughts. Yang Ming read the kidnapper's thoughts when he learned that Brother Da was involved. He guessed that his ability was activated only at critical moments. Yang Ming thought that if he could activate the ability, he could learn everything he needed from the kidnappers. He asked where Yang Dashan was being held. The thought flashed through that this did not look like an ordinary kidnapping. The kidnapper lied that Yang Dashan was in a cave on the Western Star Mountain. In fact, he was in a barn near the mine. Yang Ming asked why they kidnapped Yang Dashan. In response, Yang Ming received a lie that the kidnappers wanted to earn extra money in this way. In fact, Brother Da wanted to teach him a lesson. Yang Ming's suspicions that Yu Xiongda was involved were justified. He realized that as long as the ransom was not paid, his uncle would be fine. If Yang Ming lets the guy go, then Sun Ji will be dragged into this matter. He doesn't want the family to run into the criminal world again. He decided to worsen the conflict between Bao and Yu Xiongda. Yang Ming leaned over to the guy and asked if he wanted to say anything else. He hit the kidnapper and got up. Yang Ming came to Sun Ji and told her all the information about where Yang Dashan was being held. Sun Ji is surprised at how quickly Yang Ming resolves matters and asks him about the plan. He tells her to take the money for herself and stall for time, while he goes to look for his uncle. Sun Ji wants to go with him, but Yang Ming stops her and tells her to help Yang Li. Yang Ming suggests lying to Yang Li about the fact that the required amount has not yet been collected, so he is leaving again. The girl agrees. One of the subordinates runs up and reports that the guy in the baseball cap received a call from Brother Xiong. The subordinate changes his voice and answers the phone, pretending to be Luzi, which is the name of the guy in the baseball cap. Brother Xiong orders to further monitor the situation. Yang Ming and Sun Ji stand aside and hear the entire conversation. The girl returns to the family and says that Yang Ming and her assistants went to get the missing part of the money. The kidnappers call Yang Li's phone again. Yang Li tells them that there is not enough money yet. They are given another hour of time. The girl is worried about money, but Sun Ji calms her down, and she thinks that Yang Li is selfish and does not worry about Yang Ming at all. On the way to the mine, Yang Ming notes to himself that since his uncle got rich, they almost stopped communicating and the guy rarely appeared at the quarry. Yang Ming orders the assistant to stop the car. He decides to use the power of his lenses to make out some people or a barn. With his vision, the guy finds the right barn. There are 3 or 4 people inside it. Sun Ji's assistant says that he only needs one fist to defeat the kidnappers. Yang Ming orders him to knock them out and take them to the van. Following orders, the man kicks open the barn door. The kidnappers are surprised by this action. One of them turns to the man and asks who he is. In response, Sun Ji's assistant himself begins to wonder who they are and what they forgot in his barn. The kidnapper explains that they need the barn for a small business and, having given a large sum of money, asks to take a walk until the morning. Sun Ji's assistant pretends to agree, but as soon as the kidnapper turns his back, the man becomes furious. With one blow he knocks out all 3 kidnappers. Yang Ming sends an emoji to Sun Ji's phone. The girl tells Yang Li the news that her father has been found, and in her thoughts she is amazed at how Yang Ming manages to fool around in such situations. Yan Li enthusiastically asks if this is true. Sun Ji says that he will now call his ward and find out the details. The girl calls Yang Ming. He briefly tells the situation and asks him to say that it was not he who saved his uncle, but Sun Ji's ward. She calms him down, saying that she has already settled everything. Yang Ming promises to arrive in 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the whole family meets Uncle Yang Lashan, and Yang Li hugs him. And Sun Ji and Yang Ming stand to the side, watching them. Yang Ming asks his parents to return home first, since he still has some things to do. The guy approaches Sun Ji's car, after which he knocks on the car window, drawing the girl's attention. Yang Ming opens the car door, and Sun Ji asks pretentiously what he wants. The young man wonders if Ji has missed him lately. The girl doesn't understand what he means. Sun Ji says that he is behaving disgustingly and why doesn't he disappear. She warns that if Yang Ming continues, then let him get out of her car. Yang Ming is surprised that he angered the girl. She tells him to hurry up because she still has things to do. Yang Ming asks her if she is going on a date with her boyfriend. To which Sun Ji replies that if she had a boyfriend, she would not ask Yang Ming to pretend to be him. Her younger brother is coming to see her this evening. Yang Ming reveals that he is going to borrow their truck. While driving the truck, Yang Ming received a call from Hu Junhan, asking if he needed help. Yang Ming said that he was in the hospital parking lot, and also ordered Hu Junhan to sort out his affairs and come to him. The uncle's kidnappers find themselves in the back of the truck. Everyone except the guy in the baseball cap is now under the influence of psychotropic substances. Yang Ming thought that in the hands of Bao Sanli, these guys were as good as dead. Besides, Luzi saw him and might spill the beans. Yang Ming hits Luzi on the head with the thought that it is impossible to be kind to enemies. The guy considers him disabled, most likely, according to Yang Ming's assumptions, he fell into a coma and will not wake up soon. Yang Ming picks up the phone to call Bao Sanli. Bao picks up the phone, asking what issue he is calling about. Yang Ming says that his friend caught Yuxiangda's subordinates. Bao Sanli wonders who his friend is. Yang Ming reveals that his friend is a person who is interested in the underground world of Songjian, and Bao will soon have a chance to work with him. Bao asks if it was Yang Ming's friend who asked to talk to him. Yang Mina says no, because he is not particularly close to this person. There was simply a conflict due to the aforementioned friend accidentally saving his uncle from the clutches of Yuxiangda. Sitting on a chair, Bao scratches the back of his head and asks what his uncle's name is. In response, Yang Ming calls Yang Lashina's name, which makes Bao Sanli very surprised and asks if everything is okay with his uncle. Yang Ming briefly talks about how his friend's men accidentally saved his uncle and now he is fine. At this moment, Bao sighs with displeasure. Grinning, Yang Ming wonders if Bao would like to accept Yuxiangda's people who were captured. Bao Sanli freezes in surprise. Hu Junhan approaches Yang Ming in the parking lot. The guy asks what he needs to do. Pointing to the truck, Yang Ming says that the kidnappers from the truck were pumped with psychotropic substances. They need to be brought to the nightclub and follow the plan that Yang Ming and Hu Junhan agreed on earlier. Hu Junhan comes to the nightclub. Bao welcomes a guest to one of the club tables, who thanks him for his generous hospitality, and the two of them drink a glass to Bao Sanli's health. Bao once again says thank you for the guy bringing everywhere those 4 guys who were previously kept in the truck. Sanli asks if he wants something in return. Hu Junhan replies that these 4 are a gift and he doesn't need anything. Excited, Bao Sanli again wonders if this is really a gift. The guest assures him that there is no need to doubt, he simply leaves these people to him. According to Hu Junhan, his boss said that there will be many more opportunities for cooperation, so there is no need to rush to thank him. Bao politely asks who Hu Junhan's boss is, but his question is not answered, since Hu Junhan says that his boss is a rather unusual person and does not like to be disturbed. Pretending that everything is fine, Bao Sanli thinks about what Hu Junhan's boss wants from him. As Hu Junhan said, his boss is not too interested in Songjian's underworld now. Good news is expected from Mr. Bao in the future. Bao Sanli thanked the boss for his good wishes, but he himself became worried because he thought that Hu Junhan's boss might demand his share. Hu Junhan returned to Yang Ming. Entering the room, he noticed that the guy was communicating with someone. For him, Yang Ming is someone who cares about his friends, so Hu Junhan is confident that Brother Yang will not treat him badly. He interrupts Yang Ming, telling him that he's already finished and it's time to go home. In a whisper, Hu reported that Bao Sanli did not suspect anything and no one followed him when he left. Yang Ming is happy, Hu Junhan will soon have the opportunity to show all his abilities. Yang Ming leaves first, asking his friend to take care of his mother. After getting into the truck, Yang Ming noticed Shenlin passing by. The guy called out to Shenlin and offered to give her a ride. Shenlin is worried because it is dangerous to sit with a man in the middle of the night. But it's more dangerous to walk, especially since Yang Ming gave her a lift earlier, so she agreed. Already in the car, the young man asked her why she was returning home so late. Shenling blushed as she replied that she was tutoring her student. Warning about the dangers of walking at night, Yang Ming advised him to find a job closer to the school. The girl said that the student became very attached to her and she simply could not refuse him, continuing his education at home. Yang Ming mentally sympathizes with her because making money is really not easy. He quietly put some banknotes in Shenlin's bag for her to use later. Yu Xiangde was pacing around the room at this time. He was indignant. It's late, and he still hasn't been able to get through to De Xiong. But instead of De Xiong, Bao Sanli suddenly called him. Picking up the phone, Bao Sanli reports that Yu Xiangde's people are with him. Yu Xiangde interrupts the call in anger. He stares at the phone screen for a while and then dials Brother Snake's number. Yu Xiangde agrees to his proposal. The following events take place during the day at Lu Weishan's house. He invites Yang Ming to look at his new acquisition, which was hidden under a red scarf. Yang Ming looks at him in confusion. Under the red cloth was a small figurine of 3 green horses. Yang Ming screamed in delight. Lu Weishan plans to send this figurine to an international Asian auction and give the proceeds to Yang Ming. From such words the guy comes into even greater surprise. Yang Ming says that such an incredible piece of art cannot be sold. To which he receives an answer from Lu Weishan that he made this figurine for his own pleasure, and other people are ready to pay good money for it. An old man like Lu Weishan doesn't need money. The man shows a few more jewelry and says that all these products are made from the remaining materials and they can also be put up for auction. Yang Ming agrees. Lu Weishan asks if Yang Ming is interested in participating in the international auction, the one taking place in Hong Kong. Uncle Lu says that if Yang Ming is interested, then they can go to the auction together. They come to the kitchen, where Lu Weishan's wife and Qing, who recently returned home, are waiting for them. Lu Weishan suggests they eat together. Qing said that Xia Yunchang told about Yang Ming and his deal with him. Yang Ming replies that there is always a lot going on in his life. Qing asks him if he means that he goes on dates all the time. The girl is still wondering why she hasn't seen Linda lately. Yang Ming briefly says that she has some family problems and has gone home. Qing encourages the guy by saying that Linda loves him and she will definitely return. Yang Ming silently agrees, he had no other choice. Qing's next question was about Marie, because isn't she his real girlfriend? She asks Yang Ming why he suddenly switched to Linda and if he is cheating on Marie. The young man is surprised by the questions. Yang Ming hurries to reassure the girl, saying that he and Linda were classmates in high school. Lu Weishan's wife asks her husband if their son and daughter-in-law were with them now, they would also enjoy the food like Yang Ming and Qing. Lu Weishan agrees and offers to accept Yang Ming as their godson. The guy says that if Aunt Chu and Uncle Lu don't mind, then he would be honored to become their godson. Auntie replies that on the contrary, she would be very happy. Then Yang Ming suggests calling him simply Ming in the future. Lu Weishan calls his godson the next day, informing him that the invitation to the auction is ready and needs to be picked up soon at Officer Chen. In the distance, Yang Ming notices the elder. They greet each other and the man says that he is glad to meet Professor Lu's godson. In a couple of hours, Yang Ming come to the police station. Opening the doors, he notices Uncle Chen, the same officer his godfather was talking about. The officer asks Yang Ming about his holiday plans and Hong Kong. The young man convinces that he only needs to go to Hong Kong for the auction, to watch and gain experience. Officer Chen calls his assistant Xia Shui. She will help you complete the paperwork. The girl comes, which makes Yang Ming feel awkward, since the last time they saw each other was when the guy took tests. Yang Ming apologizes for disturbing Xia Shui, calling her sister. She annoyedly asks who he called sister, while in her thoughts she decides that Yang Ming deserves to be taught a good lesson. The girl orders Yang Ming to lead the way, she will tell him where to go. The guy is surprised because he doesn't know the police station and it is Xia Shui who should go ahead. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he notices something wrong. The officer's assistant swings her leg at him, about to hit him. Yang Ming stops her strike with his right hand. Now Xia Shui cannot free her hand, the guy is holding her leg. Confused, the assistant officer orders Yang Ming to let go of his leg, but he continues to hold her. Xia Shui almost shouts and repeats her order. Yang Ming says that she is wrong and he just can't let her go after trying to kick him. Xia Shui threatens him and again orders him to let him go. Yang Ming refuses, saying that if he does this, the girl will hit him again. Shui promises that he will not kick Yang Ming again. She thought that if she promised not to kick him, this did not mean that she would not hit him with her hands. Yang Ming, as if reading her thoughts, repeated the same words that Xia Shui had just thought. The officer's assistant threatened him again, promising to scream now. 2 police officers were passing by and noticed what was happening in the corridor. One of them suggested that Xia Shui was angry with the guy because he rejected her and now he stopped the girl who was about to hit him. Then Xia Shui herself looked angrily at the young men, calling them babbles in her thoughts, and they hastened to run away from her. Xia Shui could stand it no longer and moved away. The next moment she jumped, again intending to hit the guy, but this time with her fist. But instead, Xia Shui knocked Yang Ming to the floor, falling on top of him. Officer Chen noticed that Yang Ming and Xia Shui were walking for a very long time. If they don't return soon, they won't have time to finish the paperwork. He goes to look for them. The officer was very surprised when he found them in the corridor, both lying on the floor. Chen cleared his throat delicately and asked Xia Shui and Yang Ming what they were doing here, lecturing them that they should behave appropriately in the workplace. In one voice, the guy and girl said that this is not what the officer was thinking about, and they are not in such a relationship. The man guessed that Xia Shui had started a fight again. She became embarrassed, explaining that she was just fooling around. Officer Chen told her to go back, and he would finish with Yang Ming himself. Some time later, Yang Ming flies to Hong Kong with his godparents. At the airport they are met by 2 men who were waiting for guests with a sign with the name of Lu Weishan written on it. Yang Ming notices them and tells his uncle about it. One of the greeters was a man with purple hair. He was sent by Mr. Zhong. He greets Lu Weishan and informs him that he has been ordered to accompany the professor to the hotel. Early in the evening, at the hotel, his godfather called Yang Ming. He is warned to get up and get ready for dinner. Lin will pick them up at 5:30. The guy quickly gets ready and goes out into the corridor. Someone knocked on Qing Qing's room. Deciding that it is her mother, she covers herself with only a towel and opens the door, but Yang Ming appears on the threshold. Qing Qing hurriedly leaves the room, saying that she needs to get dressed. Yang Ming, who arrived, also turns away. The guy notes to himself that it has become much more difficult for him to look at girls since Lan Ling left, and with Marie everything is complicated. Yang Ming notices something clicking behind the door. The door opens and Qing Qing returns to the room. She is wearing a white dress with jewelry and her hair tied up. Yang Ming looks at the image of the girl with admiration. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy asks Xiao Qing what it was. She says that he came right after their mother left, so Qing Qing thought that she was on the threshold, but she was wrong. After that, the girl called Yang Ming a name. Again, in his head, the young man makes a remark to the girl. She had better not speak to him in such a tone. He doesn't understand why she continues to call him names if he already explained that situation in the bookstore. Xiao Qing laughs, saying that she is joking and is ready to go. Before leaving, she explains that Mr. Zhong is a very important person and there should be no antics in the restaurant. Having memorized the information, Yang Ming is silently indignant, thinking that the girl constantly calls Mrs. Chu their mother, as if he and Xiao Qing are a married couple. On the morning of the auction, the first lot was a jade pendant from Lu Weishan. The presenter convinced the guests that there was no need to doubt the authenticity, since all items at the auction were compared with an estimated value. Then the man solemnly pronounced the amount of the lot. The starting price for the jade pendant was $500,000. Everyone present in the hall was very surprised. Yang Ming was nervous. The price of the pendant was twice the cost of the jade. While the young man was thinking about how the people here are obsessed with collecting, his godfather fell asleep. Lu Weishan was not at all interested in the results of the auction. Aunt Chu explained that Lu Weishan didn't sleep well last night, so he fell asleep at the auction. The price for jade has already reached 36 million. Yang Ming mentally wondered how he managed to become a millionaire in a few minutes. As a result, each of the goods from Lu Weishan cost more than $3 million, and the inkstone was sold for $6 million. Yang Ming can't believe that he managed to become a millionaire overnight. He considered it too great a gift for him. During the day, a figurine of 4 horses was sold, which Uncle Lu Weishan had previously shown to Yang Ming. Its starting price was $100 million. As a result, it was purchased by Mr. Huang Hongjin for $380 million. Yang Ming was amazed at the amount that was coming in as pure profit. Lots from Lu Weishan are over. Next was the piece of underwear that Hu Lim wore. Yang Ming grumbled as if some actress's underwear was being sold at auction. He wanted to leave, but after the underwear, they sold Mrs. Shu Ya's ring. All the money from the sale of this jewelry would go to the Hope Foundation. Yang Ming immediately recognized this ring. Zhong Xiaotian, Mr. Zhong's son, asked Xiaoya if this was not her favorite ring. The next question was why she put the ring up for auction. Xiaoya did not give a clear answer. He leaned over to the girl and assured her that he would return her ring. Xiaoya was upset. She had previously written so many letters, but without receiving a response, she decided that Yang Ming had forgotten about her and it was time to sell the ring. The name Xiaoya seemed familiar to Yang Ming. He remembered his childhood friend with a similar name. The guy didn't believe that it could really be her. The bidding is ongoing. Qing Qing noted the popularity of Xiaoya and the fact that the price of the ring is already more than 100,000. Yang Ming doubts its authenticity, considering it a copy, since the real ring must be lost. The guy invites Xiao Qing to participate in the auction. She asks if he didn't like the owner of this ring and now Yang Ming is trying to get it. He replied that he had once given a similar ring as a gift and now he wanted to buy this lot as a souvenir. Yang Ming offers 150,000 for the ring. Zhong Xiaotian is indignant, who dared to compete with him. The entire auction house belongs to him. Xiaotian raises the bid to 200,000. I'm surprised, she never thought that they would want to buy this ring for such a high price. Yang Ming offers 250,000 for it. Zhong Xiaotian's last bet was 300,000. This auction is held in American dollars, not Hong Kong dollars. For Zhong Xiaotian, this amount is the limit. He thinks that Xiaoya is shocked by his generosity and 300,000 for the ring is worth it. Yang Ming raises the bet to 400,000. Zhong Xiaotian got angry, he can't place a bet anymore, and the ring is sent to VIP number 7, to Yang Ming. Now Xiaoya feels like she has lost something important. The girl gets up and runs to Mr. Zhong. Running into his office, she says that she wants to refuse to sell the ring and asks Uncle Zhong for help. She wants to pay the buyer twice as much. Mr. Zhong explains that the ring has already been purchased and cannot be returned, these are the rules of the auction. Xiaoya asks if it is possible to meet with the buyer, to which he also receives a negative answer. The buyer's identity must remain confidential. Frustrated, Xiaoya leaves the office and says that she will not bother Mr. Zhong anymore. At this time, Zhong Xiaotian comes to the security room. In exchange for the video recording of the auction, he offers the guard a promotion, to which the man agrees, thanking the boss. In the video, Zhong Xiaotian notices Yang Ming, from whom he is now going to take the ring. On the way to the room, Yang Ming and Xiao Qing talk. The girl says that today he was the center of attention, spending 400,000 at a time. Confused, Yang Ming asks why she is reproaching him for this. She explains that she doesn't blame him, let him spend his money wherever he wants, it's just that this ring was not worth such a huge amount of money. Qing Qing also says that she has long wanted to try local food, and therefore, if Yang Ming is now rich, then he should treat her. Yang Ming agrees, saying that before the girl gets married, he will feed and provide for her. Xiao Qing and Yang Ming walk along the evening streets of Hong Kong. The girl is surprised at the liveliness of this place and notes that it is more beautiful here than in Songjiang. She says that the food in the area is very good, suggesting that Yang Ming should go somewhere and try it. The guy agrees. There are already 2 people watching Yang Ming from around the corner. They were sent by Mr. Zhong to find the young man. There are also 2 guys sitting in the car that was parked nearby, watching people from Mr. Zhong. The guys in the car mistake them for thieves who are planning to steal something. A guy with brown hair leans over to his friend driving and asks if he needs to intervene. The friend agrees, but this needs to be dealt with quickly. They decide to get rid of Mr. Zhong's men. The car starts up and now moves sharply towards the guys who were watching Yang Ming. One of them is frightened by the sudden appearance of a car. The car stops next to them. One of the observers shouts to the guys in the salon that they are completely blind. Now the two get out of the car. In their hands is a rope and a small knife. The man who had previously been shouting at them indignantly now asks what they want. Having tied up the two who seem to be thieves, they tape their mouths shut. The fair-haired guy was surprised where the one they were watching had gone. Yang Ming is confused, he definitely had no enemies in Hong Kong, and Xiaoqing sighs with relief, asking who it was. Yang Ming replied that he did not know. The girl asks again how he noticed them. Yang Ming talks about noticing them in the car. The thought flashes through my head that maybe this is just a skirmish between two factions. One of the guys in the car seemed familiar to Yang Ming, he is trying to remember where he saw him. But Yang Ming returns to Sister Xiaoqing, offering to eat beef noodles. Noticing that his sister has gone aside and is now talking to an unfamiliar guy, Yang Ming is surprised. Here on the street a girl meets Song Han. Calling her Qing Qing, he says that he didn't expect to see her here. Xiaoqing is indignant, explaining that he should not call her that. Song Han apologizes for his old habit and asks how Xiaoqing is doing, if she is okay now. He repeats that he's just worried about her, then suggests they find a place and catch up on the time they haven't seen each other. Xiaoqing refuses. Then Yang Ming comes up, a dissatisfied Song Han asks who he is. Xiaoqing grabs Yang Ming's arm and introduces him to Song Han as her boyfriend. Song Han, confused, says it's nice to meet you. Since Yang Ming is Xiaoqing's boyfriend, Song Han suggests sitting down somewhere and talking. Yang Ming refuses, displeasedly explaining that Song Han doesn't need to bother, and Yang Ming wants to spend time with his girlfriend. Song Han replies that he is not a burden and offers to treat them to dinner. Xiaoqing grabs Yang Ming's hand and, saying that they have to go, is about to run away. Song Han then asks why Xiaoqing came to Hong Kong and if she would like to give him her number. Xiaoqing explains that they can't have anything in common and he should stop acting like this. Song Han says that he understands that Qing Qing hates him and that he made a mistake. The guy intends to approach her, but Yang Ming stops him with his hand, ordering Song Han to pull himself together and stop calling his girlfriend Qing Qing. Song Han threatens his status by calling Yang Ming a bug. He approaches Xiaoqing again, thinking that she is trying to make him jealous in this way and that Yang Ming is not her boyfriend. Xiaoqing hugs Yang Ming's hand again and tells Song Han to stop flying in the clouds. He admits that he has never forgotten her and he knows that the girl feels the same. Yang Ming intervenes, threatening to call the police if Song Han doesn't stop now. An angry Song Han asks who Yang Ming thinks he is and why he is minding his own business. Xiaoqing tells Yang Ming to call the police. He threatens Xiaoqing again, finally telling Yang Ming that there is something wrong with his girlfriend's body. When Song Han leaves, Xiaoqing becomes noticeably sad and asks Yang Ming to go with her to some bar to take a break. They find a bar called the Blue Lagoon. It's quite bright inside. They both sit down at the stormy counter and the waiter comes up to them, asking what they would like to drink. Yang Ming orders a crown for himself, and chooses Baileys with ice for Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing asks what Baileys is. The guy explains that this is a sweet alcoholic drink. It is not too strong and is usually preferred by women. When the drinks arrived, Qing Qing tries hers and really likes it. She says that the taste is great, but you can't get drunk from it, so she tries Yang Ming's drink. Yang Ming says to drink slowly, and he watches Xiaoqing drink from his bottle. Watching her, he wonders if this is really an indirect kiss. Xiaoqing orders 2 more bottles of Corona. Yang Ming is sure that there was some unpleasant history between Xiaoqing and Song Han. He will just let her drink a little to find out about everything. The guy slows the girl down, saying that drinking so quickly is bad for the stomach. Xiaoqing turns away and says that she will be fine. She then asks Yang Ming if he will abandon his elder sister in the future. The young man convinces her that she will forever remain his older sister. Taking another bottle of Corona, Xiaoqing invites Yang Ming to drink it with her. They clink glasses. Finally, Qing asks if Yang Ming wants to know who Song Han is. She said that she once studied with him at an engineering university and at first they were a couple that everyone envied. They were even planning to get married and had a premarital checkup the day before the wedding. The results said that due to the body's not very good development, Xiaoqing may have problems getting pregnant. Song Han ran away the next day as soon as he heard about this. Yang Ming calls him stupid in his thoughts. Xiaoqing went on to say that they were supposed to get married the next day, everything was ready for their wedding, but her groom just disappeared. All the guests were eagerly waiting for Song Han, but he never arrived. That day, Xiaoqing had to cancel everything, and if not for the advice of her godparents, she would not have known what to do. Yang Ming says that now there is no point in wasting energy on hating this person, especially since she has support in the form of him, her godfather and godmother. Xiaoqing sits closer to the guy and asks if he will protect his big sister forever. Yang Ming says that he will not allow anyone to harm his family. An unknown man sits down with Yang Ming and Xiaoqing and invites Qing to have a drink with him. Yang Ming throws an empty bottle at the stranger and tells him to go to hell. They immediately get up from their seats and a waiter runs up to them and asks them not to damage the restaurant's property. The insolent person who had previously sat down with Xiaoqing is now sitting with a bottle in his mouth. Before leaving, Yang Ming hands the waiter a wad of bills as payment for the drinks and compensation. Going outside, Xiaoqing says that it was so scary there. Yang Ming explains to her that it is not safe to walk around such places at this time and she should be more careful in the future. Xiaoqing hugs him around the neck, pressing him closer to the guy, and says that everything will be fine if Yang Ming is with her, and then asks why he is so kind to her. Yang Ming is confused by how close his sworn sister is to him now. On the street, holding his adopted sister, who peed herself this evening, Yang Ming stops a taxi. In the car, the guy gives the address, Huizhong Hotel. The taxi driver nods. Arriving at the right place, Yang Ming takes Xiaoqing in his arms. She is already sleeping. While wandering the corridors, the guy finds Xiaoqing's number and tries to ask where her key card is. But the girl is still sleeping and does not answer his question. Yang Ming realizes that he will have to look for the key card himself. Feeling in her sleep that Yang Ming is searching her, Xiaoqing calls the young man names and asks how he can take advantage of her position. He explains that he is just looking for the key to the room. Qing says that in this case he allows him to continue his search. Mentally, the guy tells himself that he must stand and not give in to temptation. He considers words spoken while drunk to be frivolous. After finding the room key, Yang Ming placed Xiaoqing on the bed. She whispers that she feels bad, the alcohol smells bad and asks Yang Ming to help her change her clothes. The guy is very surprised by her request. He takes off her dress in one motion. In his sleep, Xiaoqing tosses and turns, and Yang Ming is embarrassed by the current situation. The girl continued to kick in her sleep, but the young man noticed the clothes near Qing's bed. Apparently, he took it off the girl along with the dress. He notices that there is nothing strange, suspecting that it may be a white tiger. Yang Ming again suggests that Song Han may have escaped for this reason, as some villagers believe in strange omens. The guy is worried because he took off her clothes, and perhaps when Xiaoqing wakes up, he may suspect that he was planning something bad. In her sleep, Xiaoqing screamed in her sleep that she wanted water. Yang Ming compared himself to the righteous Lu Xiaohui and brought some water in a cup for the girl. After getting out of bed, Xiaoqing unexpectedly kissed Yang Ming. Yang Ming is dumbfounded, thinking that she wants to drink water. He held back as best he could, but now he can no longer. The guy throws a cup of water aside. They end up in the same bed, after which Yang Ming and Qing spend the night together. The next morning is coming very soon. Yang Ming wakes up in Xiaoqing's room at the Huizhong Hotel, hugging her. He doesn't know how to explain the night he spent. Yang Ming sits on the edge of the bed, taking out a cigar and lighter. He worries what will happen if his godfather finds out what he did to his daughter. Then Yang Ming's cigar is suddenly snatched away. It was Xiaoqing who took her away, saying that it was too early for smoking. The girl complains of a headache after yesterday. Yang Ming thinks that she either doesn't understand anything or is faking it. He visibly hesitates, trying to explain what happened that night. Xiaoqing doesn't understand and asks if she gave him trouble yesterday. Yang Ming immediately replies that it was not difficult at all, but he still needs to tell him something. Qing explains that everything that happened between them was a normal physiological reaction, so there is no need to worry. Yang Ming says that he will take responsibility for what happened. To which the girl chuckles, asking how exactly he will marry her or what. Xiaoqing continues to explain that even if Yang Ming wanted to marry her, she would still refuse. She says that she is 12 years older than him and nothing can happen between them. Continuing the conversation, Xiaoqing asks what people and parents will think if everyone knows that she is his sworn sister. Yang Ming expresses surprise about what their relationship means. The girl convinces that when they are together, let Yang Ming continue to treat her like a sister. The time was getting closer to 6 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming sits down on the bed with a sigh, saying that he understands. Xiaoqing notices the guy's sad face. Clearing her throat, the girl begins her speech. According to her, the Chinese language is very complex and deep, the same thing can have different meanings. Yang Ming doesn't realize it at first. In his head, he thinks about the fact that the name is pronounced like Gan. Without thinking twice, Yang Ming remembers that Gan also means making love. He asks Xiaoqing if she means that when they are alone, they don't have to pretend to be said relatives. Qing says she didn't say anything like that. Even though the girl seemed so innocent, Yang Ming said that he understood her hints. Xiaoqing asks if in his eyes she is really a child who doesn't know anything like that. Yang Ming decides not to say anything more. And then, with a grin, he decides to offer the girl something. He exclaimed and suggested spending some more time together. Xiaoqing refuses, crawling out of Yang Ming's embrace. The guy doesn't understand why she refused. They tell him that this was the first time and if Qing can't walk, then her parents will suspect something. A little embarrassed, Yang Ming asked for forgiveness. The girl asks not to blame himself, then offers to go shopping. Then Xiaoqing moves closer and, lifting the young man's chin with his index finger, encourages him that he might consider whether they will spend the night together. Yang Ming promises to be the perfect boyfriend today. Xiaoqing again reminds them of their roles and asks Yang Ming to make sure that everything that happened remains between them. Yang Ming nods in agreement, after which the young man asks if he can go. Xiaoqing allows, saying that it's almost 6 and he should get himself in order. Her mom and dad will wake up soon and shouldn't suspect anything. Looking at Yang Ming's satisfied face, the girl asks why he sat down and commands him to get off the bed. At this time, someone will come to the door, which makes both Xiaoqing and Yang Ming surprised. Xiaoqing, frightened, asks who is there. In the corridor, her mother answers her, wondering if the girl is up. Qing says that she just woke up recently. Mom talks about how she wanted to go to Yang Ming, but he never opened up to her. The woman asks if Xiaoqing knows what's wrong with him. The girl says that he is in her room and they are discussing where to eat today. Upon entering Xiaoqing's room, her mother immediately notices the unmade bed and scolds the girl. The woman herself intends to clean her daughter's room. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were very afraid of this, since there were traces of the night spent on the bed. Qing stops her mother, promising that she will make the bed a little later, and Yang Ming says that there is no need for cleaning at all, since the hotel staff will clean the room themselves. Then Aunt Chu turns around, saying goodbye that they will have breakfast with her. A few hours later, in the afternoon, Xiaoqing and Yang Ming are walking together along the streets of Hong Kong. The guy reminds me about the offer to go shopping. Taking Yang Ming's hand, the girl asks where they will go together. She is offered to go to Disneyland. At Disneyland, Yang Ming buys 2 annual passes, which give him unlimited access to the park for a year. According to him, this is a good deal for those who have children. He hugs Xiaoqing and hints why they shouldn't have a child. Shocked by such a proposal, Xiaoqing steps aside, and Yang Ming apologizes for his words, since he said them without thinking. Reproachfully, the girl says whether it would be better if, on the contrary, she fails to get pregnant. After this conversation, they have fun together, having time to buy souvenirs and toys at Disneyland. Here Xiaoqing turns sharply to Yang Ming and invites him to tell him the whole truth. The guy doesn't understand what she means at first. Ching explains his question. Since Yang Ming even bought limited edition toys, she wonders what the relationship between them is now. Yang Ming asks not to be jealous if he tells the whole story. Xiaoqing asks why she should be jealous if on the contrary she will be happy when Yang Ming has a girlfriend. Having stopped, the guy admits that Marie is really his girlfriend, but now their relationship has reached a dead end. Xiaoqing wonders if Lan Ling is the reason for this. Such a question makes Yang Ming feel awkward. He doesn't know what to answer. Having still not found an answer, Yang Ming decides to tell the whole story from the beginning. After hearing Yang Ming's whole story, Xiaoqing comes to the conclusion that he is truly innocent of anything, and then asks if he infected her with this curse. Yang Ming replies that the curse only affects men. She asked again if Yang Ming would allow this Cold War to continue. Yang Ming explains that if he makes a mistake or overdoes it again, he will be hated even more. Xiaoqing decides to come and help Yang Ming. At this time, blows are heard in some barn in the forest. The guys who previously caught the two people watching Yang Ming are now beating them up, asking for information. One of them admits that he was sent by Zhong Xiaotian so that they could steal the ring. The young man asks why Zhong Xiaotian needs the ring, but his ward does not know. The second guy tells his partner that the two seem to have accidentally interrupted their mission. But the partner continues to beat Zhong Xiaotian's men, because if it weren't for them, their target would not be hidden. Having finished with them, the second young man asks what to do with them. The guy who beat him up earlier offers to feed these people to the sharks. On the same day's news feed, Zhong Xiaotian notices the news that 2 dead bodies were found in the sea. He recognizes Brother Black and Curaglas, whom he sent to pick up the ring. Zhong Xiaotian decides to sit at home for a couple of days. In Lu Weishan's room, Uncle Lu himself is having a nice conversation with his wife. The door to the room opens with a creak. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing enter there with gifts. They are greeted happily and asked if they had a good time. Xiaoqing gives them gifts. These were clothes that they bought especially for Lu Weishan and his wife. Uncle Lu informs them that they should go to bed early today because they are leaving for Shanghai tomorrow. While Xiaoqing was having a nice conversation with her parents, Yang Ming was trying in every possible way to hint about tonight's meeting together. Qing says goodbye to his parents, saying that he will go to bed. Yang Ming becomes upset as he was hoping to spend time with Xiaoqing. The guy and the girl walked out of Lu Weishan's room into the corridor. Yang Ming sadly looks towards Xiaoqing, who apparently goes to her room. But before leaving for the room, Xiaoqing hands the guy the key card to his room. The girl then slammed the door loudly, leaving Yang Ming alone in the corridor. Yang Ming leaves a do not disturb sign on the door of his room in case he oversleeps again, after which he takes out the key card for Xiaoqing's room and runs to her door. On the doors, as well as on his own, he again leaves a do not disturb sign. Upon entering, Yang Ming notices that the lights are already turned off and Xiaoqing is probably sleeping. Yang Ming stopped next to Xiaoqing's bed and looked at the sleeping girl. He thought that she really went to bed as soon as she returned, but it doesn't matter to him. Yang Ming undresses because sleeping with Xiaoqing is a dream come true for him. When he lay down on the bed, she turned towards him tenderly. He is both confused and surprised by the fact that Xiaoqing has been awake all this time. She moves closer and kisses Yang Ming on the lips. They spend their time like this until dawn. With the first rays of the sun, Yang Ming wakes up. There was still an hour left before departure. A few minutes later, already dressed, Yang Ming packs his bags in a panic. His godparents will wake up soon, so he is in a hurry. Soon, Uncle Lu and Aunt Chu enter the room where Xiaoqing and Yang Ming are waiting for them with suitcases. Aunt Chu notices something wrong with her daughter's leg and asks what's wrong. Qing replies that her leg hurt from walking that night. The couple is then asked why they have circles under their eyes and whether they slept well. Xiaoqing blames Yang Ming for everything, but the girl rushes to explain, saying that Yang Ming woke her up in the middle of the night and told her to get up. The guy understood what the girl meant and also began to make excuses, telling his godparents that he was simply afraid of oversleeping the flight and had mixed up the time on the clock. Aunt Chu says that then it's no wonder why they are in such a state and suggests they quickly get ready and go. And in her hometown, in Ji-yoon's house, her mother demands an explanation. She asks where did such a large amount of money come from in the girl's bag. She recalls recent events. On the day when Ji-yoon took this bag, she met Yang-ming, who had a huge wad of money with him. After which the money disappeared from his hands. The girl guessed that it was probably Yang-ming who put this money in the bag. After some time, the plane lands in Shanghai. Yang-ming returns home and is greeted by his father. The man asks about his godfather and why he didn't come to visit. Yang-ming says that everyone is just tired from the flight and will come back another time. Then the young man gives his parents the gifts he bought for them in Hong Kong. At this time he received a call on his mobile. Yang-ming received a call from Shenlin and asked her what happened. The girl asks if he is busy now, since he has one request for him. Yang-ming replies that he is not busy and will find out the address where he needs to come. He tells Shenlin to stand still and wait for him. Yang-ming will come in 10 minutes. And just a few minutes later, Yang-ming called out to the girl, heading towards her with a bag in his hands. He tells how during the last meeting he noticed that the girl's bag was quite shabby and in Hong Kong he decided to buy her a new one. The guy remembers that Shenlin called him for another reason and now asks what she needs. Confused, Shenlin awkwardly offers Yang-ming to become her boyfriend. To discuss this topic, Shenlin suggests finding a place to talk more conveniently. They enter a small cafe where they continue their conversation. The girl repeats her request that Yang-ming could pretend to be her boyfriend. He asks why you need to pretend. Shenlin told him the whole truth that her mother found out that the girl had already had sexual experience. Shenlin lied about her boyfriend and now her mother insists that she bring him home. Shenlin says that Yang-ming is the only person who can help her. Yang-ming asks who Shenlin really had an affair with because he suspected that he was being deceived. The girl can't say his name because that guy doesn't even know what Shenlin looks like. Slamming his fist on the table, Yang-ming was indignant. How dare someone do this and then disappear as if nothing had happened. Shenlin laughs, seeing someone cursing themselves so much for the first time. Yang-ming agrees, but immediately clarifies whether he needs to pretend to be her boyfriend after meeting his mother. Shenlin says that one meeting will be enough. Then their order is brought to them. She clarifies that if she needs help again in the future, will Yang-ming help her? Not understanding what kind of help we were talking about, the guy was a little embarrassed. Having explained all the nuances for himself, Yang-ming suggests starting to eat. Shenlin remembers the money in the bag and asks Yang-ming if he put it there. He replies that he simply did not have pockets, so he had to put the money in her bag. Shenlin admitted that her mother thought about the wrong thing, deciding that her daughter was doing something indecent with rich people. Yang-ming asked for forgiveness, he did not think about the consequences. Shenlin also asked her to tell her mother that Yang-ming also paid for her father's admission to the hospital. The guy asks when he managed to pay. Here Shenlin says that she was a student who sold her body. Then Yang-ming met her and helped her. The girl thanked him for his help that day. Yang-ming seemed to understand, so he decided to clarify. Didn't she say last time that she was a girl? She said it was true, but soon after it wasn't. Shenlin then decides to admit that this is not her real name. Her real name is Lin Ji-yoon, so she asks to be called that tonight. Yang-ming remembered this name. This girl introduced herself to Chen Fei as Yang-ming's lover because he paid 3,000 for her father's treatment. Evening came very soon. And they arrived at Ji-yoon's house. At the threshold, her mother meets her. Ji-yoon brings Yang-ming inside, the guy greets her mother. The girl's father, who is reading a newspaper at this time, ignores their presence for now. He gives the woman the gift he brought and introduces himself with a bow. Then Father Ji-yoon appears and Yang-ming, having also given him a gift, invites them to have dinner at a restaurant. He had already reserved a table there for the whole family. Ji-yoon takes the guy aside, whispering that he is only pretending to be her boyfriend and such expenses were useless. Yang-ming replies that even if he is pretending, he must do everything so that her parents will no longer worry. They come to a restaurant called Heaven on Earth. Ji-yoon's parents ask Yang-ming, "Isn't this place too expensive for dinner?" The girl asks him what he will do if her parents like him. The guy replied that he simply did not want to disgrace Ji-yoon and did not look that far. In his head, he assumes that her parents have already compared opinions about him. Already at the restaurant behind the reservation, Ji-yoon, her parents, and Yang Ming sit down to have dinner. The guy offers the girl's father a little drink. Ji-yoon sadly thinks that Yang Ming is too kind to her and he has somehow invaded her life again. She then decides not to think about problems, Ji-yoon will solve them as they come. After dinner together, almost at night, Yang Ming accompanies the girl and her parents to a taxi, saying goodbye to them. On the way home, Yang Ming decides to visit old Fan, since he has already missed a lot of training. He comes to the man's apartment, greets the old man, but he ignores Yang Ming, remaining silent for a while. Fan warns that someone is targeting Yang Ming and he should be careful. The guy is surprised by this information. He asks old man Fan about what happened and tries to find out the details, but the man says he doesn't know the details. Yang Ming thinks maybe it started back in Hong Kong and then asks where Fong found out about it. Fan says that he has his own sources and over time Yang Ming will find out about them, but for now he has several discs with insider information from different companies. Fan explains that the tapes have various competitions, gambling games, etc. that he asked Dong Jun to purchase. Taking the discs in his hands, Yang Ming is pleased and thinks that with the help of the assassin training organization that provided these disc recordings, he can become the same as Dong Jun. Fan orders to take these discs home and study them carefully. In addition, the man reminded that Yang Ming should not neglect his body training. Fan said that the guy is not strong enough yet, and if the danger within the country is not so great, but abroad they can easily kill him. Songjiang University of Engineering, main dining hall. Someone called out to Marie in the dining room while she was carrying her lunch. The girl notices a former teacher from the school, Zhao Ying, and is invited to sit with her. Marie asks why teacher Zhao is having lunch here. To which the woman says that Marie no longer needs to call her a teacher, since they are both now studying here. Zhao was recently accepted into graduate school at the university. Marie remembers this. Zhao again asks not to call her teacher anymore, for Marie she will just be Sister Ying. Zhao then asks how Marie is doing with Yang Ming and why they are not together. The girl became noticeably saddened by this question. Then he says that it seems that Yang Ming doesn't love her anymore. Zhao gets up from his seat and, approaching the girl, tries to console her, saying that this could be a simple misunderstanding. She suggests that Marie go to a place where there are fewer people and tell her more about what happened. At this time in the men's dormitory, Yang Ming is dozing at the table in his room, thinking about the discs from old man Fan. A young man comes into the room and says that he has news for Yang Ming. Yang Ming is told that Zhao Ying is now studying at the university. The guy is surprised that his former teacher is now here. The young man who comes out elbows Yang Ming in the side and suggests that maybe Zhao Ying is here because of him. Yang Ming asks him to stop talking nonsense. He is told that Yang Ming will not know if this is true unless he talks to Zhao Ying. The guy notes in his thoughts that they really haven't seen her for a long time. He comes to the women's dormitory and, having found the right room, knocks on the door. Nobody opens Yang Ming. He wonders if Zhao Ying is really not at home, but even if so, where is her neighbor now? At this time, Yang Ming is being watched from around the corner by the man who followed him in the car in Hong Kong. He tells his partner, Feng Dao, that this is very suspicious, otherwise how could he know where the boss lives? Feng Dao replies that he is right. He wonders if Yang Ming has learned the secret of their organization. Feng Dao's partner asks if Yang Ming should be killed or kidnapped. Yang Ming himself already notices the guys, remembering that he had already seen them in Hong Kong. He wonders how long they've been following him. Yang Ming slowly approaches the corner where they were standing, and we tell the guys to stop hiding. In surprise, the guys scream and ask Yang Ming how he noticed them, but he does not say that he saw them with his lenses. Yang Ming orders them to confess who they are and why they are watching him. He says that they followed him in Hong Kong, and now they have come to Songjian. The guys are surprised at how much Yang Ming knows. Feng Dao's partner admits that they had been following Yang Ming even before Hong Kong and planned to kill him there, but did not think that he would be able to escape. Yang Ming is shocked by the information received. Feng Dao says that he needs to be dealt with. Both guys come around the corner towards Yang Ming, but with a kick, he stops both. Feng Dao's partner flies a little to the side, crouching down a little. Feng Dao himself crashes into the wall from such a blow. Yang Ming delivers the next blow with his fist. He hits Feng Dao in the ribs, causing the guy to almost fly into the air. But the blow to Yang Ming's body gives her an electric shock. Both guys run away, and Yang Ming, having fallen to the floor from the discharge, realizes that the clothes of one of them can cause an electric charge. The guys run out into the street and ride off on a motorcycle. Yang Ming cannot understand what they want from him. Then the young man remembers their recent conversation about the boss and the fact that he lives in this room. Since he came to the teacher who now lives here, Yang Ming wonders if their boss is Zhao Ying. A little later in the day, Yang Ming calls Xiaoqing, asking where she is now. Xiaoqing replies that she is currently at university. The guy invites her to meet. She asks if they should meet right now, after which Xiaoqing shouts that Yang Ming must have overheated in the sun. Yang Ming says that Xiaoqing misunderstood him, after which he makes a speech about how there is nothing wrong with a younger brother visiting his sworn sister. Xiaoqing even gets up from his chair at such words, saying that Yang Ming didn't even think about such a thing. But then the girl changes her mind, saying that she is waiting for the guy in the control system building, in the office. Yang Ming says it will be soon. He quickly jumps into the car and goes to the right address. After running through the corridors, Yang Ming finds the desired office. Only now does he notice that the sign on the door says that this is the office of the deputy director. Yang Ming is surprised that Xiaoqing works in such a position. Once inside, Yang Ming asks if Xiaoqing really became the deputy director. The girl asks the guy to stop because someone might come in here. He asks Xiaoqing to calm down, no one will come in anyway, but the girl insists, so Yang Ming lets her go. Yang Ming notices that someone is actually coming here. The guy sits down on the sofa, and one of the employees bursts into Xiaoqing's office, holding one of his colleagues by the collar. The man with glasses says he caught a spy. He provides a camera as evidence, saying that this spy was taking photographs of the medical management technology they are developing. The bespectacled man also talks about how they didn't even have time to release the product and the Xiongfen Group's computer research department somehow finished the research early and released their product to the general public. After this, the man suspected that there was a spy among the employees. The man who was mistaken for a spy explains that he is being framed because he just bought a camera for his grandson and wanted to test it. A bespectacled man named Wu asks why he took pictures of every line of code to test the camera. They explain to him again that this camera doesn't even have a memory card. In amazement, Wu examines the camera. The man, whom he mistook for a spy, even offers to search himself. Yang Ming watches everything carefully. He offers to conduct a search of the deputy director and make sure that he does not have a memory card. But Yang Ming, using his lenses, notices the place where the old man hid the memory card. The guy gets up, deciding to insert a few words, which attracts the attention of those present. Yang Ming introduces himself and, after watching from the sidelines for a while, suggests calling the police. Xiaoqing asks him back in surprise. The girl thinks that it is nice to be protected, feeling like Yang Ming's wife. At this time, the old man tries to persuade Xiaoqing not to call the police, saying that it would be a shame for the university. But the girl does not listen to him and recruits the police. Yang Ming says that they will soon find out whether it is a mistake or not, and asks the old man to keep his mouth shut for now. A police car arrives at the building. Yang Ming tells his boss about his suspicions, saying that the old man is hiding a memory card somewhere on his body. Two policemen take the professor by the hands and lead him into the toilet to search him. The old man doesn't understand why they search him. They explain to Professor Wang that if they don't examine him now, then the further conversation will take place at the police station. The man agrees on the condition that if nothing is found on him, then the police are obliged to search everyone else. In the toilet, the professor is reassured, informing them that they will act only in accordance with the protocol. Yang Ming approaches the officer. He asks the policeman if it is true that some criminals can hide something in their anus. They answer him that this is so. At this moment, Yang Ming grinned happily.